welcome to Riyadh and the King Abdulaziz racetrack, and it is quite literally a warm welcome here under the Saudi sun. This is day 2 of the new season in Riyadh's racing heartland, and yesterday we had a fantastic day of competition with 12 races across the card, and today of course promises much more of the same. And I'm delighted that joining me here is Tom Collins, here to provide all his expert insight and analysis into the day's action. Tom, there's so much to look forward to today.
Yeah, there really is. We've got another 12 race cards, some really great races as well. Yesterday was super difficult to find winners, but hopefully I'll get a couple more this afternoon. And we've got the likes of Path of Thunder and Sunset Flash running.
Absolutely, we do. Sunset Flash is a horse that we are really looking forward to seeing today, as is Path of Thunder, as you heard there from Tom. Sunset Flash, unbeaten in 18 starts in Saudi Arabia. Really looking forward to seeing her run later on. She'll be looking to continue that hot streak under the capable hands of Alex Moreno. It could be a good day for Alex, because in the same red and green silks we also have Path of Thunder, who runs in our feature race. That's the General Intelligence Presidency Cup, race 12 on the card here today. He won the last race of the Taif season, and can he get off to a winning start here in Riyadh? Well, 2 really exciting horses for us to look forward to today, Tom. I know you really like Sunset Flash, unbeaten in 18. That's an incredible record, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You just don't see that anywhere in the world, really. We had a horse called Winx, who was unbeaten in around 36 races in Australia. We've had plenty of horses, like Black Caviar being one. There are others that have been like 19 out of 20 or 20 out of 21. Sunset Flash, 18 out of 18 in Saudi Arabia is incredible. Obviously, she did lose in the UK when she was trained by David Lanigan, but Connections picked her up for 36,000. What a steal. An absolute steal. Let's head now to our reporter, Shamila Hanley. Shamila, how are you doing, and what are you looking forward to seeing today on day 2?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Good afternoon. Welcome to Friday, and a happy Sunset Flash Day to those who celebrate, which would be me. As you can see, I'm sporting a green dress today, hoping to bring the Naif Al Mindil stables a bit of luck, because not only do they have Sunset Flash in race 3, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Path of Thunder in our last and final race of the day, with a whopping 150,000 Saudi Riyals. Isn't that absolutely amazing? Now, it is definitely a hot one today, so we could see a lot of the horses getting worked up, a bit sweaty, but don't worry, I will keep you informed all on what's going on in the parade ring.
Brilliant. Many thanks, Shamila. She will, of course, keep us up to date with all the comings and goings in the parade ring. She's very much in the thick of it, in the mix of the action. And yes, love the dress, Shamila. Thanks very much. Well, the 4th member of our team is our commentator, Mark Francis, who is going to run us through all the runners and riders for the very first race of this 12-race card. Mark, welcome.
Hello, Rebecca, Tom, Shamila, everybody listening in from around the world. Yes, welcome to Riyadh. We're finally here in the Saudi capital for the main season. 12, as Tom said, yes, 12 live races to bring you today, commencing in just a few moments. We begin with a fillies maiden over 6 furlongs. Runners and riders we'll get to in just a moment or two. We then have the Colts and Geldings equivalent in race 2, before really stepping up the quality drastically to race 3. As the guys mentioned, a fillies open for the 3-year-olds and upwards, worth just shy of 100,000 Saudi Riyal, which sees the return of Super Saudi sweetheart Sunset Flash, and she should oblige given the class of the opposition. She's certainly a leading selection for most, if not all the team, I'm sure. Races 4 and 5 are a Arabian contest worth valuable purses. There are plenty of our old Al Khaladia friends on show. We eventually move beyond 6 furlongs for the race number 6, which is a Saudi-bred hands and heels handicap. More about that later. We have 3 straight maidens with varying classifications before we reach race 10, a Jcsa award contest over the mile. And we have a horse rated no less than 113, who must overcome a long layoff to be successful today. Race 11 is the longest of the night, over 10 furlongs, before we finish with tonight's feature, the General Intelligence Presidency Cup, worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal. In total tonight, we have well over 1 million Saudi Riyal up for grabs, as many as 192 runners. So good luck to all involved this evening on the first Friday of the campaign. And we kick off, as I say, with the first race, headed by number 1, Ragadar for Ahmed Al Tayyar. 2 is Ale Wassa for Selman Al Rashid. 3 is Sham for Asil Al Sahani. 4, Abdullah Al Khamis rides Masav Hatta Hom. That's the 4. Fasayel is the 5 for Eddie Castro. 6, Malayar for Abdullah Al Lorfi. 7 is Joharat Al Janoub for Naif Al Anazi. And the 8 is Al Makasib for Luis Morales. Double, of course, yesterday. 9 is a scratch, so we move on to 10. Ayin Mohammed for Ali Al Mutib. Pearlite is 11, Hamza Saad. 12 is Mifa Asa for Mohammed Saeed. 13, Aud Hajor for Abdullah Al Sayedi. Altamar for Turkey Al Lofi. 15 is out, so we move on to 16, which is Bali, Iyad Al Tarizi. 17, Al Rafia, Alex Moreno. 18, Lam Al Aziz for Khalid Al Mamoni, who had such a terrific day here yesterday. And the final 2 over the page, Leia Oyup is the 19 and TNT is the 20, coming in for, of course, horses 9 and 15. It's a big field for our opener. No strong opinions, so let's leave it for the experts.
Well, many thanks, Mark, for that. Really interesting insight from Mark there, and we will, of course, be returning to him a little bit later on once the racing gets underway. But as Mark said, Tom, another big field. We saw a number of big fields yesterday, and impossible to pick winners from that. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, really tricky. Obviously, horses numbers 19 and 20 do get in the field. They were reserves. That's due to horses number 9 and 15 being non-runners in this opener. Tricky heat for the 2-year-olds. Generally, 2-year-old races are tricky anyway, but this is full of horses who have never run before, so just makes our life a little bit tougher.
Absolutely, but certainly intriguing to see how they perform first time out at the racetrack. And let's just talk a little bit about conditions. It's a bit warmer today than it was yesterday.
It is a bit warmer, 37, 36 degrees around there. The sun is blazing, but there are some clouds in the sky, and there's some nice shade on the track as well. So, albeit these horses are acclimatised and they're used to this kind of weather, the jockeys will be certainly boiling up in their silks today.
We'll be sweating under those silks, that's for sure. Well, the horses are making their way into the parade ring behind us, Tom, so we're going to go and have a bit more of an in-depth look through those horses as they come through. That is horse number 1, Ragatar. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, first-time filly, like most of these are, by a sire called Istan, who's had 11 progeny wins. So this sire has been pretty successful so far in his stallion career. By a mare called Soriana, whose first foal, this is her first foal. She was a 3-time winner on the track. Interesting
prospect. Number 3, Sham.
Again, never run before. She looks quite nice in the prelims, I have to say, though they have fitted the noseband, which suggests she does have a bit of a high head carriage. She's by Power Broker, who's had 2 winners from 51 progeny.
Number 5 is Fasile.
Number 5, yes, by First Defence. A stallion that's done exceptionally well over on these shores. He's got loads of horses, loads of offspring, but he's had 54 winners established in Saudi Arabia. This filly should go close under Eddie Castro.
We'll see. Interesting to look at that one. Malaya is horse number 6, who we'll be seeing next.
She's had 2 starts. She finished 2nd back at meeting 28 and then 7th at meeting 47. Obviously a reasonable gap between those 2 runs, and she's had a short break since. Abdullah Al Alfi is a good jockey booking. She looks nice in her coat as well.
The next horse is horse number 6, Malaya. Malaya, Tom, what are your thoughts on her? She's up on her toes a bit.
Yeah, she's jig-jogging around. I'm just looking over my shoulder, and she's still doing it over the far side of the paddock. She was settled over this side, but I don't know. She looks okay. I wouldn't say she's burning too much energy right now.
And Joharat Al Janoub is the 7th horse there in the orange.
Naif Al Anazi takes the mount on her. She's a big type with 2 handlers, so she could be a bit frisky at home maybe. Obviously, it's her first run, so you can excuse inexperience and mental aptitude at this stage, but Naif is always a good jockey booking, and she's by Latam, the sire, who's had 14 winners so far.
And the next horse number 8 in the pink saddlecloth, you can see there, Al Makasib.
Lou Morales takes the ride. Yesterday, first race, Lou Morales won, so can he do repeat the feat again today? I think this filly will have to improve on what her pedigree suggests she should be. She's also got headgear on, which means she might not give it all on the track, which to me is a bit of a negative.
She is in very capable hands, though, of course, Lou Morales. Great day for him yesterday. Let's head to Shamila, who's in the mix down there, having a good look at those horses. Shamila, who do you like the look of?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. It is only the first race of the day. We've got 12 races ahead of us. However, my paddock selection in this race is horse number 12, 2-year-old Bay filly by Flashy Bull, Mifarasa, 5th last time out, 4th the time before that. And she just looks the fittest in the race. Obviously, a lot of debutante horses in this race as well. Looking probably not as fit as her. She's just coming past us here now, looking really well put together, I would say, which is what you want to see in these horses, especially in these local bred contests. And I've said it once, I've said it before, these local bred fillies are so strong. They can go up against the colts, not a bother to them. And honestly, she looks like the type that could break her maiden today.
Great, thank you very much, Shamila. We'll watch this space, we will see. Let's return now to the rest of the horses. This is horse number 14, Altmar, sorry.
Yeah, 2-year-old, also first-time starter. She's carrying a lot of condition, so she will definitely come on for this run. She doesn't look ready to go, to be honest. Fitness is a massive concern with her.
Certainly will need the run. This is Bali, number 16.
Wide draw out in 16 for the debut, but we saw that yesterday wide draws weren't too much for a negative.
Al Raifa, number 17, Tom.
This is the most likely winner, in my opinion, ridden by Alex Moreno in those Prince Faisal Bin Khalid red and white silks. It was a nice debut effort at Thai, finishing second, and this daughter of Frozen Power is only going to improve from that.
The next horse that we should be seeing will be number 18, Lam Al-Aziz.
Yeah, she's had 3 starts so far. She's by Hainesfield, and she's drawn wide, but the experience should mean that she can break nicely and move across. She's ridden by Khalid Al-Mamoni, who had 3 winners yesterday. Though her 3 runs so far, Lam Al-Aziz, have been pretty disappointing.
Well, she is in capable hands, that's for sure. Well, Lei Oyunak is the next horse we're seeing.
Another filly by Power Broker, the second in the race that we've seen so far, by a rider in Victor Gutierrez that I've never seen in Saudi Arabia before. So hopefully he gets off to a nice start. She finished 6th on her debut back in meeting 3.
Interesting one to watch. Number 20 is T&T.
I love the name for this filly. She was the second reserve in this race, but she gets in. She obviously has a decent draw in 15. Muthib is the sire. I don't know too much about him. Hopefully T&T can run well first time.
And the last horse that we will be talking about is Deem Alanaya.
No, she's a reserve. So
Apologies,
she
my mistake. So we do have a couple of non-runners in there. But we've had a look at all the horses, Tom, and you've obviously done your analysis, done plenty of homework into them. And who do you like the look of the most?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because most of these have never run. So it's kind of guesswork regarding those. Obviously, if you've been watching the track work in the morning, you might be able to see who's better and who isn't. Of those who have had numerous starts, I think the main player is probably Mifarasa, horse number 12, who we didn't get to see in the prelims. She's had 7 outings, finished 5th last time and 4th the time before, so she has the experience. However, my selection is going to be number 17, Al Rafea, under Alex Moreno. This could be a fantastic day for the rider who we've just seen there in the shot. He's got numerous great mounts with chances of winning, and this is just the first of them. So hopefully she can build on her debut at Taif when she finished 2nd, break nicely from the outside stall, move across to the rail, and dictate matters from there.
So you saw her in Taif, Tom, and you liked what you saw, presumably?
I did. It wasn't the best of maidens, I have to say, but at the same time, she ran very well to finish 2nd. She probably needed that experience as well. She's one of the standouts for me when looking at the paddock right now. She looks a nice physical specimen, and quite a few of these first-time starters definitely need the run, so she's got that fitness edge too.
Well, we were surprised a bit yesterday, Tom, when various horses in the parade ring were getting a bit sweaty, a bit worked up, and then went on to win. And we can see a couple of horses there who perhaps look a little nervous, a little edgy, and we could maybe see the same kind of thing happening today.
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously worth looking out for horses that are really getting worked up, because in this heat as well, it's even more of a negative. You don't want them to boil over, especially in the conditions right now. And as this is race 1, this is the hottest part of the day. It will only get cooler as we go through the card, and afternoon becomes evening. So it's worth noting to see which horses do get worked up and maybe burning too much energy in the prelims. However, as you say yesterday, it didn't prove to be a negative for every horse that did that. So you can't completely write a horse off who maybe isn't taking the preliminaries as well as others.
Absolutely. And this is Ragada that you see in the yellow and black heading down towards the stalls. Just a word, Tom, on the most experienced horse in the field. You touched on her earlier, Mifarasa, 7 runs, by far the most raced horse in this field. What did you think of her going around the parade ring there?
Yeah, I thought she looked quite nice. She definitely looks fit, a lot fitter than most of these. Experience is always a positive in these kind of races, just because these horses won't really know what being in a race feels like, and she will. So she has that advantage. Yes, 7 runs. A couple of them were pretty poor, and if she repeats those efforts, she wouldn't play a part here. But also, she finished 5th last time and 4th the time before. They were, fair efforts. If she can reproduce those runs or even improve, then she should be in the top 5 or 6.
Absolutely. Well, this will certainly be an interesting race to look at. Big field as well, Tom, like we saw yesterday as well. I was asking you for winners and really putting you under a bit of pressure there, but it's pretty hard to pick from 20 horses, especially when you've never seen any of them racing before.
No, but what I will say is today we're definitely going to have more winners because there are a couple of easier races later on the card. Obviously, Sunset Flash should be a penalty kick, and that should be one on the board for us in the studio. But there are plenty of others too. Here's the horse that I really like in the race. Here's Al Rafea, just looking beautiful in the paddock right now. And we'll see some footage from her debut run. Here she is right now. You can see she showed natural early speed to be right up in the firing line. And at the 400-metre marker, she's alongside the horse on the inside in the yellow silks. And at this point, I thought she was going to go by and win this race quite decisively, especially considering the horse with the noseband on the inside in the yellow was on the wrong lead. As you can see, the right front leg is coming down first. But unfortunately, Al Rafea couldn't go by, which I was a bit disappointed with at the time, I have to admit. But she was clear of the rest of the field. And the fact that she has early speed on a track where yesterday we saw such a bias towards front runners, that's only going to stand her in good stead.
We saw bias towards those front runners, but no bias at all towards the horses drawn on the outside, which was really interesting, wasn't it, Tom?
Yeah, and we spoke to Shamila actually after we came off air, and she did plenty of interviews around the track yesterday with winning trainers and jockeys, and she actually said that a couple of the trainers would rather the wide draws, which is completely different when we were thinking about Taif and how you want it to be drawn inside. So the draw maybe isn't as bad a thing over here in Riyadh, but pace certainly is.
Certainly, but for a race over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres, which this one is, you'd think you'd want to be on the outside. On the inside, rather.
Yeah, you would genuinely want to be on the inside, just because it's the shortest way to get to the bend, going across to the rail, covering the least amount of ground. But as I say, horses out wide can break well and move across instantly. So, as long as the jockeys abide by the rule, which means you cannot cut across before the marker on the inside of the track, then, you've got every chance from stall 20 or stall 17 or whatnot.
Absolutely. Well, not long now before the action gets underway. 12 races all in all for us today, and this really is a fantastic setting. The King Abdulaziz racetrack. It's such an imposing course. This track is so wide, and we see these lovely shots from overhead that just really show just how impressive and vast this racetrack is. Horses making their way down to the stalls now, and we will shortly be underway for the very first race of the day.
Looks like they're just doing some tack adjustments to horses number 2 and 11, Al-Waisa and Perlit, both first-time starters. We didn't talk about Perlit in the prelims because we didn't see her in the paddock, but I had a look over my shoulder, as I say, when we were talking, which is obviously different to what we were showing on the screen, and she looked okay. As you can see, I think that's her going in right there, first in the stalls. She looked like a nice type, but to me, it looked like maybe next time it's the time to catch Perlit.
In terms of loading these horses, Tom, for a lot of them it's their first time on the racecourse. They'll practice this kind of thing at home, though, won't they?
Yeah, so most of these horses work on the track, if not all of them. They are stabled here, so they'll, get fitness and do breezes in the morning just to increase their mental side of things. But they will have breaking from gate works and just to get used to the stalls because it's a different environment. Horses are used to the wide open space and they're used to, obviously, in being in fields and being in stables and not being in, metal structures like the stalls. Once you send them in a couple of times, they get used to it, the majority of them. And actually in Saudi Arabia, most of these horses are happy to walk in. It's a lot easier than the likes of the UK, where horses tend to take a while to be pushed into the stalls. Just encouraged to get into the starting procedure.
Well, let's head now to our commentator, Mark Francis, who's got the call for this one. Mark.
Thanks, team. Yeah, busy start to our first race. 18 going to post. Reminder, we go without the 9 and the 15. So numbers 19 and 20 do get a run. There's all 7 Sparkly Silks. Al Anazi. And also Selman Al Rashid going in. I do echo what Tom said about those in the paddock. 12 of these 18 runners all running for the first time, and you're really looking for clues in the paddock But of those that have form, our Fiat 17 Tom selection. Decent effort on debut. I'll go with the 12, Mi Farasa. Yes, 0 from 7. She's rated 68. She's got the experience. But it's a tough start here. So these on their first day at school. I think we've only got a couple left out the back. So this, our local bred fillies maiden, to kick things off here at Riyadh. Just working on Fasael. I think they're all safely loaded. Flags up. And they're off. Jumping away then for our opener here at Riyadh. Masab Hatahon was probably the slowest to break out. So too at the back of the field was Ragadar. And also struggling is Ain Mohammed. But inside the opening furlong, it's a prominent start by Al Rafia from a wide post to claim the early lead. Towards the outside, also getting across Lam Al Aziz. So fillies 17 and 18 managing to get to the rail as they go round the bend. Back to third position, we have the Jcsa of Perlite. Just being bumped along for a stroll or two was Fasael. So one or two of the debutants are up with the pace here. And moving along the outside is Malaya as they turn into the home straight. It's Al Rafia, Alex Moreno, who is in front. Malaya in second in the green jacket. Then comes the orange and green of Lam Al Aziz in third. And back towards the rail is Perlite. Staying down the centre of the course is Fasael. And then closing in is Lay Oyunak. But deep inside the last furlong, Al Rafia got across from stall number 17. And she's clashed towards the rail there. She darted towards the inside and given a golden opportunity here to Malaya. And Malaya will go on and score deep inside the last 50 yards. Malaya strides to an easy victory. Al Rafia surely threw it away in second, which she may have just held on to. That's tight for second, involving Al Rafia and also Mi Farasa. Well, drama in the closing stages. Malaya has got up to win on the third time of asking for Abdullah Al-Orfi. You can see there, look, Alex Moreno in the background, both feet out of the irons, and was completely helpless in the saddle as Al Rafia, I don't know if she saw something on the inside of the track. Of course, that's usually where the turf track is. But she's darted away to her left and she's thrown away the race. But Malaya has taken full opportunity of this to win in a time of 1:14.60. 1:14.60 for Malaya, and was just gifted the race by Al Rafia, who has narrowly holds second. Fair play to Alex Moreno to get that one up for second ahead of Mi Farasa, who's just a head behind in third. And it was tight for fourth. I think Leo Yunak has just prevailed there. So drama in our first race, 8 1/4 lengths for the winner, Malaya, but that certainly does not tell the whole story. Al Rafia has thrown away race 1 and Malaya has picked up the pieces.
Well, it looked like a relatively straightforward victory for Malaya, but that wasn't the true story, was it, Tom? As our commentator Mark Francis said there was a bit of drama in the closing stages. Arafaya threw it away, didn't he?
Yeah, I was too busy cheering on my selection, which was Arafea under Alex Moreno, and I actually looked away from the race just as the incident happened. So I need to see the replay just to see whether she saw something on the inside or whether Alex just lost his irons or whatnot. But she definitely threw the race away. It looked like she was going to come home and win quite decisively. But no, take nothing away from the eventual winner, Malaya. Abdullah Al-Alfi never gave up, kept kicking her all the way to the line, and she actually picked back up her form where she finished second back at meeting 28. Last time at Taif, I don't really know what happened with her when she finished 7th, but look, she's got a first win on the board, and she had the prior experience, which has obviously helped her.
Of course, invaluable experience, certainly. And she was really well placed to take advantage when Arafea seemed to get into difficulties there. It was a good ride, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a super ride. Abdullah Al-Alfi is one of the best. You know, he rides for Al Khalidia stables in the Arabian races, and you need to be a good jockey to ride for them. They pick and choose, and they usually have the best of the jockey group. So, yeah, that's a bit of a kudos for Abdullah. He doesn't have too many rides in these thoroughbred races, though, I have to admit. He picks up the odd reserve or jockey changes, and it's good for him to get a win on the board today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good ride. But let's talk about Arafea and Alex Moreno. Shouldn't he have done a bit better? I know you obviously want to see the replay to see exactly what happened, but he's got to do better than that.
I think so. I do want to see. I don't want to completely, put all the blame on him. He's one of the leading jockeys here, so it's a bit of a shock to see him riding without the irons close to home on this horse. And I don't think there's any doubt in saying that she would have won the race, providing everything went A-OK. And actually, it's the first time we've seen any kind of antics in the home straight here, albeit it's just our 13th race this season. But she was clear at this stage. Look, in the red silks, Alex not really asking for maximum effort, just hands and heels. Now he gets the crop out in his right hand. She's in the middle of the track. She's 3 or 4 horse widths off the rail. She seems to hang slightly, but Alex is leaning to his left, as you can see, just kind of guiding her back towards the rail. She jinks badly, and then she tries to avoid the rail, obviously taking a couple of steps. To be fair, Alex has done well to stay in the saddle, but at the same time, maybe the fact that he was leaning dramatically to the left and whipping the right hand caused her to make that over-adjustment moving towards the rail. She would have won the race, and there's no real qualms about that.
Well, we had drama yesterday on the track, and a bit more drama here today, but luckily everybody seems to be unscathed. But look, the winner, a clear winner there, and Arafea just held on for second.
Yeah, just held on for second, but Alex will be fuming. He's a guy who wears his heart on his sleeve. When he wins races, he's not overly happy, but when he loses races, he's definitely not happy. This filly broke nicely from the outside, as you see, instantly crossed over to the rail. Caused a little bit of interference to horse number 5 there, which was Vasayel, who broke nicely under Eddie Castro, but wasn't able to get to the front. And at this stage, I thought Alex Moreno on Arafea was just going to dominate matters. And to be fair, he probably would have. She kicked up nicely off the bend and looked like she was going further and further clear. But Malaya was always put in a perfect position by Abdullah Al-Alfi, just on the shoulder right now. Those two draw clear at this stage of the race. And then Alex is just asking the leader, in Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz's red silks. And look, she's put half a length between herself and the eventual winner. Now she's put a length between them. She's going further clear at this stage of the race. Now the incident happens. Instantly loses all kind of momentum. The eventual winner's 2 lengths clear in the space of about 3 or 4 strides. And yeah, that was game over. Difficult defeat for the runner-up, but what I will say is there's always going to be another day for her. She's got a lot of raw talent, quite clearly suited by 6 furlongs, and Alex Moreno will want to make the right of things that went wrong today.
Absolutely, lessons to be learned for Alex Moreno, but a great victory for Malaya. What do you think will be next for this horse, Tom? Do you think she could perhaps even go a little bit further?
Yeah, I mean, she could probably go up in trip, that's for sure. She'll definitely stick around 6 furlongs if the trainer can find nice spots for her. I doubt she'll be going towards cup races at this time. Maybe she'll be looking towards the horses that haven't won 0 to 2 races to face those that kind of opposition. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go. They'll have options.
Absolutely, and Alex Moreno will be riding later on in the day, so plenty of time to make up for this mistake. And of course, he will learn from something like this, won't he, Tom? If it was just a case of him whipping on the wrong side or whatever it was.
Yeah, exactly. Look, 9 out of 10 horses, if he does this, they're just going to stay in a straight line anyway. And then he's just guiding her towards the rail. But unfortunately, she's very inexperienced. And on a horse that's super green like her, who's responding to where she's being used with the whip on the right-hand side, then that wasn't the right move. But that's saying that in hindsight, you know. He wouldn't have known that at the time. She didn't show that kind of greenness or inexperience on debut.
No, and we should have a pretty good replay of that coming up so we can have a real close-up look at this.
As you can see there, Alex is really leaning on his left-hand side, and now he recognises the filly's drifted in. He's tried to shout in her ear to stop her doing that. It does have that effect, but she has to check dramatically. Alex does very well to stay in the saddle. Great balance. Brilliant horsemanship as well. But the prior fault where he was using the crop in the right hand was the reason why she did that.
But like you say, Tom, he did do exceptionally well to stay on there, absolutely. He could have ended up on the turf, that's for sure. Well, still plenty more to look forward to. It's a good race to kick us off on this 12-race card, Tom, but still plenty more to look forward to today. But a good winner in Malaya, and certainly she'll be one to look out for in the future, don't you think?
Yeah, exactly. She has talent. I don't want to take anything away from her. She would have been a clear-cut second if our affair kept running in a straight line. I'm interested to see what Alex says in an interview with Shamila later. As I say, he wears his heart on his sleeve, so I'm sure he'll provide a proper overview of what happened.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be fascinating to hear his thoughts and just have him talk us through the thought process of that ride in on the home straight there. Certainly will be interesting to hear, and also great job on keeping his cool to actually stay on board the horse. But plenty more still to come, as I say. We've got 12 races on the card today. That is race number 1. Great way to kick us off on day 2 of the season here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And of course, the horse that we're all looking forward to seeing today is Sunset Flashes. Tom, she's an amazing horse, isn't she? Unbeaten in 18. How excited are you about seeing her run today?
Yeah, I said unbeaten in 18 earlier. She actually lost in the Saudi Cup last year, so apologies for that. But she is unbeaten in 3 this year. That is fact. Alberto Moreno will be on board. He'll be hoping that she'll get him back in the winner's enclosure after what we saw in that first race. Look, Alex has a ride in the next as well on a similarly unexposed type, so I'm sure he'll be careful what happens during that fair. But race 3 is where Alex is kind of expecting to get a winner on the board, and that's when we'll hear from him about this race and when we'll hear, hopefully, about how good Sunset Flash is as well.
Hopefully, indeed. And of course, with these horses, Tom, that often have never set foot on a race course before, there's no margin for error, is there?
No, they're only 2-year-olds. They're babies. This is obviously, if you don't watch horse racing all the time, horses can only race from the age of 2, and then they race up, as they get older and older. So these horses don't have much race experience. She broke like a seasoned professional, as you can see there in the red silk. She's in front by a length already. But in the closing stages, horses are fight or flight. They can react to any kind of movement, and the use of the crop in the right hand quite clearly wasn't well received by the horse as she moved dramatically to the left. Usually the rail does stop incidents like this, and horses will see that at the corner of their eye, and they'll think, you know what, I can't actually run dramatically to the left like that. But this filly was trying to move away from the crop, and unfortunately ended up throwing the race away.
And a lot of big distractions out there on the track for those horses that aren't experienced, Tom. There's a lot of noise, there's a lot of things going on for them.
Yeah, exactly that. Unfortunately, the crowd here today isn't as big as we saw yesterday, but obviously it's the first race, so it can get bigger as we go through the card. But yeah, there are plenty of distractions. The wide open expanse of the track should mean that Alex can stay further away from the rail on a horse like this, but the advantage of being near the rail is that it gives the horse something to run against, and when they're inexperienced, they can look around, as you say. There are distractions to the right and the left with the grandstand and the infield, and Alex was just trying to make it easier for his filly. Unfortunately, she took offence to what he was doing and threw the race away.
Took offence indeed, yes. Well, yes, you mentioned the crowd yesterday, Tom. A lot of people turned up yesterday for the first day of the racing season here in Riyadh, and I'm sure we'll see much more of the same today. As you say, it is still early. We've only had the first of 12 races of the card underway, still plenty more to come, and I'm sure we will see people flooding into the King Abdulaziz racetrack, a fantastic venue for racing, and of course it is where we will be seeing the Saudi Cup in a few months' time. But yes, that is a few months away, and there's still plenty of racing to look forward to over the coming days and months. Our next race is race number 2. So we've had the fillies, and now it is time for the colts, staying over the same distance, 6 furlongs or 1,200 metres, depending on which way you look at it. Colts, 2-year-old colts, will be up next. They will be in the parade ring, or the pre-parade ring rather, just behind us, getting ready to come out onto the track. And Mark Francis, our commentator, will be able to talk us through all the runners and riders of our second race.
Yeah, spot on there, Rebecca. Basically the first race all over again, but this time for the colts
Hello.
and geldings, of which we do have three geldings on show. We'll come to those in just a moment. They're headed by number 1, Masandan for Yasser Al-Bakawi. 2 is Rashid Abdullah Al-Khridis. Non-runners 3 and 4. So we move on to the 5, Mutasare for Ahmed Al-Sharar. I need to double check those colours as well. Al-Kayas is the 6 for Thurb Al-Timyat. The 7 is Mutahadi, Nawaf Al-Farouz. Nice Dream on debut. Where's the cheek pieces first time? Tariq Al-Mansour. And the 9 is Sateh Al-Nayar for Abdullah Al-Rashed. Final one on that sheet is the only grey in the lineup, Al-Sindi for Jose Rodriguez. 11 is a scratch. Let's move on to the 12. H. Vladi for Mohammed Al-Yami. 13, Jane, Alex Moreno looking for quick fire compensation from that first race. Esther Webb for Khalid Al-Mimoni is the 14. 15, Shibble Lady, Abdullah Al-Jami. 16, Ala Al-Badi for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 17, Gala Sad for Ali Al-Matib. 18, Molawi for Yusuf Al-Hussin. And the final 2 over the page, Salam Allah for Rahan Al-Abaid. And 20, Smeed Eddie Castro. We can't see it on the graphic, but they definitely do run, and they inherit good draws in 3 and 4 respectively. So another busy contest ahead of us. I just have a quick question for Tom. We saw in our first race there, that was my first call here in Riyadh, and it was a very, very tight track. As we saw, they were turning very, very quickly from the 6 furlong start, and given his expert knowledge in the US as well, I just wondered what track Riyadh would be pretty similar to out in the States, Tom.
That is pretty similar. I'd say something like Laurel Park in regards to how quick the bend comes up for that distance. Obviously, races in New York are generally run with a bigger run up to the first bend. But to be fair, aside from that 6 furlong start, we have pretty long run ups for all the other starts. The other one I'm actually thinking about is Los Alamitos. That track's completely different in regards to the topography. The straight's a lot longer than it is here, albeit the straight's pretty long in regards to the general horse track. But there's a very, very short run up to the 6 furlong start. So, yeah, I think those are the 2 I'd go for.
Great question, great answer. Tom, of course, is quite the expert, having covered racing in the UK, Ireland, Saudi Arabia and the US. So fantastic to have you, Tom, with all that knowledge at your disposal. Well, this is race number 2. We're looking at horse number 6, Al-Kayas. What do you make of this one?
He's bred for further, being by 2 Steps Salsa. He's already a gelding as well, making his first start. But we have seen that 2-year-old geldings who are completely unraced can win here. We saw Al Mottahed being a fine example of that.
Horse number 7, Mutahadi.
20 winners for the trainer, Ahmed Al Mosa, so far this season. So he's doing fine, 10% strike rate, one of the leading trainers in the standings. This colt could make an impression first time.
Nice Dream looks a lot more composed.
Does, and cheek pieces on for the first time. I don't think that's a positive. Cheek pieces are generally used when horses look around and don't keep their eye on the job. So this horse may be a little bit green in the latter stages.
The next horse we should be seeing is Sateh Al-Nayar, number 9.
Yeah, this colt is by a well-known sire in Commend. He looks pretty nice in the prelims. Again, nose band, so could have a high head carriage, but you certainly won't miss him on the track in those famous yellow and black silks.
Well, let's head on down to Shamila, who is there with the horses. Shamila, plenty going on in the pre-parade ring. Who's caught your eye?
There is a lot going on here in the parade ring, a lot of naughty colts acting up here. However, the horse that I have my eye on, I think everybody has their eye on in this race, is horse number 17, Gala Sad, the biggest horse in the parade ring so far. He definitely looks like he could grow into himself. He is all legs, and we've said this before about dirt racing. You want to see these horses have nice, rounded, muscular hindquarters to be able to get them through that deep sand. So this 2-year-old bay colt by Motown is definitely my choice of the parade ring. Some horses to note that are a little bit naughty, getting very sweaty in the prelims, is horse number 10 acting up. He was kicking out, rearing up, and horse number 15 getting very hot behind the saddle.
Many thanks, Shamila. Your horse looks absolutely fantastic. She's right, big, imposing type then. Shamila, of course, down amongst the action, gets a really good look at all these horses. So thank you for that, Shamila, for your pick. Before we begin race number 2, I can't remember where we got up to, Tommy. We're going through the list of horses. I think we got as far as, well, let's talk about number 14, shall we? Esther Webb. And of course, look who's on board. Khalid Al-Mimoni had such a fantastic day yesterday.
Yeah, he'll definitely be hoping that he has another fine day today. Hat-trick yesterday. This horse is a very weak back end, as you can see there, quite slanted above the tail. You like to see that nice and rounded off with muscle. I think he'll probably improve as he gets through his 2-year-old campaign going into a 3-year-old season.
Well, like you say, they are still babies, still growing at 2 years of age. Let's move on to number 15, Shibble Lady.
Big break between the first 2 runs for this colt. He ran back at meeting 2, finishing 8th, and then 6th at meeting 49. So there was a fitness concern there. Hopefully he'll come on for the latest effort.
16 is Alabadi.
6 outings, 15th last time back at meeting 51. That was a step in the wrong direction after finishing 4th on his 2 prior efforts.
Let's take another look at Shamila's pig, Galasad.
I completely understand why this was Shamila's selection. He's a lovely looking type, big, tall. He looks like a proper, well, it looks like a 4-year-old rather than a 2-year-old. He would be my paddock pick too, albeit I kind of like the small muscly types over this distance.
What do you make of number 18, Malawi?
Looks a little bit weak in behind and carrying condition, not going up enough into the back legs, but yeah, he could run okay. He's a gelding as well.
This is Salam Allah.
Yet to show much ability in 4 outings, finishing 17th last time and 11th the time before. Gets in this race as a reserve, but is only rated 45.
And another reserve getting into this race is Smeed, who we will be seeing next. Here he is.
Eddie Castro takes the mount. He looks a little bit on his toes, making his 2nd career start. Ran at Taif at meeting 23, finishing 16th.
Are there any horses, Tom, that we have yet to mention? Ayush Bladi, what do you make of horse number 12? We haven't seen him in the paddock yet, but what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I had a look at him actually just over the shoulder as we were looking at others, because horse 10 was kicking out and horse 12 was directly behind, with horse 11 not being in the race. He looked pretty calm given what was happening in front of him from horse 10, Al Cindy, who was very green in the prelims. The jockey's got on board now and he looks a little bit more settled, which is good. But again, he was a little bit of a paddock negative for me.
You are watching the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English language coverage on YouTube. Many thanks for joining in, and please do let us know what you think of today's action. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to get your comments in, so please do keep those coming in. And many thanks for all of those who wrote to us yesterday. Ed in particular, who was enjoying the 12 race card, and we hope all the rest of the viewers are enjoying all of the day's action. Race 2 about to get underway. The horses heading down onto the track. And Tom, you're right, Al Cindy was very much acting up, was still acting up as the jockey was about to get on board, expending a lot of energy out there. That's not a great sign, is it?
No, it's not a great sign. It's not what you ideally want to happen. Hopefully he's got enough energy to really prove himself on the track, as the horses are just going out right now. It's also worth noting that one jockey, Alex Moreno, is not aboard his horse currently. We can't see that in screen, but I'm just watching the horses go out on the track. And maybe horse number 13, Jcsa, doesn't respond nicely to the jockey being on board early. So Alex is just going on now, and I think the vet's having a brief look as well.
And of course, from where we are sitting in our studio, we've got this big window behind us overlooking the parade ring, overlooking the horses going down to the start of the track. So we have got a good view of pretty much everything that's going on from this position. So as we see things, we will of course keep you updated with everything.
Every horse so far has gone down to post nicely, aside from horse number 8. Nice Dream was very keen under Tariq Al Mansour. That would be a slight negative for me. Currently watching horse 9, Sateh Alanai, go down nice and calmly. Horse number 13 is still yet to be partnered by Alex Moreno.
Well, having seen all these horses walk past our nice big window here, Tom, who do you think looks like the likely winner?
That is a phenomenal question, and one I'm struggling to find the answer to. Usually I'm very decisive and I make my decision based on lots of different angles and reasons, but I found this event super difficult. One of the first-time starters would be my option. I'm going to side tentatively with number 7, Mutahadi. I like the trainer, Ahmad Al-Mosa. He's been very successful so far, and you can make a case for a million and one of these horses, and I'll just plump for the 7, Mutahadi.
Lucky number 7, Tom. Well, I think I'm going to go for Al-Qiyas. I just like the look of him. He looked quite relaxed and composed out there in the parade ring. And of course, Shamila has given us her pick. She went for Galasad, the big, imposing horse that you said, Tom, looked more like a 4-year-old than a 2-year-old. He's yet to race, but let's see if he can, that appearance will translate to success on the track.
Yeah, I would like to see him run nicely. I think he'll probably come into himself in time. He doesn't look the final package. Sorry, just look over my shoulder now. Moreno is on board the 13 Jcsa, and he's going down to post nicely. So there's no negative there. I don't know whether Alex was still reeling after the last race or whether the horse just didn't want the jockey up on board early doors, but he's going down nicely.
It'll be interesting to see his response, of course, after that.
Yeah.
mistake in the first race that cost him the win, really. So yes, fascinating to watch him in this second race. Hopefully he can put together a better ride than in the first.
He'll probably just want it to be a nice and easy round trip around the 1,200 metres rather than what happened in the first race. We should mention, we have already, but we should mention again and just emphasise that he did phenomenally well to stay on board. It could have been an even more dramatic incident if he came off that filly, who was very flighty in the closing stages.
Well, Mark Francis, our commentator, absolutely loves unraced 2-year-olds. Mark, who do you fancy in this one?
It's very difficult indeed. Cheers, team. There's a few on my shortlist. Number 16, Ala Al-Badi, rated 69, the best of 3 here with experience. I think if you put a line through last time, he has some decent form in the book, but as Tom said, you're hoping for something exciting really from a debutant. You're looking for anything that really resembles any sort of paddock standout. The team have just taken you through the runners in the paddock just then. Just need to double check one of the colours, because I think Mutasare has new owners, so runs in new colours today, formerly in a green jacket, now in a yellow with black epaulets. But for me, it's Jcsa and Alex Moreno, as the guys said. I think the jockey would just be happy to get round here. But I'll side with one with experience. Has shown ability in 2 starts, Jcsa, one of the 3 geldings in this lineup. Ran well on debut when 9th in a mad race. Leader on ship jockey 2 out. Not too dissimilar to our first race that day back at meeting 41, caused mayhem. And Jcsa was badly hampered, proved to be 5th from stall 19 next time out, back in 13 today. Alex Moreno is a plus, regardless what happened in the first race. But Jcsa, 3rd start, 3rd different jockey. So the runners are circling. We're just a few moments away from starting stalls entry. 12 debutants in the first race, 11 here. There might be 1 or 2 blanks in your race card. Mutasare is in sort of yellow colours with black epaulets, as we just mentioned. Al-Sindi, the only grey, should be easy to find, is predominantly white jacket with sort of a red stripe through the middle. And Jcsa is also sporting pretty pale silks. Beautiful shots here at Riyadh. Lovely turf, and hopefully we get the turf back soon, of course. Now we get into the thick of the action here at Riyadh. The first to load is Masandam, Yasser Al-Bakawi from the inside. Gave Tom that question just on the end of the runners and riders. I thought Delmar would be another similar track, particularly over the 6 furlongs, because they're turning very, very quickly here. And we can see Nice Dream and also Shibble Lady in the foreground. There's Sateh Alanea, one of the debutants, who slots in like he's done it before. Here we have Rashid, the 2, Abdullah Akridis. The reserves here, 19 and 20, that get in, do inherit really good stalls, as we mentioned. Salam Allah, the big white face, will go into 3, and Smeed will go into 4. So they've done rather well to pick up those stalls positions. But yeah, I guess being drawn out wide isn't a hindrance to some. And we can see Jcsa playing up. We can see the sort of yellow chevron on white. But, runners are patient here. There's Mutasare, if you're confused with the colours. Black cap as well. But, 1 or 2 just playing up here. I guess that you can expect that given this 2-year-old race. You can see Jose Rodriguez has jumped off Al-Sindi, who's playing up. And not really playing ball with the stalls handlers either. So I wonder if we'll get the same type of drama that we got in our first race. Certainly one that Alex Moreno won't want to look back on. But he's got plenty of chances today to get into the winners' enclosure. As Gala Sad comes forward. So too as Al-Kayas. Plenty of racing to look forward to, haven't we? Back end of the card really is magnificent for this time of year. Al-Sindi continues to cause trouble here. We saw in Taif that The stalls handlers do an incredible job, to be fair. They do around the globe, but you rarely see a race go off late here in Saudi Arabia, and we are at post time. So I wonder how many more chances they'll give Al-Sindi. You can see he's gone the wrong side of the tape. He's just enjoying playing around, isn't he? As Mutasare comes in. There's number 19, Salam Allah, into 3. Wonder if they'll give Al-Sindi any more chances. He's got loose now. The one member of the Three Musketeers has caught Al-Sindi. I'd be shocked if Al-Sindi was to run now. Really is playing up. And I'm sure we'll end up on the naughty step after this. Hope that Jose Rodriguez is okay. I think he had got off, didn't he? But they're not going to give this horse another chance, surely not. I think there are 1 or 2 out the back. Jcsa was another that hadn't loaded. See the stalls handlers that are in the boxes turning around just to see how many are left. The rest of the runners remain patient. There you can see the jockey, Jose Rodriguez, hands on hips. Surely not going to give this horse another chance, are they? So they're going to run the horse up to the stalls. This is a tactic deployed, certainly back in the UK. And I think the horse has seen where he was. Jockey's a brave man, isn't he? I can't see this horse going in, but they keep persevering. It'll be Al-Sindi's luck now that he'll eventually go in and probably win the race, knowing him. But he is just not having it. And he's back on his hind legs again. And the rest wait patiently. Surely they go without here. 6 furlongs. No real movement as of yet. They seem desperate to run this horse. You can't see in the shot there, but the horse is going absolutely berserk behind the starting stalls. He is just not having it. Surely they've given up. And they're off. Well, many were slowly away there after Al-Sindi refused to go into the stalls. Plenty towards the rear of the field include Muta Hardy. Also back there is Malawi, as inside the first furlong through the centre. Satay Alaneo was one of those that did get away well, as chased along in the back of the picture was Shibble Lady. So up with the pace, Satay Alaneo leads. The white cap of Nice Dream, and towards the inside, the big white face cheek piece runner of Salam Allah, who got away well from stall number 3. And these are the first 3 as they round the turn. Just in behind these runners then, we have Mutasare in the gold jacket. Just deeper out on the course, we have Schmid, and also circling the field, we have Jcsa, as already they come into the home straight. And it's Satay Alanea, Abdullah Al-Rashed, who now goes on, chased by Jcsa into second. Deep around the outside is Gala Sad. Then looking for a better racing room is the blue cap of Esther Webb. As they go inside the last 2 furlongs, it's still Gala Sad in front, chased by Satay Alanea. Also bound there is Esther Webb, and down the outside comes Mutasare, but deep inside the last furlong, clear now is Satay Alanea by the best part of 3 lengths, and is not going to be caught here. Satay Alanea goes on to win on debut. Satay Alanea wins, beats Galasad, decent run in second, tight for third, involving Jcsa and Esther Webb. Well, the debutants have run really well indeed. And the winner is Satay Alanea. Plenty of these probably not suited by standing in the stalls for 3-4 minutes. Satay Alanea didn't really care. Abdullah Al-Rashed got to the front from stall number 9. Got a decent beginning. And it seems that this track is suited by front runners. He's won in a time of 1:15.35. And signalling to the crowd, victory on his first start, and bigger and better things surely await Satay Alanea, a name I'm sure you'll hear again. Second, Galasad, decent debut in second place, and it was close for third. That's not quite through yet. I think Jcsa has just got that. Indeed, he has. So 9 beats 17, beats 13. Esther Webb back in fourth. Winning time 1:15.35. Winning distance of 2 1/4 lengths. Satay Alanea. If you like your chicken satay, you'll win a chicken dinner tonight.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. It's been a long time since I've heard anyone say that. Thank you very much, Mark Francis. Well, when we eventually got underway in that race, it was a good win for Satay Alanaya, wasn't it, Tom?
Yeah, it was. I thought one of these first-time starters would win. I just chose the wrong one in Mutahadi. But again, it was all about pace, wasn't it? If you can get up front, if you can get into the firing line from the outset, then you've got a great chance of holding on. And Satay Alanaya showed good early speed, was just one off the pace at the start, and then pounced in the straight, never looked back.
Well, this is exactly how we saw things play out yesterday, wasn't it? Whoever gets the good break, who gets the lead in the opening stages generally is the one who's in with a shout.
Precisely that. You just don't want to be in behind. It's not necessarily the kickback, albeit there is some, as we'll see in the slow-mo footage when we look at the replay. But it's just race positioning seems to be the right motto for winners at the moment. You know, Satay Alanaya just going to the front and dictating. In the previous race, the two horses who were first and second round in the bend eventually finished first and second, albeit in the reverse order. So if you're not in the firing line or the vanguard in the early stages, you really find it difficult to get involved.
And a good run as well for Galasad in second, who was Shamila's pick in the paddock.
Yeah, he was the best looking horse in the prelims, a big, nice, scopy 2-year-old colt, and he ran very well in second. He actually did make some ground late in the race, never looked like winning, but he moved into second after being around fourth, turning for home. But we'll see more about that in the replay.
Yeah, and a good experience as well. Well, again, no kind of drama in the race. All the drama happened before the race with Al Cindy's antics refusing to load into the stalls. As Mark, our commentator, said there, those horses had to stand for 3-4 minutes before the race actually began. How much of an impact will that have?
A lot of an impact for sure, especially with first-time starters, horses that aren't used to being in the stalls full stop, let alone in the stalls for that long period of time. As we saw, plenty of these horses broke slowly. We'll see it from the start, as I say, in the replay, and especially the horses drawn out wide, they seem to miss the kick, which obviously put them on the back foot, and given the bias, as we've already talked about, once you're on the back foot after a couple of strides, you're really on the back foot for the remainder of the race. So Al Cindy's antics not only messed around the jockey and Jose Rodriguez, who really wanted to get on board, and full credit to him for that. The fact that then he wasn't able to run in the race also impacted others in the field.
And so frustrating for the jockey as well. He was obviously, you know, it's game day, you're in the frame of mind to get racing, and then something like that happens. And of course he was on board and had to get off.
Yeah, for sure. The stalls handlers gave him a great chance of running. You know, they persisted for a long period of time with Al Cindy, but they rightly withdrew him. He was, you know, playing around far too much, rearing up, and it became dangerous at one point. He actually got loose, so the fact they actually persisted after that was creditable. But he shouldn't have run because he just didn't want to go in. And yeah, Jose Rodriguez won't be happy. But I saw the horse return to the unsanding area after the race, led back by one of the three musketeers, and he looked okay. They'll just need to work on his antics prior to racing.
Well, we saw those antics in the parade ring before they even got down to the track. So the writing was on the wall, wasn't it, early doors? It
was. Some horses do just play up in the paddock and not in the race, but he played up in both. As we see there, look at that. The race is already, there's a line. You can draw a line directly through the middle with the slow starters and the horses that started quickly. Horse number 7, Mutahadi, who was my selection, was the slowest of starters. So he was most inconvenienced by what happened at the start. Horse number 18 as well, Malawi, completely missed the kick. I believe horse number 1 as well, Masandam, missed the start. So they were immediately on the back foot. And at this stage, there are 6 horses breaking clear. They're 2 lengths clear of the remainder. Satay Alanaya is 3 wide on the turn, but is showing that natural early speed, which is what you need. Nice Dream was just inside him. He showed good early pace and then briefly faded out of things late in the day. And horse number 19, Salam Allah, who had previously run 4 times, so had the experience, showed the early speed, was already done at this point against the rail, as the eventual runner-up was moving right around the outside, Galasad.
And this was a competitive field, wasn't it, Tom? So how impressive was it to win on debut?
Yeah, it was. It was impressive, and it's good to get the job done first time up. But he did have the run of the race out in front, in the clean air, no kickback. He broke nicely, which is full credit to the horse. On debut, you don't necessarily expect them to break on terms like that. But I don't really know the standard of the horses in behind. What I will say is I was taken by horse number 12, Aishq Baladi. You wouldn't have seen him in the replay there. He didn't finish in the first 5 or 6, but he really picked up in the closing furlong. And actually, just after the line where our studio is, you get to see the horses on the gallop out, and he was pretty headstrong. There was plenty left in the tank with him. So maybe next time for number 12, Aishq Baladi.
Well, of course, that was just a 6 furlong race, so you're suggesting, Tom, that he needs a longer trip.
Either a longer trip or just another bit of experience like he gained today over this distance. You know, he was one of the ones that missed the kick, so you know, the whole race didn't go right for him, but he was tanking in the final furlong and can definitely improve for this run. Hopefully we see him in this footage right now. Horse number 12 in the black and white. I think he finished around 7th or 8th. We should see him cross the line. There he is. You just see after the line, his jockey tried to take the pull and pull him up like all the other riders do, but he wasn't taking it. He wanted to take off and really continue running. So that was a tick in the box for him next time.
Confirmation then of the result. Pretty tightly run race. We saw a lot of these results really strung out yesterday. Today seems to be a lot more competitive, doesn't it, so far?
It was more competitive this race. The first race we saw a reasonable winning margin, albeit there wouldn't have been had the other horse under Alex Moreno, Alfa Reyes, stayed up in a straight line. But what I think is noticeable, that race there was for colts and geldings, 2-year-olds. The first race was for the 2-year-old fillies. Generally, across the world, you'd expect the colts and geldings to be stronger at this stage and generally throughout their career as well, and therefore running quicker times. But the colts there ran 1:15.35 seconds over the 6 furlongs, whereas the fillies ran 1:14.6, almost a second quicker in the first race, which says that Malaya, who was the winner of that race, may be good, or just generally the fillies are stronger than the colts.
That's fascinating, Tom, and it's what Shamila was saying earlier when we were speaking to her before the race, that she said the fillies here can have the beating of any of the colts.
Yeah, it's strange. You don't see that anywhere else. Even in America, where it's a similar kind of track, you know, the tracks are very similar to this, but apparently Shamila's with the winning trainer, so hopefully we get to hear from him now.
Mohammed Al Khalifi is our winning trainer of the second race of the day. Congratulations. Were you expecting that from him first time out?
Thank you very much. Yeah, actually, it was a very good baby. He was very sharp in the work. And he go with us to Taif, but he don't run. He take all the summer just for training. And thanks God, he give us good race today.
What's your plans for him going forward next time out?
You know, it's very hard to say, but you know, he's 2 years old and first race today. We will go with him, inshallah, step by step, and we will see.
Were you expecting that from him from stall 9 as well for such a strong run?
Yeah, just I was afraid because his first time run. I was afraid from the braking because it's very short distance. But as I tell you, he was very sharp in the morning, and it was very easy to deal with him. And thanks God.
Do you think it benefits some younger horses to give them a season in Taif with no run?
It's different, you know. It's different. In Taif, he don't want to run, you know, and that's why we keep him training, and he was ready.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to Shamila there with the winning trainer of our second race. Well, of course, still plenty more to come, and race 3, the one we're all looking forward to, and it is the queen of Saudi sprinting who is up next. And let's chat to Mark Francis, who's going to tell us all about the next race.
Thank you, team. Yes, 6 furlongs again. Fillies open, 3-year-olds and upwards, and they're headed by number 1, Sunset Flash, rated 109, looking for career victory number 20. She really is a superstar, and hopefully she lands the 4-timer here. Sunset Flash is ridden by Alex Moreno, who of course had that issue in the first race, and surely, without any problem here, should be in the winner's enclosure after. But I shouldn't tempt fate, because she does have some opposition, headed by number 2, Bojink, one of 2 3-year-olds here. She's a daughter of Galileo Gold, the former Guineas winner back in the UK. Rayan Outer Aish rides her. Pipi Go Lucky, surely probably the main danger to Sunset Flash. Ali Al-Mimoni rides the 3. 4 is a scratch. Go straight on to Pastime, who wears the blinkers for Azil Al-Sahani. Very similar colours to Sunset Flash. The difference is that the top one has the red epaulets, whereas Pastime is all green. Mistrix, also blinkers. Tariq Al-Mansour is the 6. Monster Jimar, the 7 for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 8 is Income for Mohammed Al-Yami. And the field of 8 are completed by Fariba. Number 9, Ahmed Al-Azari. So Sunset Flash time, folks. I'm very much looking forward to this.
Many thanks, Mark. Well, I think we're all looking forward to this one. Tom, we spoke a lot, didn't we, about Sunset Flash, and there she is. She looks fantastic, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. She's obviously got race fitness on her side. She ran at meeting 54, which was the last meeting of Taif, so she's only had a couple of weeks off. comes back here red hot fit, and she's running in this Fillies Open. She's going to be encountering much stiffer opposition throughout the remainder of this season at Riyadh. This looks a very, very winnable spot for her. Full credit to her connections for finding that.
And just talk a bit more about what Sunset Flash has achieved. She's got an absolutely incredible record, doesn't she?
She does. She's won 18 times in Saudi Arabia. She isn't unbeaten. She did lose in the Saudi Cup last year. I believe she finished 12th. And then she finished second on her next outing. But she's 3 from 3 this term. As I say, an 18-time winner. And she was formerly trained in Ireland and in the UK early in her career. And she didn't really stand out as anything special, I have to admit. She was with David Lanigan right at the start of her racing campaign. She was then sold for 36,000 guineas. Pretty cheap when it comes to horses. That was back in October 2019. And she's really developed into this Saudi queen kind of persona that we're giving her. She loves this 6 furlong trip. That's largely due to the fact she has a lot of early speed, so she can get on the front end and dominate. But also she does stay 1400 as well, 7 furlongs. So she's quite versatile too.
Well, let's see what Mark thinks about this. Mark, you've got something to say about Sunset Flash.
Yeah, it's just a bit more background. Tom makes the point there that she's been prolific here in Saudi. She ran in the 2023 Saudi Cup, and Tom's absolutely right, finished 12th, which is no disgrace. And you just look at the jockeys that rode in that race as well. I mean, you've got the likes of Frankie, I think, finished second that year. But if you put a line through that, she's not been out of the top 2 in the last 15 starts, and that dates a run back to the last 18 months. Alex Moreno is 4 from 6 on her. She's got the plum draw, and she should certainly get out and get away. Looking for that 4-timer here. She had an excellent summer in Taif, and she really, as I say, has been prolific. And my question to you guys is, if she is not up to full speed today, what really beats her? I think Habibi Go Lucky probably is the main danger to her. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, I completely agree. Habibi Go Lucky. I think we should be trained by Johnny Murtagh in Ireland as well. She had a fair few runs earlier this season at Taif, and I was actually there with bated breath when I was watching her. I liked the other Nawaz Fawaz horse in the race, but Habibi Go Lucky just burrowed her way up the inside. She finished her race off nicely and she got the job done. That was back at meeting 33. Her subsequent efforts haven't been as good, but she's rated 95, so she's probably the biggest danger to this beautiful filly, Sunset Flash.
Well, she looks absolutely resplendent there, doesn't she, Tom?
She does. Those Aga Khan-like silks as well. It just kind of bring back memories of other fantastic horses like Sindar, for example. So not only is she a fantastic filly, or mare if you're going by the UK terminology now that she's a 7-year-old, but she's got the colours to match.
And number 2, Bojink.
Yeah, this filly's only a 3-year-old. Mark said that she's by Galileo Gold, who did win the 2,000 guineas. He was a very good horse. Originally started his career as a sprinter. This 6 furlong trip shouldn't be a problem for her, but she's only rated 52.
Well, let's head on down to the paddock. Shamila, you're down there. What do you make of, well, of course, you're going to say Sunset Flash is your pick for this one, I'm sure. What does she look like in the flesh?
Well, last time at Sunset Flash run, I also had her as my paddock selection, and it went against every fibre of my being to go against Habibi Go Lucky, because I absolutely love her as well. However, I cannot doubt that Sunset Flash is the best looking horse in this race, undoubtedly. Sometimes the best horses are generally the best looking horses in the race, and thankfully that is working out for me in my paddock selections. Cannot doubt that Habibi Go Lucky looks really well as well. I think she had a really tough season over in Taif. However, I don't think there's any beating Sunset Flash.
Thank you very much, Shamila, who is, of course, dressed to represent Sunset Flash with the choice of colours that she's got on there. So Sunset Flash, Habibi Go Lucky looks the most likely contender, Tom, to that crown, but we'll go back to that in a little bit. We'll just get through the rest of the horses now. Mistrix.
Yes, horse number 6, Mistrix. She's a 4-year-old filly by Vadamos. I believe she used to be trained by George Scott in the UK. She's had 3 starts this year and hasn't featured at all over at Taif, finishing 14th, 13th and 16th.
Number 7, Montserrat.
6-year-old filly, definitely outclassed in this race, there's no doubt about it, but Connections will be hoping that she can pick up some prize money, which goes all the way down to 5th.
Income is the next horse that we will be seeing, number 8.
Formerly with Richard Hughes in the UK, could be 3rd in this race, is what I've got written down here, behind Habibi Go Lucky and the most likely winner, which is Sunset Flash. She's rated 81 and finished 3rd last time up at Taif.
The last horse on the card is Fariba, horse number 9.
Again, another 3-year-old in this race by far, who was a fantastic horse for Godolphin, was ridden by Frankie Dettori early in his career. She'll have to improve again to play a part in this race, and she probably needs a longer trip as well. A little bit frisky in the paddock too. She's a young horse in relation to the majority of these, and she's probably using this as a little prep run towards some more realistic targets.
Well, there's some very well-bred horses, aren't there, Tom, in this race? If we just look through the list of sides, we have Galileo Gold, Far, who you mentioned. A lot of these are ex-UK horses as well, who've not... They've managed to find real success over here in Saudi Arabia that they wouldn't have found over in the UK. It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And Habibi Go Lucky, who we only briefly saw before we went to Shamila in the paddock, she's like the number one horse here that's really improved since moving over to Saudi Arabia. You know, she's rated 95 here. She's a closer as well, so she isn't really suited by the way these tracks run. There are other horses, Astaroth, who used to be trained by Jamie Osborne, obviously not in this race, but I'm just giving some examples, in the similar silks, who wasn't very talented in the UK. It seems to be really appreciating the atmosphere and the tracks and the training regime over in Saudi Arabia. So although some horses come over here at the end of their career, and maybe they're on the decline, others really come over here and improve.
Really interesting stuff. Anyway, let's go back to what we were saying a little bit earlier on, which Mark mentioned. He said even if Sunset Flash isn't running to her full ability today, Habibi Go Lucky looks like the most likely to beat her, but how likely is that? How below par would Sunset Flash need to be?
If you're looking at official ratings, there's a £14 difference between the two, Sunset Flash being rated 109 and Habibi Go Lucky being rated 95. That would suggest, with the metric of £1 to a length, that Sunset Flash would need to underperform by 14 lengths or £14 to lose this race to Habibi Go Lucky if that horse runs to her mark. If you look at the others, they're all rated in the 80s to 60s. There's one horse rated in the 50s in here, and that's Bojing. So she would really have to underperform. And to be honest, I expect Alex Moreno to win this race on the bridle. I don't expect him to have to ask any questions of Sunset Flash. She does have race fitness on her side, just running 2 weeks ago. There isn't really a negative in here. She's drawn inside, so with a clean break, she should get to the rail and in front. I expect it to be a nice piece of work for her, and that's kind of what everyone wants as well. You know, with a horse of this quality, this kind of record as well in Saudi Arabia, you want them to continue because they are the horses that bring the people to the track, bring people to watch our coverage, for example. People right now will be tuning in just to watch.
Of course, if you want to get in touch, please do join us on YouTube. Ed is watching. Once again, Ed, many thanks for joining us on YouTube, and we'd love to know what you think of today's action. And here is Sunset Flash.
She was so good this day. Look at her just cruising up on the outside of the horse owned by Sheikh Abdullah Al Malak Al Sabah in the green and white silks on the inside. Sunset Flash just briefly asked for a little bit of effort there by Alex Moreno and instantly moves clear without really too many questions. She has to be nudged out to maintain her advantage late on, just moving across to the rail to make sure the job is done. But it really was at the top of the straight. This filly has a real high cruising speed. And when you have a high cruising speed like that, you can put races to bed early.
Yeah, she absolutely looks the class apart, doesn't she, Tom? Well, Habibi Go Lucky is... She is partnered by Ali Al-Mamoni, whose brother Khalid had a fantastic day yesterday, the best day of his career with 3 wins, and I'm sure he'll be cheering on his brother today on Habibi Go Lucky. And we were saying yesterday, Tom, weren't we, that it's just such a fantastic community out here amongst the jockeys and the racing fraternity in Saudi Arabia.
For sure, yeah, everyone cheers everyone else on. Obviously, we had the incident yesterday with a couple of the riders coming down, and Farhad Al-Faradi was one of those riders, and you know, he came back and the other jockeys welcomed him, so despite having a slight injury. So yeah, the group of riders especially cheer on one another. I'm sure Alex Moreno, who we can see right now in shot, would have been consoled after the first race incident, but the other jockeys know that he's probably going to win this race and get back on a high.
Well, we've spoken plenty about Sunset Flash, but I want to hear who your second and third will be.
Okay, so I'll have Sunset Flash to win, Habibi Go Lucky to come from behind because she's a closer. She'll pass the beaten rivals and she'll hopefully finish second. And then I'll say Income for third.
And Habibi Go Lucky, just looking at her stats there, 5 wins. She's also got a pretty good record. Not quite Sunset Flash, but she's a consistent performer.
She's very consistent, exactly that. She finished 4th last time, 6th the time before, 2nd the time before, and 1 on her 4th last outing. So she's always there or thereabouts. And generally she runs in these open races or cup races where she's tackling the real talented fillies of her, of her age groups, the likes of Sunset Flash. She faces this group often, whereas most of these horses in here, I'm thinking horse number 5, Pastime, or horse number 2, Bojink. They had some decent form in Europe and the UK, to be more specific, but at the same time, they've never really faced horses of Sunset Flash's quality, especially on dirt.
Well, let's hear again from our commentator, Mark Francis. Mark, we know you like Sunset Flash, but who's 2nd and 3rd?
Yeah, Habibi Go Lucky 2nd, then it's almost sort of putting a pin down on 3rd. I'll go against Tom. I'll go Monster Gmar for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 2 from 47, not the greatest conversion rate, but sometimes she does pass beaten rivals. Back to meeting 40. She did finish 4th, but has only come 8th or 9th since. Quick drink for Alex Moreno. Say this is surely a penalty kick, as the guys say, and she is standing like a proud filly, or a proud mare, I should say. She's a 7-year-old now, and she's one of those horses you feel that knows her job. She knows how good she is, rather. She's just been absolutely majestic out here in Saudi Arabia. As I say, ran with great credit in the Saudi Cup, was 2nd on her subsequent start, and then put up a hat-trick of wins in Taif. So surely if she is to score today, she will go on to bigger and better things. Land connections just shy of 50,000 Saudi Riyal. But Sunset Flash, with a rating of 109, should be unstoppable here from the plum draw, searching for this 4-timer. But yeah, something's got to come 2nd and 3rd. But I'll go Monster Gmar to go against Tom to finish 3rd. But this race could be name the winning distance. We saw in the VT a few moments ago that Alex Moreno just had to sort of push her along for a few strides, keep her mind on the job, because sometimes she probably doesn't even realise she's in a race. And that could be the same here again today. She's a daughter of Mason. There's some great pedigrees on show. You already mentioned Galileo Gold. There's a Memas in here, a Postponed, Profitable, had some good sprinters. And Fariba is at a Far, of course, who I think Tom highlighted in the prelims. But the runners are circling here. Just the 8 going to post here, so one of our smaller fields of the day. See Habibi Go Lucky with the 2 rear white socks. She looks relatively relaxed, and again, easy to spot. She's got a big white face. But Sunset Flash just really showing off how good she looks, really. She'd be the winner in the paddock if you weren't to know who's who. Monster Gmar and also Fariba, they are really up against it here. She's the only filly or mare in this lineup with a rating in 3 figures. Monster Gmar, some 3 stone behind, rated 65. But there could be 2 races on here, as I say. We saw in our last race, chaos at the start. So many of them slowly out of the gates. Perhaps because of how long they were forced to hold. But small field here. All eyes on Sunset Flash from barrier number 1. She'll be turning pretty quickly. Almost a furlong before they turn left-handed. Final one to come forward, Habibi Go Lucky, for our fillies open. Stand by for a start. All in, and they're off. 6 furlongs in front of them. Sunset Flash got away smartly from the inside in the green jacket with the red epaulets. Is joined for the lead by Bojink in the yellow cap, Habibi Go Lucky in the black, but all 3 of those are overtaken by Mistrix to force the pace. So Mistrix is in front for Tariq Al Mansour. Sunset Flash now back on the inside in 2nd, just angling for a little bit of room and forcing Bojink out wide. But further out in the race course, you can see In Comes White Cat tracked through there by Fariba. The back marker is Monster Gmar, as they're already turning left-handed down the side of the racecourse, and it's the blue cap of Mistrix who holds a narrow lead here. Towards the inside, Sunset Flash needs a bit of an out here. She's short of racing room, allowing Income to move along the outside and staying 3 wide now is pastime as they're inside the last 2.5 furlongs. Sunset Flash now, the gap begins to open. She's pushed along for the first time. Draws alongside Income in second. Pastime back in third. And then Habibi Go Lucky. Sunset Flash has got a race on here. She leads by a best part of half a length on Income. And then comes Pastime. Sunset Flash beginning to get on top here inside the last 50 metres. And Sunset Flash will go on and score. Sunset Flash, great run in second from Income. Tight for third, involving Habibi Go Lucky and Pastime. Well, Sunset Flash, she didn't exactly scorch away. She got the rub of the green on the inside. The gap opened. Alex Moreno said, let's go. And it wasn't an immediate burst of acceleration, but she has been good enough to score. I think the class has got her through here in a time of 1:12.99. Income second, beaten 1 3/4 lengths. Habibi Go Lucky has got up for third, ahead of Pastime. Sunset Flash, well, the figures will show win number 20 of her career. She has landed the 4-timer, but she was made to work for it by Income in second. Habibi Go Lucky stayed on, but all too late in third, ahead of Pastime. We got our story. Sunset Flash has won again.
It's not easy. Well, Mabruk to Fihan. It's not about the easy, I get some traffic in the last 700. The horse in the front, she can go fast how I think. So that's why I have to wait a little bit. But after she get the line winning, she just go, she just go away. Thank you, madam. Well, she's in a good performance. And then, we'll see what's going on after. Well, thank you, man.
Well, Sunset Flash, the winner, it was never in doubt, was it, Tom?
Ooh, it was briefly coming around the home bend. I don't know, look, this filly has a lot of talent. Alex Moreno probably made it too difficult for himself and for her, but at the same time, that was largely due to the fact that she wasn't able to get to the front in the opening stages. She was in behind traffic, somehow the rail opened up for her, and she moved on through like the classy filly that she is. But she didn't win by as far as we were expecting. A great run in second by Income, who was formerly trained by Richard Hughes, and Habibi Go Lucky took third. So I did get the first three, just in the wrong order, but Sunset Flash got the job done as expected.
She did, and redemption for Alex Moreno after the first race that he completely threw away.
Sure, I'm hopeful that Shamila's going to ask him about that race because, I'd love to know his thoughts. But, he would have imagined he was going to win this race, I'm sure. You could tell by the way when he came back, it was more expectation rather than surprise that he got the job done. This filly's very, very exciting, and Alex quite clearly loves riding her as he tapped her down the neck as they crossed the line, with a little bit of a celebration finger point as well.
Well, who wouldn't love riding a horse that wins pretty much every race?
Exactly, that is what these jockeys live for, isn't it? To get these rides on the best possible horses. It's all good to win the maidens, but to win these open races is what it really counts.
Well, let's go to Shamila now, who is chatting to the winning jockey, Alex Moreno.
Death, Taxes and Sunset Flash. Congratulations, Alex, but I think we all knew who was going to be the winner of that race before.
Well, congrats to our team, to me, to Sunset too. Today I got a little traffic on the 700, the speed horse. I think she don't have that speed to go. That's why I came a little bit trouble. But I wear my time, so when I take it off, she just fly away.
Did she surprise you with the turn of foot she had?
Sure. I think she passed the last 210 or something, She just fly today. She's on a good performance, so okay.
And you've got a really nice ride in the last race, Path of Thunder. What do you think are his chances?
Well, this horse, he improved step by step. Today, I think he's gonna run better than Taif, and I hope I can do it,
And I just want to touch on the first race. Unfortunately, your filly bashed into the rail. Just explain what happened there.
Well, I was clear. I don't know what's going on. I just kicked it the first time. She was afraid, so I kicked in the second time. She just fly to the rail. But thanks God I'm fall off, but she did well.
Yeah, please don't do that again. It gave me a heart attack. Do you think she'll win next time out?
Well, she have to, because she do all those things and she came second. So next time she have to win far away.
And most importantly, how much did you miss me over the 2-week break?
A lot.
Thank you so much, Alex.
And thank you to Shamila, speaking there to winning jockey Alex Moreno. Well, as promised, Shamila did ask him about that first race. And what do you make of his response there, Tom?
Interesting. But yes, he was accurate in what he said, and definitely she'll win. She'll win next time. The first filly, who eventually finished second. Alex at this point got himself in some real difficult situation, just boxed in against the fence in the green and red silks, as you can see, behind the leader, who broke really nicely. That was Mistrix, the former George Scott trainee, who definitely didn't show that much speed in the UK, so they've quite clearly worked on that over here. And actually right now, Alex is fourth, looking for that gap. Somehow it opens up. 9 times out of 10, that rail would stay shut, but Alex was able to push on through, and to be fair to the filly, she had that turn of foot to move into the gap. Sometimes gaps can open, and the horse looks like they're travelling well, but then they just don't have that turn of foot to take advantage, but she did.
Yeah, he was made to wait for this gap to open up, wasn't he, Tom? Do you think there was any point where he thought, oh no, it's not going to happen?
This is Alex Moreno we're talking about, so I doubt it. He was always probably confident that it would happen, but he's one of the best riders in the game, and you could tell just how much it meant to him just there, look, with the celebration and the pat down the neck. Yeah, he's glad that he has this ride on Sunset Flash. He knows that she's going to take him to the big occasions, running several big races. She'll be seen on Saudi Cup night, for example, probably in the Saudi Cup itself, like last year.
And he clearly has a great relationship with this horse as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he knows what to expect from her. As we just see the start again, she's drawn on the inside. It was a brief full step there. She maybe missed half a length. But she instantly finds her stride thereafter, was able to sit just behind the speed of Mistrix, who actually missed the start completely, yet really pushes up through in the blue silks with the yellow, just in around 5th right now.
Habibi-go-lucky got away great.
She did, but she's very much a closer. It's her style. It doesn't matter how well she breaks, she wants to be just off the speed, preferably. She ran all right, back in 3rd. Probably not the best performance we've seen of her in Saudi Arabia, but at the same time, this track is so suitable for the front runners and not the closers that she was never really going to feature.
Let's speak a bit more about Sunset Flash. 20, win number 20 for this horse. Will we ever see her run abroad?
It's a good question. I would love to see her run abroad. We did early in her career when she was trained in Europe and the UK. And to be fair, she was nowhere near as good as she is now. Now, maybe that's due to the fact that she's much better on these Saudi tracks, or whether it's the heat or whatnot. She might like to just feel the sun on her back, because fillies are like that. Or she could have just progressed into a much better horse than she was early in her career. However, I don't think they'll go anywhere else with her. Only the US is comparable in terms of the tracks. You don't get dirt tracks in the UK. And even if she went to the US, she would face horses that are far quicker in the early stages, and that will put her right on the back foot. So they'll be wise to keep her to Saudi.
And of course, when you've got a record like that, you don't want to do anything to jeopardise it, do you?
Why would you? If I was the trainer of this horse, I just want to see her win constantly. So
absolutely.
Saudi Arabia is the best place to be.
7 years old. How much longer will a horse like this keep going?
Probably not that much longer, because she's going to be a good brood mare. She could easily have be covered by several of the best sires over here, or even some of the UK sires or the European sires, likes of Mason, etc. Well, not Mason because that's her sire, but Memas or Postponed or Frankel even, a horse like that. And she could have some great progeny. Probably the end of this year, I imagine they'll retire her. But, if she's still firing, if she runs well in the Saudi Cup, then why would you retire?
Absolutely, and that's something to look forward to. In just a few months' time, the Saudi Cup, of course, being held on this very racetrack, and of course, we'll be seeing the likes of Sunset Flash there, hopefully. That's much more to look forward to in the coming months, and of course, much more to look forward to today. That was our third race of the card, 12 races in all. The next one is the first Arabian race of the day, and we can head to Mark Francis, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders of this one. Mark, the first Arabian race, what do you make of this one?
Yeah, looking forward to this team. The first of two Arabian contests, this being a handicap rated 85 to 100. So the stall's positions don't correspond to the saddle cloths. Our Mir got number 1 on its saddle, drawn 8. Out widest of all has the blinkers for Abdullah Al-Khamis. To Hamiat Al-Khaladir for Mohammed Saeed. I've missed by Al-Khaladir the last 3 weeks. There's the first in drawn 5. But saddle cloth 2. Al Sabek, the only debutant, is in stall 2, but horse number 3, Azil Al Sahani. The only grey is Sawati Khalid Al Khaladir, 4, drawn 4, Naif Al Anazi. Saif Al Qisai has the inside gate, horse number 5. 6 is Saab Al Khaladir, the second of the 2 Al Khaladir stable representatives. We need to see the colour of the caps of those 2. Abdullah Al-Lawfi rides the 6. Emberiter, former French trained, Thurb Al Tinyat rides the 7. And Melk, the 10-year-old for Iyad Al Tarizi, who won this race last year, is back for more again. Melk completes the field of 8, heading for our first Arabian contest.
Many thanks, Mark. First Arabian contest. Always an interesting one, this, isn't it, Tom? The Arabian race yesterday, the first one that we saw, a little bit chaotic. Hopefully this one is much more straightforward. But just looking down the card, 8 runners in total. And for those who are new to the Arabian racing, you look down the race card and they're quite a bit older than their thoroughbred counterparts. What's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, well, so this race, anyways, for the older horses, 4-year-olds and up, so you're generally going to see the older types in here, but Arabian horses can begin their career at 7, at 8 years old, and you just don't see that in thoroughbred racing, because generally, 3-year-old season is considered to be the proper year where horses thrive. Loads of these Arabian horses will continue racing for a long period of time, as you've touched on in yesterday's show. They're real stamina, and they're bred for stamina, bred for long distances, so they're able to have long careers. And albeit some of these have only had maybe 3 or 4 starts, you know, they're still quite young in terms of Arabian horses. They can race all the way up till they're 11 or 12 years old.
And there are 3 Al Khaladir horses on this card, Tom. We talked about the significance of the name yesterday, but for those viewers who haven't been following the coverage since we started yesterday, just give us an overview of the significance of the Al Khaladir name.
Sure, so the Al Khaladir farm is the biggest farm for Arabian horses in Saudi Arabia. They just solely breed Arabian horses, and obviously if you breed a horse there, they're going to give the horse the Al Khaladir suffix to their name. Now, not all of the Al Khaladirs are going to be owned by the Al Khaladir stables where they're bred. Only some of them are, and in fact 2 of the 3 in this race are actually owned by the Al Khaladir stables. The white silks with the black V. However, they can sell their horses, and the likes of number 2, Tuhamiyat Al Khaladir, now isn't owned by the Al Khaladir stables. What I will say though, is the horses they do own generally have a stranglehold on this division.
So you're certainly looking towards the Al Khaladir horses to be setting the pace early on.
Absolutely, they're the standard setters in here. Both of them, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir and Saab Al Khaladir. They'd be the 2 main rivals that you need to look at here. Horses number 4 and 6.
We've got 1 unraced horse on this card, Al Sabek, horse number 3, 6 years old. Is that going to be a disadvantage in any way?
Technically, albeit if you look at the race card, it says completely unraced. This horse has raced before, just not in Saudi Arabia. You do see this sometimes with the Arabian horses, generally, as the whole of the Middle East race this breed of horse, as well as in France. You can get them as well. This horse is French bred. He's previously been running in Qatar, I believe. So first run in Saudi Arabia. That could be a negative in regards he's never raced on this track. Different conditions, different climate. But at the same time, he's got a good rating of 95, so he has a lot of ability.
It's horse number 3. We'll keep an eye out for him. Horses now making their way into the parade ring before we get this 4th race of today's card underway. And Tom, just a general overview, what are your thoughts on this race?
It's a good race. It's a handicap for 85 to 100 rated horses, so the quality is there. There isn't much El Alpha Rady not riding, but at the same time, I wouldn't have expected Naif to be the guy to pick up the spares.
Do you think it's because he really rates the horse, or do you think he's just stepping in?
Well, he's probably stepping in. I presume the Al Khaladir stables rate him, which is why they've chosen him to take the ride. And why wouldn't you? Nath is one of the best jockeys in the group right now. He had a winner yesterday. Hopefully he gets a winner here too.
Is he going to need to change his riding style from thoroughbred to an Arabian horse?
Potentially. Arabian horses do tend to take a little bit more coaxing. They're not willing to immediately get into top gear like some of the thoroughbreds are. For example, if Nath got this horse, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, in behind, like Alex Moreno got Sunset Flash in that race, he's probably going to not find enough. That gap that was open for Sunset Flash, an Arabian horse wouldn't be able to take it because they don't have that turn of foot. So there is differences there. You generally want to have clear runs, be out in the clear air, get the horse rolling early and hope that they continue with that momentum and stride in the straight.
Well, we know that our reporter Shamila is a real fan of Arabian racing. She is down there now in the parade ring or amongst the horses. Shamila, over to you.
It wasn't difficult in this race. I could not take my eyes off this horse number 4, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir. Now, when I was at Khaladir stables the last time, they were pretty confident on this horse's abilities. Obviously, 6th and 3rd last time out. He's partnered with Naif Al-Anazi, a 6-year-old grey colt. He just looks really, really well in the parade ring, as do all of the Al Khaladir stable horses. Now, you will notice that Layth Al Khaladir is the sire of 3 of these horses in this race, also the sire of the brilliant Asfan Al Khaladir. So you cannot ignore those bloodlines in this race. However, I will try not to get kicked in the parade ring. Suwaiti Al Khaladir cannot be overlooked.
Shamila, tell us more about Asfan Al Khaladir.
Oh, wow. I mean, me and Tom, I think we're Asfan Al Khaladir's biggest fans in Saudi Arabia. Every race he turns up to, he annihilates the fields, and in the stables as well. He knows he's a champion. He struts around like he owns the place, and I cannot wait to see his progeny after they decide to retire him, which will not be anytime soon, because Arabian horses tend to race on until they're 11 or 12 years old, and they don't tend to peak until they get a bit older as well, which is why you shouldn't be afraid of Suwaiti Al Khaladir, who is 6 years old. Do not be concerned about their ages.
Well, certainly looking forward to this one. Shamila, thank you very much. This is our first Arabian race of this 12 race card, race number 4. Tom, let's have a little look at the horses as they're going round the ring. This is horse number 1, Awamir.
Yeah, he won over 1,600 metres 2 starts back. He hasn't run yet this year. It's actually his first start for 7 months. The 6 furlong trip, 1,200 metres, are probably on the sharp side for him. Maybe this is just a little prep run before some bigger and better targets await him.
And smart colours too, Tom.
Yeah, the lightning bolt, you love to see it. You definitely can't miss those.
Absolutely. Maybe it's a go quicker flash. The second horse that we are seeing, Hayat Al Khaladir.
Very consistent in defeats so far this season, finishing 5th, 5th, 4th, 4th and 5th. Last seen at meeting 53 in type. Not the biggest type and very long backed.
And the third horse is the debutant Al Sabek.
French bred, Al Sabek, first run in Saudi Arabia, as you say, rated 95, so at his best he could play a part in this race. Has 2 handlers, so could be a little bit hard to deal with. He also looks like he's carrying plenty of condition.
He does indeed. The next horse is the one that Shamila likes, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, the grey.
I'm going to be in the Shamila camp here and hope for another Naif Al-Anazi victory with Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, 2-time winner from the 10 outings, twice run this year, finishing 3rd at meeting 47, which was a very fair effort, before finishing 6th last time up at meeting 53. That was a bit of a disappointment for this lovely looking grey, but at the same time, these Arabian horses can, dip and peak in their performances. They're not always super consistent, so I'm willing to forgive that. The trainer is one of the best, if not the best, Arabian horse trainers. Al Khaladir stables are the biggest ownership group for the Arabian horses, so I've got to have the 4.
Of course, a fantastic jockey on board. Horse number 5, Saif Al Qusayr.
First run this year for the 9-year-old colt. He's drawn inside of stall 1, which probably isn't positive in Arabian horse races, because if you miss the kick, you're instantly on the back foot and you don't want to lose momentum.
Well, this one looks to have lost momentum. He's standing stock still. This is Sab Al Khaladir, number 6.
The second of the Al Khaladir stables colts in this race. He's rated 89, so he gets weight off his rivals in here. Abdullah Al-Alfi, who rode the winner of the first, takes the mount. Looks like he's a bit on his toes, and a little bit inexperienced, which is surprising given he's a 5-year-old. His best efforts have come over 1,600 to 2,000 metres, so the drop down to 1,200 is probably not ideal.
Significant drop for him today then. This is number 7, Imperator.
A one-time winner, lovely chestnut horse, carrying that orange 7 saddle cloth. He's probably lacking fitness, judging by what we can see right now. I don't think today will be the day.
And what about this one, Tom? Number 8, Milk, the final horse in the field.
Commentator Mark said he won this race last year, which is always a big tick in the box. He's a French bred, he's a 10-year-old now. He's only had 4 outings in Saudi, but he previously raced in Qatar, consistent performer over there.
Certainly this is one to look forward to. It's a nice change of pace, isn't it, Tom? The Arab race as opposed to the thoroughbreds. It's nice to have that one in the card too. It just gives us a bit of variety over the day, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and as we touched on yesterday, it provides the perfect opportunity for these horses to race. Previous to this year, these Arabian horse races were only one on a card, and you would, well, it's obviously been doubled this year. We get 2 every card, so there are a lot more opportunities. That does mean smaller fields, as we see just 8 runners here, but at the same time, it gives a great chance for these horses to get wins to their name.
Absolutely, and we spoke earlier about the crowds that we had yesterday, and we can certainly see that more and more people are beginning to arrive now. Certainly the stand filling up here on the second day of the season here in Riyadh, and of course lots to look forward to as the day goes on. But this is our first Arabian race of the day. Horses still in the parade ring before they head out on to the track. We've already had real high quality racing today, and this promises to be no different, I'm sure.
This is also our 4th race over 6 furlongs. Yesterday we had a bit of a variety of trips early on the card. We had a 6 furlong race and a 7 furlong, then a 6 furlong again. So we're getting lots of sprints to start this card, which really does help when we look at the times and we try to compare just how good one horse is to another. Now, this is an Arabian race, so the time is not going to compare to the 3 previous thoroughbred 6 furlong races that we've had. But we have got the track record there on your race card, which was set last year by Kaswarat Al Kaladia in a time of 1:18.02. So remember that number when Mark tells you what the winning time is for this event.
Yeah, it's always interesting, isn't it, Tom, to compare and contrast those times even from race to race. We saw the fillies this morning, or earlier today rather, running faster than the colts in the next race. So it's always interesting to look at the numbers.
Exactly that, and if you are into your horse racing analysis or just trying to find out who you think will win the race, you're trying to find an edge. Well, times are the crux of how good a horse is. You can look at the handicap ratings, but that's generally used in comparison with the times. You can look at the previous form figures. For example, a horse like Sunset Flash has now got 4 1s next to her name for 4 consecutive wins, but the time is what tells you how good a horse is. A good horse is a fast horse.
Absolutely. In the game of horse racing, speed is key. Well, do keep the comments coming in on YouTube on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia channel. We'd love to have your company. We're delighted that you're watching us, and we love to hear from you as well. So do keep those comments coming in. We've had a comment from Ed already. He's enjoyed the racing over the last couple of days. So many thanks to you, Ed, for joining us. We do appreciate it. Well, jockeys look to be almost all set to go. Just a couple still to mount, and then they will head down on to the track ready for this 4th race of the day of this 12-card race. Just a few last-minute discussions. Mark Francis, our commentator, I'm sure will have something to say. He is a real Arabian racing expert. Mark.
Oh, goodness me, what a throw. No, it's okay. I'm very much enjoying the Arabian racing and have been, actually, for the last few months, particularly in Taif. Shamila mentioned Asfan Al Kaladia, rather, who I'm looking forward to seeing getting back on the track. What a fantastic record he possesses, and I seem to recall calling one of his victories at the beginning of September. So looking forward to seeing him back on the track. No surprise, as Tom said, that the course record is by an Al Kaladia, Kaswarat Al Kaladia, who I think finished behind Asfan Al Kaladia that day. I might be wrong, but yeah, 3 Al Kaladias in here, 2 with the colours of the stable. The guys have explained why Tuhamiat Al Kaladia is now not. He's now in, or she rather, she's the only mare in this contest with the red jacket with the black cross belts, check cap as well. But in terms of finding the winner, I thought I'd take a chance on Milk. Won this race last year, first time out, has shown a tendency to race well when fresh. I thought the main danger was Sawati Khalid Al Khaladir, but even though there's £9 between them, I thought, given the nature of this contest, that Melk would be the horse to take all the beating here. So there we can see the pink jacket of Al Sabek, debut here in Saudi. What fantastic shots of the grandstand that is. That'll be jam-packed, as the guys said, come Saudi Cup night towards the end of February. Really looking forward to that part of the year. Of course, in this part of the world, you have Carnival Seeding and in Meydan, Jebel Ali be heating up soon. And of course, here at Riyadh, we've got some great racing to look forward to, especially tonight. As I say, the last 3 races are absolute crackers, and we've already seen one of the big superstars in Saudi, in Sunset Flash. Probably not at her best today, but the most important thing is she got the win. That's all that matters, really, isn't it? As the runners head towards the start, 6 furlongs again, sprinting in handicap company. It was rated 85 to 100, Arabian horses, that is. Sabek's rider has just jumped off here for a moment or two. But, the sun is setting here. We've gone beyond sunset here at Riyadh. My mind keeps wanting to say Taif, but of course we are here in the capital now. So looking forward to this handicap. Our next race again is another handicap. That's a 0 to 85. So if anything, we have the better Arabians in this race, on paper at least. I didn't think this was the strongest of renewals. Many Arabians in here are seeking a bit of a revival, and that's why I think Melk could possibly take advantage here. He'd run this race in 2-3 months' time, it'd probably get a completely different result. There are no immaculate records for these runners. As we can see, Asil Al-Sahani reunited with Al Sabek. But you normally get smaller fields with the Arabian contest, just the 8 runners here. Look to the next race, 16 Arabians. I don't think I've seen that before. So a big field coming up. That race takes place at 5:40 local time. So the runners continue to circle down at the start. Just have a quick flick through the runners and riders again. Abdullah Al-Khamis rides Awamir, who's drawn out wide in 8 as the white blinkers. 2 is Tuhamiat Al Khaladir, has the red noseband, but the red jacket as well. 3 is Al Sabek, pink colours you can see in the foreground, just going out of shot. 4, Sawati Al Khaladir to the left of screen, just gone out of it, is the only grey here. It's rather rare for an Arabian contest, but Naif Al Anasi has the black caps, so the first colours of the Al Khaladir stable. 5 is Saif Al Qusaya, who gets the grace of the inside stall. He's a 9-year-old now. Shamila mentioned Arabians do get better with age. Sadly not for Saif Al Qusaya. His last win was back in 2020. Saab Al Khaladir, red cap for Abdullah Al Orfi, for a double. He's got a big white face, just like Melk, who's drawn in 3, horse number 8. Between that pair, Imperator, the former French-trained the Al Timyat, rides this 6-year-old gelding. So Saif Al Qusaya and Imperator have safely loaded. See shots of the moon here. All the right cameras for that sort of stuff. Really great content here on the Jcsa English broadcast, as we're ready, almost ready, for the first of 2 Arabian contests, this being a handicap for runners rated 85 to 100. Top weight is rated 98, and Melk just scrapes into this one at a rating of 85 and gets a nice pull at the weights as well. Sawati Khalid Al Khaladir is taking a turn. Goes in now. Set. They're off. Jumping out of the stalls, Melt just seemed to clash into Al Sabek and is ridden forward to try and claim the early lead, but brushed aside by the one and only great Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir, who now goes on. Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir through the centre. Towards the inside, Saif Al Qusayr got away well from stall number 1. The red cap 3 wide of Saab Al Khaladir also being tracked 4 wide by Awamir. So it's a hot pace on here. The back marker is Imperator, and there's already 7 lengths first to last. On the inside, Saif Al Qusayr leads narrowly. The red cap of Saab Al Khaladir moving alongside. Back to third is Awamir. After showing good pace, Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir is now back to 4th, being overtaken by Duhamiyat Al Khaladir. Imperator is still towards the back of the field, and Melk has got more runners in front than behind. Turning into the straight then. Towards the far side, Black Jacket. Saif Al Qusayr has got company for the lead. Saab Al Khaladir now moves through. Another challenge from Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir, who moves into second. It's an Al Khaladir 1-2 at the moment. Staying on out of the pack is Duhamiyat Al Khaladir. It's a 1-2-3, but in what order? Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir seemed to be defeated, but he's got back in front. Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir went backwards, went forwards again, went on to score. Tight for second. Duhamiyat Al Khaladir crossed the line with Saab Al Khaladir, who hit the line too early on, or hit the front too early on. It's an Al Khaladir 1-2-3, folks. Oh yes, the winner in the centre, Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir, Naif Al-Anazi, in a time of 1:20.02, has won. It was very close for second. We'll get the across the line in just a moment. I think Saab Al Khaladir has prevailed. Sits confirmed second to Hamiyat Al Khaladir back in third. Winning distance of 3 1/4 lengths. Winner number 4, Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir beats Saab Al Khaladir, and to Hamiyat Al Khaladir in third. Next across the line was Saif Al Qusayr, and then Awamir. Oh, it's exactly what we wanted, wasn't it? A 1-2-3 for Al Khaladir. Names the winner, Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir. It's a 1-2 for the stable.
Well, what a comeback that was from Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir. He lost his lead completely and then regained it and went on to win. It was quite extraordinary, wasn't it, Tom?
It was. Our producer was in our ear during the race saying, he can't win from there. But Naif Al-Anazi knows he's one of the best riders at this track. And yeah, it just looked like he was willing to lose the lead. He thought they were probably going a little bit too hard, and he just knew what he had underneath him. Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir really produced a good kick in the finishing straight. Once that gap opened up, there was only one winner.
And he didn't panic at all, did he, Naif, when it looked like he was well off the pace at one point?
Yeah, I think it was part of the plan. I mean, he broke beautifully. We'll see again in the full race replay. He broke lovely right on the outside of the early leader, which was Saif Al Qusayr, against the fence. Naif could have sat in that real prominent position throughout if he wanted to, but he just kind of gave way and allowed the others on the outside to move across, which I'm sure he's going to go into great detail when he talks to Shamila, and then really produce his horse in the straight. He just needed that gap to open up in front of him. As I say, once it did, with 250 metres to run, the horse exploded through it and won decisively. And I have to say, although I did select this horse, full credit to Shamila, because I did speak to her before. She loves her Arabian racing. And she said, Naif Al-Anazi on Sawati Khaled Al Khaladir, when she went and did a feature at the Al Khaladir stables, they loved this horse. And I was like, okay, I'll take that on board.
Listen to the expert. She did pick this one out early doors, saying that he looked fantastic in the prelims, and certainly proved to be the case today. But it's interesting, Tom, that he did lose his position completely, and then he showed a turn of foot to come and win it. And we've spoken extensively about the fact that Arabian horses don't tend to do that.
Yeah, That's a good point, but I think in the early stages what happened there was, as we see the trainer there, Mutlaq bin Mishri, just giving the horse a nice kiss on the head. With Arabian horses, they don't show turn of foot necessarily, but I think Naif decided that he didn't want to go at that really hard early gallop that they were going at there because it could burn this horse out in the closing stages. So he reined back. He did lose the position technically, but at the same time Naif was happy for him to lose the position. It wasn't like he was scrubbed along and the jockey was trying to keep that position. He seemed to just rein back out of choice rather than being forced.
Real confidence from the jockey. He knew exactly, the horse's abilities.
Exactly that. They would have probably told him. Connections would have told him beforehand that this horse is likely to win. He's been working well, I imagine, from what Shamila said anyway. And they'd have expected him to get the job done. So Naif, who doesn't ride in too many Arabian races and definitely doesn't ride too often for the Al Khalidiyah stables, will be happy to get this win on the board.
This was certainly worth his while today. And a good day for the Al Khalidiyah as a 1-2. That was expected, wasn't it, Tom?
It was expected. They were the two I thought were going to play major roles. The other Al Khalidiyah, who was not owned by the Al Khalidiyah stables, also finished back in third. So just utter domination, like we always see from the Al Khalidiyahs in Arabian horse races. The time was 1:20.02, as you saw on the caption there. Course record was 1:18.02, so exactly 2 seconds slower than the course record. Pretty quick when you relate that to how quick the thoroughbreds have been compared to their course records. But at the same time, there haven't been too many Arabian races, so there isn't a big disparity between the quickest possible horse and the slowest possible.
Absolutely, and it is getting a bit cooler out there as well now, Tom. We are here submerged almost in darkness. Shamila is standing by out there in the paddock and she has Naif Al-Nazi, the winning jockey. So let's hear now from the two of them.
Well done to Naif Al-Nazi. Naif, that didn't look very easy. Did you ever get worried in the last few hundred meters that you weren't going to make it?
Yeah, Shamila, thanks God about this win. Actually, I see my brother, another horse, Abdullah, he's coming front and I come in step by step. This good horse, thanks God about this win. I scared before maybe this horse inside the gate is too much people. He's crazy. Thanks God today he's coming so relaxed and in the race perfect. And I think this horse more 1,400 1 mile more better about this horse.
And it's not very often we get to see you in Al Khalidiyah silks. What does it mean to you to be able to ride for the stables in Arabian races?
Seriously, Shamila, this big farm, big stable in Khalidiyah, I'm proud for myself about because I ride for this stable. Thanks to Prince Khalid bin Sultan and Sanham. Thanks my brother Mutlaq Mishrif and all the team Al Khalidiyah because he's this stable trust me and thanks God about this win and inshallah in the future more win for me in Khalidiyah stable.
Thank you so much, Naif. Well done.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you.
Well, a delighted Naif Al-Nazi there, who described his horse as being good, and I think that was probably a bit of an understatement, don't you, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely. He said that this horse would be better over further as well, and I fully agree there. As we're taking this replay from the drone shot, you could see just how well Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyah broke from the stalls. The big grey horse in the middle, you can't miss him. But Naif at this point is willing to just let that position go, sit instead in fourth rather than on the shoulder. And he said that Abdullah Al-Alfi was in front of him. Well, he was because he allowed him to be on the horse in the red cap. And Naif just knew that he was on the best animal in the race and could pick these up in the closing stages.
Do you think that was a risky move, Tom? It's a race run over just 6 furlongs, and these are stamina horses. Do you think it was risky for him to sit back like that?
It is a little risky, for sure. Not only just because of the short distance and the fact these are Arabian horses, but also because of the bias that we've seen at this track. Generally, you want to be on the front. But at the same time, if you know your horse is quicker than the other horses and you're 2 lengths behind, providing you get the gap, which Naif does here in between the 2 Al Khalidiyah horses, then you've always got that safeguard. You know this horse can produce a winning run, and he does just that. To be fair, it could have been a lot easier than it was, but winning margins don't pay the bills. Winning positions do.
And that was an impressive turn of foot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. He quickened up nicely. He was actually going further and further clear, and right now after the line there's no other horse in the shot, so his winning margin would have got greater and greater if the distance was further. But again, another win for Al Khalidiyah stables, another win for Mutlaq bin Mishrif, the trainer, and another win for Naif Al-Nazi. 2 for him so far in Riyadh.
Yes, pretty good start to the season for Naif Al-Nazi. And do you anticipate that we'll see him in a lot more Arabian races after this?
Well, it'll be interesting, won't it? Because he doesn't have too many rides, and the ones he does have, they don't tend to be for the Al Khalidiyas. So it'll be interesting to see if they give him more opportunities. Adel Al Faradi is generally their number one, and he's not riding today, so that might be the difference and why he's riding this horse.
And look at that race result. Al Khalidiyya 1, 2 and 3. And of course we spoke a lot, Tom, about the significance of that stable and just the stranglehold that these Al Khalidiyya horses have over the Arabian racing field. Certainly that was played out there in that race today. And we also have another Arabian race still to come today. 2 Arabian races on this 12-race card today. We have 2 back-to-back, so a real treat for those of us who enjoy our Arabian racing, most notably Shamila and Tom, 2 big fans of this category. Well, race 5 is next up on the card, and as I just said, it is another Arabian race, 2 back-to-back, so a real treat for the Arabian racing fans among us. A much bigger field for this next one, for the 5th race, and let's head over to our commentator, Mark Francis, who loves these Arabian races.
Oh, yes. Happy hour continues here with race number 5. 6 furlongs again here for this 0 to 85 this time, so we don't have a horse rated above 85 that we saw in our previous contest. The headed by number 1, Modizha, for Naif Al-Anazi, looking for a quick fire Arabian double. You don't hear that too often, do you? The second horse is a non-runner, so we go straight on to number 3, Gasham Sham Al Jazra for Camilo Ospina, champion jockey back in Taif. 4 is Jcsa Al Khalidiyya for Thurb Al Timyat. Jcsa, and there are several greys in this lineup. Luis Morales rides this one. Genobi Al Khalidiyya for Wigberto Ramos. I think it's Wigberto's first ride this evening, and we've got to race 5. Jada de Fust for Azil Al Sahani. 8 is Munir Abdulaziz Al Yesh, and 9 completes that caption, Fertile Del Kroot, Mohammed Al Yami. Turning the page, the 10 is Hazim Al Barak for Khalid Al Mimoni. 11 is a scratch, so straight on to 12, Mutahed Al Khalidiyya for Abdullah Al Khridis. 13 is Shibul Nimar. 14 is Bab, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 15, Jamil Al-Wahbar, Iyad Al-Tharizi. 16, Kara Al-Khalidiyya, not from 16 so far, Rahid Al-Faroz. 17 is Jalmod. 18, Zahi Al-Jazra for Abdullah Al-Sayyidi. So, 16 runners. You can scratch the 2, you can scratch the 11. A big field for the second of our 2 Arabian contests.
A big field indeed. Many thanks, Mark. And of course, no time for Naif Al-Anazi to enjoy that victory, Tom, because he is back on board. Another Arabian race for him, 2 back-to-back.
Yes, 2 back-to-back. I'm sure he'll be riding high right now. I mean, if I just rode a winner, I'd be absolutely buzzing. So, albeit it's a common occurrence for Naif, he'll be hopeful to add a second to his tally today.
Absolutely. So the horses making their way from the pre-parade ring into the parade ring, where Shamila will be having a good look at them, and we'll hear from her a bit later on to get her thoughts on this field. Another big field, Tom, a lot bigger than the one we've just seen, just 8 runners there, but a lot more in this next Arabian race. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's a big field, and it's very difficult to assess who's likely to win, unlike the last race where I thought it was between 2 horses, and fortunately it turned out to be that way. This one, you can make a case for plenty. The Al Khalidiyya entry in this race is a non-runner. That was Sadia Al Khalidiyya, and he would have been the most likely winner. So with him not in the field, it's going to be a pretty tough job, I think, to follow. And actually, I'll pick the last 2 winners, just a little bit of a shout out to myself there. It's going to be a pretty tough task to get up the hat trick, I think.
Well, you picked the last 2 winners, but so did Shamila as well. So congratulations to both Tom and Shamila, both on their hat trick. And of course, we've got plenty more races still to come today, Tom. So you still do have a chance to get your hat trick. Yes, there is still plenty of time to pick that 3rd winner. Lots of greys in this one, Tom. Just the one in the last one, but the greys certainly well represented in this next Arabian race. Under the floodlights here now at the King Abdulaziz racetrack, 8 greys in total in this race. Don't normally see that, do we?
No, more so in Arabian races. You know, there's been a lot of Arabian horses in the past that have been grey, and when they become sires or dams of other horses, then you know they pass that colour down to their other progeny. So that's why you tend to see it more often in the Arabian horse races. But yeah, you generally get a whole mix of different types of racehorse here. You get big types, small types, ones that carry condition, ones that are on the skinnier side, leggy types, etc. It's a real different group of horses.
And so different, in fact, that in the UK there used to be races just for greys, or does that still happen?
There is one race now in the UK just for greys, a thoroughbred race, and it's run at Newmarket called the Grey Horse Handicap. Technically, and this could be controversial, but technically some of them aren't grey, but they let them in anyway. They are down as grey, but they're almost certainly brown.
So there is room for manoeuvre there under that grey banner.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that is Roberto Ramos, Tom, looking serious as he heads out to see his horse, and he is on board Janobi Al-Khaladia.
Yes, Roberto's yet to have a winner so far at Riyadh, so he will be praying that that run comes to an end very shortly. Look, he's one of the best jockeys here, as we've already said yesterday. One of the veterans of the game, knows this track inside and out, and won the Saudi Cup a few years ago on this exact race course. So it's only a matter of time before he breaks his duck.
And do you think he'll be concerned that he's not yet had a winner?
Probably a little bit, but I remember an interview that Shamila did with Roberto at Taif, and it was a similar kind of scenario. He was on a mini drought. He said he was briefly worried about it, but then he knew that if he just waited, winners will come.
Some nice revealing interviews from him, Tom.
For sure, yeah, and he provides wiggles when he wins.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see that at some point. This is the first horse number 1, Modhisha.
It's her fourth run so far this season. She finished 15th on debut when she definitely needed the run. Then she finished 6th at meeting 42 and 5th at meeting 47. Seems to be trending in the right direction. Naif Al-Anazi positive in the saddle, and she's a top-rated horse in the breed.
Super stuff. And the next one is horse number 3, Kashamsham Al-Jazra, the next horse that we'll be seeing.
Lovely looking 4-year-old colt as well, 2-time winner from 21 outings. Camilo Ospina takes the ride. Again, a big tick in the box for this horse, given he's one of the better jockeys. Rated 82, probably fair enough, and he seems to be trending back in the right direction with a 5th place finish last time.
And Shamila is ready to give us her insights. Shamila down there in the paddock with the Arabian horses. Shamila, who do you like?
I really like the look of horse number 5 in this race at Jcsa. Unraced this season so far, but has 9 runs under his belt already. An 8-year-old gelding, an 8-year-old colt. And he is just looking really well in himself, really confident in the parade ring. And Louis Morales had 2 winners yesterday. Another jockey we don't get to usually see win in Arabian races. However, I think Louis has what it takes to win this race. It was quite difficult. I also really like the look of horse number 1. Could give Naif Al-Anazi a quick fire double in this Arabian race. However, I will stick to my guns, stick to my first choice with horse number 5 at Jcsa.
Great, thank you very much, Shamila. Louis Morales, of course, had a fantastic day yesterday, didn't he, Tom? He got the quick double, winning the first and second races, so it'll be interesting to see how he does today. Horse number 4, Jcsa Al-Khaladia, Tom.
Wide draw today on the reappearance, drawn in 18. He's a 9-year-old, 1-time winner.
Next up is Shamila's choice, Jessan.
You're not going to miss him on the track at Grey Colt. He's drawn in 16, so we'll need to break well, but 16 isn't a negative if he has that early speed. 2 wins came 2 years ago. Hasn't been racing so far this season, but he is a prolific type, and as you say, and Shamila said, Luis Morales takes them out.
And Janobi Al-Khaladia is horse number 6 here.
Smaller type, he's an 11-year-old. He hasn't really come in his coat either. He's not the paddock pick for me.
Horse number 8, horse number 7 rather, I can't count, is Jade de Forst.
She's drawn in 17, which wouldn't have pleased connections. She's a 4-year-old filly, generally pretty one-paced. We saw her regularly at Taif.
Munir is the horse carrying the number 8 cloth.
Yes, the penultimate second place finish was very good, finishing second in meeting 38. Then last time, I don't know what happened, finished 13th at meeting 47.
Number 9, Fertil de Croat.
Consistent performer this year, finishing 3rd, 4th and 4th in 3 runs. He hasn't been seen since meeting 17.
This is number 12, Mutahed Al-Khaladia.
Khalid Al-Mamoni takes the ride, which is, horse number 12, not horse number 10. Abdullah Al-Kredis takes the ride, first time this year, 7-year-old colt, 2-time winner.
Number 13 is Looking Lively, Shibble Nimmer.
Ran badly last time, finishing 11th. I think Shamila liked him the time before when he finished 2nd in a better race than this. Could be a player in here, and he's just a 4-year-old.
Umbab is looking more relaxed.
Yes, a grey French-bred Umbab. He's a 7-year-old. Finished 6th last time. Big step up on the previous effort when 17th. But again, he lacks a change of gear.
Jamil Al-Wathba is the horse number 15.
Race fit after 5 runs this year. He finished 7th last time meeting 50. Has some early speed as well, so the inside draw should work.
Kara Al-Khaladia, number 16. Just seen him pass our screen there.
He's never won a race, which has to be a concern. 0 from 16 so far. Rated 69, maybe he needs to drop down.
There he is, horse number 16, Kara Al-Khaladia. Horse number 17, Tom, is Jalmod.
4-time winner, unexposed in Saudi Arabia. He probably needs the run, Jalmond, given he hasn't been seen at Taif this season. He's an 8-year-old as well, and he's drawn inside in still 5. If he lacks that early speed, he might be on the back foot.
Well, he looks well in his coat, Tom.
He does, yeah, he's definitely in his coat, which is good to see, especially first time up.
Absolutely, and horse number 18, Zahi Al-Jazra, last but not least.
This horse has had plenty of chances, 0 from 12 in his career so far. Finished 3rd on his penultimate outing. That was a good effort back at meeting 50. Connections decided to bring him back quickly just a week later at meeting 53, and he ran 10th. You'll need to step forward today.
So, Tom, now you've had a good look at the horses as they've been around. What are your initial thoughts? Who's caught your eye?
The two at the top of the handicap for me, Mudhisha, horse number 1, and Gasham Al Jazra, horse number 3, as we see a beautiful shot of the moon. Obviously, we've got pitch black darkness now here in Riyadh, quickly changing circumstances. The floodlights are on and the track is well lit. So yeah, it's between the 1 and the 3 for me, with the 2 leading riders. If I was forced to choose one, which obviously I am, being the analyst on the show, I'll go for Mudhisha, and hopefully Naif can ride back-to-back winners.
So you're going for Mudhisha, but because it's a big field, Tom, I think we can allow you to have 2 picks, so you can have 1 and 3. Tom going for Mudhisha, horse number 1. Shamila likes the look of Jcsa, horse number 5, and of course, we'd love to hear the thoughts of our commentator, Mark Francis. We'll go to him in a little bit to get his thoughts on this one. But we'll be taking a look soon at another horse in this race. Gasham Al Jazra. We'll hopefully have a little bit of a look at him the last time out, the last time he ran. It'd be nice to see that, but horses are now making their way out onto the track down towards the stalls. And we will get Mark's thoughts a little bit later on. This is our second Arabian race on the card. Bigger field than the last one, but certainly an intriguing contest. It's got dark pretty quickly out there, hasn't it, Tom? The floodlights are on, and there's a full moon, so plenty of light out there, nevertheless.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very well-lit racetrack. It feels a bit more like a Wolverhampton on a Monday night now.
Come on.
Obviously, the expanse is a lot better. The racetrack's a lot bigger and greater than Wolverhampton, but you know what I mean with the floodlights.
I don't really. Bit of a change of temperature as well. We've had 30-odd degrees here today. I'm not sure they've had that in Wolverhampton in the middle of October.
Ever. Absolutely. But yeah, it's a different kind of atmosphere now with the floodlights on, and I'm just watching all of these horses go down to post. The older Arabian horses generally don't go down and look a bit dodgy and down to post. They're all going down nice and calmly.
And now we can have a little look at Gasham Al Jazra, horse number 3, finishing 2nd in September, just last month. Well, Gasham Al Jazra just making his way down towards the stalls, horse number 3. And here he is, running last month.
Yeah, he makes a nice move. This is the wrong footage. But Gasham Al Jazra gets Camilo Ospina today, which is almost certainly a positive. Look, he's got plenty of early speed. He can also come from off the pace. He's a very versatile horse. Camilo seems to be happy to be on board. Look, he's grinning away there in the slow-mo shots that we've got currently. So, some of these riders probably don't want to be riding in these Arabian races because the prize money generally isn't as good, albeit this one is. And here we see the footage now of Gasham Al Jazra. He showed early speed this day. He was right up there in the firing line from the outset. He kept going on as well, galloping tenaciously in the home straight. He actually gets passed by both the 2 horses on his outside before rallying to take 2nd place in the closing stages. He's a reliable and gutsy type. You know what you're going to get with him, which you don't with any of the others.
And Camilo Ospina on board, as you said, Tom, that's a big positive.
Yeah, a big positive. Not only just because of his ability as a rider, but also because he's super aggressive. He likes to be forward on all of his horses, and especially in Arabian races, on this track, you need to be up with the pace.
Absolutely. Let's get Mark's thoughts then. Mark is our commentator, Mark Francis. Big fan of the Arabian racing. What do you think, Mark?
Absolutely. I'm going to go single-handed here with a bit of a surprise selection. Jamil Al-Wathbar, who is drawn pretty well in 4, ridden by Iyad Al-Tarizi. Was 7th last time out when seen at meeting 50 in Taif, just a week after victory in a maiden. That was up in class to a 60 to 85, up to 2,000 metres. I thought was a bit of strange training, if I may say. But he was drawn in 10 that day. Never really got a run and wasn't actually beaten that far. Has got a nice racing weight right at the bottom, but probably hasn't reached full potential. I'm just hearing that the 10, Hazem Al-Barak, is a late scratch here. So you can put a line through Khaled Al-Mimoni's ride. So you can put a line through, of course, 2 and 11, which we already mentioned, but a late scratch is the 10, Hazem Al-Barak. So the runners are arriving at the post for, believe it, our final race over 6 furlongs. And yeah, I'm going to stick with the 15 here. As we see those shots of the moon again. And in with the runners at the post. So, 6 furlongs, 135,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs. You can see sort of just going out of shot was the mint green colours of Jcsa, which I think was Shamila's paddock pick here. Half the field are grey, so I don't think I'll be mentioning that too often because there are plenty of them. The only one that you may not see in the race card is there in front of you, number 4. No colours in the race card, but it looks to me like a two-tone grey silk. There's Shibble Nima, red and black, and also the selection Jamil Al-Wathbar. A nice weight down the bottom of the paper, and I think can certainly improve upon his efforts back at Taif. Ran no sort of race, as I said, last time, but there were excuses. He broke the maiden and the start prior to that, and had been running well. Was 3rd back at meeting 40, 2nd at meeting 19, so was knocking at the door. It's a good draw today, and I think it's a bit more unexposed than plenty of these runners, despite the fact that he's been seen 11 times. He's only a 4-year-old, and I don't think we've seen him to best effect, but we shall see. So it looks as though they're just working on Jada Defust in the centre there, one of 8 greys, but one of 2 grey fillies. She's got the blue jacket with the yellow hoops. Azil Al-Sahani just jumped off momentarily. There's a selection. Behind that, some fabulous colours. You don't get more orange than that, do you? Fertile de Crote, who, as Tom highlighted in the paddock, 3 really good runs at Taif. Wasn't that the top 4 on 3 runs? Looks as though the stall's procedure is about to get underway. Mutahed Al-Khaladir, one of 4 Al-Khaladir named runners in here. Of course, none of them carrying the colours of the stable. This is a 0 to 85. The top runner is rated 84, just a pound shy of qualifying for our previous race. And Zari Al-Jazra is at the bottom, rating of 54. But runners 1 to 15, all in between a stone in the handicap. So I'm very surprised we saw a wide margin winner, but you never know. Kara Al-Khaladir goes into 1. And Modest Sharp goes into 2. Lovely silks these as well, aren't they? I'm a big fan of some of the silks you see out here in this part of the world. 17 is Jalmod. Feroz Al-Sanaitan. It's his first ride of the evening. And I think we're all loaded. All clear given from the back. Long hold. 2 just rearing. You can see a horse getting out of stall 5 there. Just trying to see who that is. I think it's Jalmod. He had his head under the stalls. He's trying to get out again. This race getting underway. All clear from the back. To see what's going on in stall 5. No jockey on board. There's 17 at the moment. Being backed out. Jalmod, who was trying to get underneath the stalls, has been taken out. They'll go without. Or they give him a quick lap. No jockey on board at the minute. Can't see Ferraz. As I said, first ride of the evening, not a great start. Horse seems to be none the worse. Where's the rider? This is normally how the vets check over the horse. Give it a couple of twirls. Seems okay, doesn't he? Thought he'd know better. 8-year-old Jalmod. Ferraz now being reunited. It looks as though they're going to try and reload this runner back into stall 5. As the rest of the field wait patiently, and we saw crippling evidence of that earlier, that 1 or 2 must fall asleep in the stalls. Jalmod is safely back in. They're off. Jumping away then for this 0 to 85. It was a pretty level break. The one that's struggling out wide is Jcsa Al-Kaladir. Has probably got 10 horses in a line to his left. One of those through the centre, Jalmod, who didn't really want to go into the stalls, wanted to come out of them early, has got out in front, leads in the centre then. Towards the inside, the blue jacket of Mutahahed Al-Kaladir sits second. The mint green colours of Jcsa is back to third. Then comes Bab, who is fourth. Then the white cap on the outside of Munir. 1 or 2 of these are really struggling towards the back of the field, including Zari Al-Jazra. But up ahead, it's Jalmod, who is in front by about a length. Jcsa will be the first challenger, moving to the outside. Back towards the end is Mutahahed Al-Kaladir, who's being ridden from the first time. Staying on from out of the pack is Munir, who now moves into third and making good ground down the centre of the race course is Jada de Fus as the leaders kick for home. Down the centre of the track, it's Jcsa. Narrow advantage. Look towards the outside. The blue colours towards the outside. The grey of Jada de Fus is moving up alongside. Jada de Fus goes on now by about a length to Jcsa in second. Then comes Bab. But this is all over. Racing up towards the line. Jada de Fus gets a deserved victory. Jada de Fus, the winner. Second position goes to Bab. Very close for third, involving Jcsa and the running on Fertile de Croat, who seems to have placed again. Jada de Fust made her move down the centre of the course. An eye-catching bit of riding from Azil Al-Sahani round the turn. There were 1 or 2 rivals beating a retreat towards the inside, and she avoided all that trouble. Down the centre of the course, Jada de Fust wins for the second time. Drawn in 17. You really have to mark this performance up. Wins at a time of 1:20.89. 2 3/4 lengths back to Bab, who's run a cracker in second. Jcsa will just prevail for third. Fertile de Croat really stayed on powerfully. That's one to put in your Saudi Arabian notebook. Fifth for Jalmod. That's run pretty well given the drama at the starting stalls. Janobi Al-Kaladir, best of the rest. In sixth, Jada de Fus then wins the second Arabian contest, this 0 to 85, and I'm sure will be going up in the ratings.
Well, a really impressive win for Jade DeForest there, Tom. Don't you agree?
Yeah, good effort. She was wide on the track from her wide draw. She had to cover a lot of ground around the bend, but she had a lot left in the tank. Quite clearly stays this 1,200 metres nicely and was well on top at the line.
6 furlongs is not really much for one of these endurance horses.
No, but you do still have to ride them efficiently. You know, if you burn the candle at the start, you don't want to burn it at the end as well. So you've got to go at a decent clip in the early stages, enough to stay prominent, but not enough to completely use all of the horse's energy and then allow them to quicken in the straight. And she did just that. And
drawn in 17 as well, so she overcame a wide draw as well.
She did, yeah. We have seen a couple of high-drawn horses win. I think 2 horses yesterday that won broke from stall 18. So it doesn't matter being wide. It actually allows the jockeys some time to move across, especially if those to their inner missed a kick. That happened here, and Jade DeForest was able to get into a good position. And from there, she really picked up and stayed on nicely.
Yeah, and we'll have a closer look at that shortly when we see the replays. Mbab ran a great race for second.
Yeah, he ran great. The French colt 7-year-old finished 6th last time, which was a big step up, and now he stepped up again in Riyadh. I think this track suits his running style. And Jcsa, we should mention, who was Shamila's pick. He ran great as well, didn't he? He finished 3rd.
He did, yes. Shamila really liked the look of him in the paddock before this race. Lou Morales on board as well. Jcsa with a good race for 3rd. Our 2nd Arabian race of the day. 2 of 2 Arabian races on this card. Horse looks still pretty sprightly, Tom.
Yeah, it is pricked. She knows she's won the race. She probably didn't have to use all of her energy in doing so, given the winning margin. So yeah, she'll be happy with herself. It's the 2nd time that Jade DeForest has won a race. She finished 10th last time at Taif, which was a big disappointment after previously looking like she was trending in the right direction. But she's managed to get the job done after a short layoff here in Riyadh, and the time was relatively good in 1:20.89 over the 6 furlongs. If you compare that to the previous race, which was an 85 to 100 handicap, so for better horses, that time was 1:20.02, so only 0.87 behind that time in the previous race, which is pretty good considering the class.
And looking at the results, Tom, unlike the last Arabian race, there are no Al Khaladias in the top 3. They had a 1-2-3, of course, in the previous race.
They did, yes. This race, they weren't really represented by the best horses. I mean, there were no actual Al Khaladia stable horses in here, just horses that were bred on the Al Khaladia farm. The only Al Khaladia stable horse was a non-runner, and I think in hindsight, and before the race I thought this too, but number 2, Sadea Al Khaladia, probably would have beaten these if she did run here, but that wasn't the case, and Jade DeForest took advantage.
And this is another look at how the race was won. She was really impressive, wasn't she, Tom?
She was. I was just looking there back in the pack, and Louis Morales on the 3rd place finisher seemed to look down just after the line. I hope that horse is A-OK. Actually, I can just see over my shoulder. They did check that horse in the winner's enclosure after, and they're just now walking back Jcsa. So hopefully everything was all right there. Maybe just he was a little bit lame. As we see the race from the start, Jcsa, the horse I was talking about, is the grey, and the lime silks on the outside, just in about 3rd at this stage. The eventual winner, Jade DeForest, is 2nd from the right in around 7th or 8th position. Again, another grey, about to be 4 wide on the bend.
Yeah, it's a really impressive run to come from that position to get the win.
Got a little bit of cover from the horse in front, which was Munir, horse number 8, but Jade DeForest still was covering a lot more ground than those inside of her. At this stage, she doesn't really look like she's making dramatic inroads. Again, we're talking about the horses currently in 9th, about to move into 8th and 7th in the blue and yellow or orange kind of silks. She now starts to make some move, and now they're coming off the end of the bend into the home straight, closing wide on the outside, really devouring the ground, picking up the leaders into 4th, into 3rd. She changed leads twice there, as you can see by the slight head motion of the horse. A good ride as well to keep her going in a straight line. And as I was saying, Jcsa, who Lou Morales was looking down on late, seemed to be hanging out to the right, which can be another sign that a horse is a little bit under distress or feeling a bit of an issue.
Any idea what that might have been?
I'm not too sure. You know, it could be anything. Maybe it was nothing. Lou Morales just didn't feel like he was striding out well late in the day. It could have been a muscle problem, or it could have just been that he was super tired. But at the same time, you know, you've got to always look after these horses, as you just see now. We'll see the clip. Lou Morales in the lime green on the inside. He'll briefly look under his right arm in just a second. Just about now, looks down just to see what's going on in the back of the horse. He seems to be striding all the way to the line. Hopefully it was nothing.
And this horse, back to the winner, Jcsa, still 4 years old, Tom, so clearly she has a bright future ahead of her. Shamila was saying earlier that Arabian horses tend to get better as they get older, and looking through the card, we've got a 9-year-old here, 8, 11, so she's got a bright future.
Yeah, she's still young. She's still open to progression. This wasn't the best of races in terms of quality when we're looking at the opposition, but it was a 0 to 85 handicap, and she's rated 79. Now, let's say she's given £4 or £5 for this victory, she'll still be able to run in this kind of race, and she could be successful yet again.
Well, we've still got plenty more racing to come on day 2 of this new season in Riyadh. Tom, I want to ask you what your highlights have been so far. We've still got plenty more racing to come, but what's really stood out for you so far?
Well, I always love to see an Al Khaladia Stables horse win the Arabian race, so the fact that Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladia winning race 4 has to be a highlight, but obviously the number one talking point has got to be Sunset Flash winning race 3 under Alex Moreno, 4 out of 4 this year. She just continues to build on her excellent CV. We had some great horses running later on, especially in the feature, the last race number 12 on the card. So definitely stick around if you're watching us on YouTube and comment. We want to know who you think is going to win these races.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of comments on YouTube already, but do keep them coming in. We love to hear from you. Ed has been watching over the last couple of days. He's a loyal watcher, so thank you very much, Ed, for joining us. And do keep those comments coming in on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel. Good to know that we've got company on race day here. Still much more racing to come. Still lots more to look forward to. Tom, you mentioned the feature race number 12 on the card, and a very exciting horse in that race.
Yeah, there are a couple of exciting horses in there, to be fair. Path of Thunder is the one that we previewed right at the top of the show in our menu when we talked about horses to follow for the action today. But there's another horse called Los Andes, rated 105 in there. Man of the Night, who used to be trained by Richard Hannon in England. And I know from a personal level that Hannon was he thought this horse was very good. There was no bones about that. He didn't develop into the horse that he thought he would be, but he's still very talented. There's another runner in there called My Map, who'll be ridden by Roberto Ramos. So that last race is going to be very exciting. We've also got a couple of good other horses running earlier on the card, but still to come, including Grocer Jack, who used to be trained by William Haggis, and is now trained over here. He hasn't run for 12 months, but at the same time, he's definitely the class horse in race 10, which is the Jcsa Awards contest over a mile.
Well, let's get the thoughts now of our reporter, Shamila, who's been out and about on the course, and she's somewhere a little bit different now. Shamila.
I am indeed, Rebecca. I am in the pre-parade ring, which is situated right next to the parade ring, only a few meters distance away. However, you can really tell how quiet and tranquil it is here. And it has to be quiet. Everybody is whispering and saddling their horses. All the horses are now saddled perfectly. They're just walking around, warming up, waiting for the stewards to tell them to go into the parade ring. And the horses are looking really well. So you have to have a quiet pre-parade ring to make sure all the horses are on their A game before they transfer to the main parade ring, where it's a lot louder. The crowd is all around. However, I really, really like the look of horse number 13. If I was going to give you a quick paddock selection, I saw this horse walking towards the pre-parade ring beforehand, and he just looks absolutely stunning. So I just wanted to highlight to you the amenities we have here. And that's all from me, and back to Mark Francis for the runners and riders.
We're ready for our 6th contest, so we're halfway through the card, and the first for me of 20 runners. We go up to 7 furlongs here for this local bred horses handicap, 0 to 75. And you can see there at the top of the screen in brackets, hands and heels. I'm sure the guys will go through that in just a moment. They're headed by number 1, Aladire for Norweth Al Farouz. Number 2 is Saif Al Falah, Farhed Al Faredi. 3 is Estijad, Saned Al Dehani. 4 is Nakra Al Saeed. 5 is Jasmine for Abdullah Al Khridis. 6 Al Habir has the inside post. Zarat Teshreen is the 7 for Camilo Ospina. And 8 is Card Al Kamar. Turning the page to the 9, Hafir Al Batin for Mohammed Al Yami. Saif Al Jazeera is the 10 for Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 11 is Awal Alex Moreno. Al Hathami is the 12 for Iyad Al Tarizi. 13, La Tojardel, as Shamila was just mentioning there, eye-catching in the pre-parade ring, but drawn out in 20. Mohammed Al Sharima is aboard this one, the only grey in the lineup, as I say. Thalik 14, Tariq Al Mansour. Woodman, 15, Salman Al Rashid. 16, Kanajir with the cheek pieces, Yasser Al Bakawi. 17, Najma Al Shaib, Abdullah Al Khamis. 18 is Moaz with the blinkers. 19 is Asmar Thurb Al Timyat. And 20 is Al Nabra for Luis Morales, meaning we don't need the reserves of 21, which was a scratch anyway, 22 or 23. It's fiercely tight, this one. Just a stone between these 20 in the handicap. 20 runners, 7 furlongs. Where on earth do we start?
Start indeed, Mark. Well, hopefully Tom Collins will be able to share some insight into this one. Tom, we're stepping up to 7 furlongs for the first time today, and it's a hands and heels race.
It is, yeah. First time over the 7 furlongs, which is just on the back side of the track after the bend. So there's a long run to the first and only bend in this race. That will help horses drawn outside. It will also help horses that don't necessarily have wicked gate speed, but do have the early speed. Horses that don't necessarily break on terms with the others, but can muster the energy to move up into a prominent position. Hands and heels means that the jockeys aren't allowed to use the crop or the whip, if you prefer.
Well, it'll be certainly interesting to see. This is horse number 1, Aladari.
Yes, 4-year-old colt in this race. First run of the year for this horse. He is carrying a bit of condition. Will probably come on for this effort, but he is looking nice in his coat.
Yes, indeed. Horse number 2, this is Saif Al-Falah.
One-time winner from 27 starts. Farhad Al-Faredi was supposed to ride, but he's off his mount today due to the injury occurred yesterday. He's got a wide draw in stall 19.
Horse number 3, S. Jidad.
4 runs the last twice for this horse, finishing 13th in meeting 48 and then 12th in meeting 49 after a quick reappearance. Maybe that second run just came a little bit too quick for him. Early in the season, back in meeting 35, he won.
Nakra Al-Said will be the next horse. We see horse number 4.
The first filly in this race. She's also just a 3-year-old and she hasn't run since her 2-year-old campaign. She's a lovely looking type and pretty big as well, considering she's facing the boys and she dwarfs those. She's got a chance. I wouldn't rule her out.
She certainly is a big imposing horse. Horse number 5, Jasmine, another filly.
Deep closing type, she comes from off the speed, but she's got lots of natural talent. She's rated 74, so just about gets into this race, and she was a Taif regular. Finished 2nd at meeting 30, 4th at meeting 36, had a blip in meeting 39 when she finished 10th. She finished 6th and 8th to end her campaign there.
Number 6, this is Al-Haba.
Took an A to get off the mark, but when he did it nicely in meeting 40, tracking the leaders on the fence and running away. He's drawn well in stall 1 again. Can he do the same tactics once more?
Another filly, it's Zarat Tashreen, horse number 7.
Yeah, this filly is like Kayed Al Fasan yesterday, one of the horses that we saw week in, week out at Taif. She's had a very busy campaign, but seems to relish racing. She finished 2nd at meeting 28. 4th last time at meeting 49. Camilo Ospina takes the ride. Again, a big positive.
It certainly will be fit. This is Kad Al-Kamar.
Fitness is probably a concern with this filly. She's not the deepest of types either. She looks pretty small in the parade ring, though that handler must be tall.
He must be indeed. Number 9, Hafa Albertin.
Now this horse definitely needs to run. If we're talking about the physical, that's a negative for me. He's a 5-time winner though. He's got the ability to win a race of this nature when he is fit.
Number 10 is Saif Al Jazeera.
He finds it tough to win races. He's won from 23 and again makes his first start of the year.
Horse number 11, Awal.
A filly in this race. She's not as good a looking filly as number 4, Nakra Al Said, that we've already covered. But she's won from 7 and Alex Moreno takes the ride.
Well, we got Shamila's thoughts from the pre-parade ring, but now she's got the chance to have a proper look at these horses. And Shamila, are you sticking with the same horse?
There's an old wives' tale that says that you should stick with the first horse box you see, and La Tajdal was one of the first horses I saw walking down to the parade ring and stunned me, honestly. But honestly, I have to disagree with you, Tom. I really like the look of horse number 11, Awal. She is a 4-year-old bay filly by First Defence, ridden by Alex Marino. He could have a double. going forward. I think she is looking really nice, to be honest. Another horse I wanted to highlight was horse number 5, Jasmine, who is also looking really well. A 3-year-old bay filly. We know her very well from the Taif season, and very best of luck to her trainer, Abdurrahman Al Farhan, who is in the studio next door to you right now analysing the race. So best of luck to him. But I will be sticking with my guns and probably eating my words that I didn't choose La Tojadal. However, I will stick with horse number 11.
Fantastic, thank you, Shamila. We'll come back to you after the race to get your thoughts on this one. Let's continue looking at the horses, Tom. We skip forward to number 16, but that's the horse you see in shot now. But we'll go back to the ones we haven't yet talked about. Horse number 12, Althami.
5-year-old colt, drawn in 15, which probably isn't ideal if he doesn't break on terms, by official visit, having his first start of the season.
La Tojadal is Shamila's choice horse number 13.
Again, he's drawn wide out in 20, represented by the white stable though. They don't have too many runners at this level.
Well, we're looking at horse number 17 at the minute, but we haven't covered all of the horses yet, so we'll go to number 14, Thalik.
He was better last time when he finished 5th at meeting 51. Prior to that, he was 12th. He seems to be trending in the right direction.
Woodman is 15.
I liked him last time when he was 10th. He didn't really perform to the level I thought he would. He's got plenty of ability. I wouldn't be surprised if he played a part.
Kanaja is 16.
3 from 16 in her career. She's a 3-year-old filly, seemingly on the up.
And Najmat Al-Shaib, number 17.
Won on his seasonal reappearance at meeting 10, but finished 7th on his last 3 runs. Short break since his last outing in Taif.
The horse that you see there is 18, Moaz.
Won his penultimate outing at meeting 47. Last time finished 12th. Didn't show that natural early speed. Very in and out performer.
And Asma is the horse that we see now, number 19.
Nice big type. She's a 4-year-old filly as well. She seems to be growing into her physique right now. She's beautiful, lovely looking horse, but she hasn't run so far this season. Maybe she'll lack a little bit of fitness.
Next up is number 20, Almabra.
Lou Morales takes the ride on the last horse in this race, drawn in 18, which is never ideal, but at the same time, we saw 2 winners from this stall yesterday.
Indeed we did. So Tom, who's your pick for this one?
I'm not sure. Zarat
Still on the
Teshreen.
fence.
Zarat Teshreen is prolific and she's race fit as well, so maybe her. Camila Ospina gives her a big tick in the box as well. The only thing with her, she just finds winning this season pretty difficult, finishing 4th twice and 2nd. Maybe I'll go for Zarat Teshreen. I'll also like to see Jasmine run a big race. She also has fitness on her side. She has a good jockey on board too. So numbers 5 and 7 will be for me. I'll err on the side of caution and go for number 7, but I'd like to support both.
And Tom, we touched earlier on the hands and heels concept. How are jockeys going to need to adapt their riding style in a race like this?
Well, jockeys can go into races very much like a machine and be used to exactly how they ride, come off the bend, use the whip, ask for more. So they need to just remember that they can't use the whip. Now, obviously they get to carry it just in case of, mitigating circumstances, e.g. a horse not steering off the bend, and they just have to get the horse back for safety reasons. But otherwise they shouldn't be using it. These jockeys will know that. They've all ridden in these kind of races before. And it just means that the stronger riders are going to be seen to better effect.
Do you see hands and heels with younger horses, with 2-year-olds, with raced horses, or is it needed that you need the whip just in case?
Yeah, generally the hands and heels races will be for the older horses, largely because they're more calm and relaxed in the race itself, which means safety is there for the riders. And obviously horse welfare is the first and foremost factor when it comes to planning these races, but at the same time you can have hands and heels races for 3-year-olds and the younger horses too. So we just don't see it for the juveniles, but apart from that, we do generally see horses like that, races like this for the hands and heels scheduled on cards no matter what.
Well, this is the first one of the card, and it's the first one over 7 furlongs, so an intriguing contest. And do keep those YouTube comments coming in. We can see a few of you watching who are commenting on the action today, and we do appreciate your thoughts. Hope you're all enjoying this 12 race card here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We're certainly enjoying the action, aren't we, Tom?
Yes, we are. We've seen a couple of good horses already. We've got a couple of great races to come. Maybe the next couple aren't the best in terms of quality, but we've got quantity in both of those races with a full field of 20 runners here, and in the next race we have 15 runners. So, when there isn't quality, there is quantity, and that's a good substitute.
But it's great though, isn't it, Tom, to see such big fields, because quite often we see, often in the UK, sometimes there are really very small fields, and that can be a real problem.
Yes, most certainly. It gets rid of not only the competitive nature of the racing, and they can become dull with horses that are far superior to others in the same race, but also, you know, with the small fields, it doesn't help with crowd turnout, for example. If you know that 3 horses are going to be running in the best race, why would you bother? Whereas here we've got, you know, big fields.
Absolutely, and we're just taking a little look now at horse number 4, Nakra Al Said.
Yes, this filly, we saw this clip briefly earlier accidentally, but I'm sure at that point you'd have seen her make this big run up the rail. And, you know, horses generally don't make moves like this. She was really tightened up there just as she was coming through to a challenge. This was at Riyadh last year. She does well to actually finish 4th and continue to sustain her effort in the closing stages. If she repeats this, she's got to be one of the leading players, but fitness has to be a concern. Look at that beautiful turf track, by the way. I'm looking forward to seeing that here.
Absolutely, yeah, such an impressive venue, the King Abdulaziz racetrack. It's looking in tip-top condition for the beginning of the season here in Riyadh, which will of course culminate in the big one, the Saudi Cup, at the end of February, but plenty more action to get underway before all of that happens. The horses just making their way down to the stalls now. Horses already on the track. And just to confirm the selections then, Tom, who are you going for?
Zarat Teshreen, horse number 7, though I would also not put you off horse number 5, Jasmine.
Well, we spoke earlier, didn't we, to Jasmine's trainer?
We did.
He had some interesting words to say about her.
Yeah, he said that he thinks she's going to run a good race, but he also said that yesterday he had a horse who he knew was going to win. So this is a guy who can train his horses very well. He's also an analyst on the Arabic feed that we're currently covering as well. So a man of many talents.
Well, it seems so indeed. So Jasmine, that's the one I'm going to be looking out for in this one. And Shamila likes La Tojidal, horse number 13. She had a good look in paddock. It was number 11 rather, Alwar. She liked the look of La Tojidal in the pre-parade, I think, but she ultimately has gone for Alwar, number 11. That's Shamila's pick. Well, let's get Mark Francis's thoughts on this next race. Back to the thoroughbreds, Mark.
Absolutely, yes. 0 to 75 here for the thoroughbreds. I've just sent a screenshot to my producer just to make sure I've got some backup here. When Tom went through his selections, I was like, don't say 5 and 7. Don't say 5 and 7. And that's exactly what he's done. And I've got a little shot of him on my screen smiling right away now. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Zarat Teshreen and Jasmine are the two for me as well. Zarat Teshreen has a white sash on blue with a red cap, 3 wins from 25 starts. Camilo Espina Rise, drawn 6. And had a busy summer, a couple of decent efforts, probably the best of those back at meeting 28 when finishing 2nd. Jasmine, meanwhile, well, we've already had a couple of long-serving, deserving winners, particularly in our last with Jada de Fust. And I thought Jasmine, I feel like every time I'm commentating, she's running. She was 2nd back at meeting 30 and caught the eye, and she's not disappointed the next few starts, just sort of starting to become a little bit frustrating that she can't get her head in front. Drawn out in 14, so not too bad. Abdullah Al-Khridis has the ride. He had a double yesterday, of course. Thought she had a decent chance. So we've got a runner in each segment of the stalls, if you like. But I am going, funny enough, with the same 2 horses that Tom's put forward, and I assure you, I am not copying him. If anything, it's probably a negative for Tom. But we'll see. 20 runners. Big field here. Again, 20 runners is something you probably dream about in a Grand National back in the UK. But in a 7 furlong handicap, you probably won't name half of them. But we're up a furlong here, so we'll see more of the back straight. I guess with this racecourse over the 6 furlongs, they do hit that turn quickly, don't they? I think Taif is a much stiffer track. You always seem to be turning here at Riyadh. Once you're in the stretch, it's only a furlong and a half left to go. I don't know. They are similar and in many ways different. So there is Zarat Teshreen. Plenty of these, of course, being with the 20 runners, plenty of these with very, very similar colours. You've got Card Al-Kamar with the blue jacket with the white sash and stars. Jasmine has exactly what I just said, but with a white checked sash. So keep an eye out for that one. Zarat Teshreen has a white sash rather on blue, whereas Al Haythami has a red sash on white, but with blue sleeves and a cap as well. They're just working on Woodman, who's in the 2-tone green. You can just see Selman Al Rashid jumping off for a moment or two, so the horse is going to be okay. Also, Moaz is just being attended to out of shot. You can just see the green jacket in the background there. But so many chances here. You could probably select 16 of them and probably not have the winner. That's how tight this is. Probably say this is our toughest race of the night to try and find the winner. But me and Tom both going with 5 and 7. You heard the selections there of the girls as well. There's Awal. He has a red cap. Well, she has a red cap, I should say. One of 9 fillies in this lineup. We're already over halfway through loading. Here comes the top one, Al Adire, North Al Farouz, rated 75, right at the top of the handicap. A reminder, this is a race for jockeys, hands and heels only. I think they will carry their sticks, but that's for safety purposes. We shall find out. The rules may vary in Saudi and to the rest of the world, but I'm pretty sure that's right. So we've got 5 runners left, including Woodman. Al Haythami is also standing by. Also had a shot on number 7, 9 and 11. Here comes Hafir Al-Batin, Mohammed Al-Yami. Dark blue jacket with the white horizontal stripes. Last one to come forward is Zarat Tashreen into barrier number 6. She slots forward. Flag's gone up. Stand by. And they're up. Pretty decent line through the centre. Najma Al-Shaib was probably one of the first to show. Got a terrific exit on Gates entry. Through the centre, red cap of Awa. First to show with the aforementioned Najmat Al-Shaib, more of a blue jacket than purple than advertised in the race card. Estajad is also prominent towards the inside, and then comes the blue jacket of Hafir Al-Batin back to 4th. Just being pushed along for a few starts is Zara Teshreen, as already they are very, very well strung out. 20 lengths first to last, and Awal is yet to see another rival. Awal in front. Kanajir now looking to apply some pressure in 2nd. Back to 3rd is Estajad. Then we have a line of 4 towards the inside is Qad Al-Kamar. Towards the outside is Saif Al-Falah. Between that pair is Nakir Al-Saeed and Zara Teshreen, as the leaders are already turning for home, and Kanajir will have first crack at Awal. 2 furlongs left to go. Awal in front by about a length. Kanajir the first challenger, and they pulled 6 lengths clear of the rest, which are headed by Saif Al-Falah. Moving down the outside now is Asmar, but these leaders aren't stopping at the moment. Kanajir has taken it up now with a furlong left to go, has just headed Awal for the time being. Staying on from out of the pack is Thalik, and Thalik is powering to the front now, deep inside the last 100, and Thalik is motoring clear. Thalik, an impressive winner. Thalik wins. But Tariq Al-Mansour, tight for 2nd in all the places. Al Adire was flying at the finish, so too was Zarat Teshreen. But Thalik is absolutely scorched away with this. 2nd victory from start number 31. If you pick that one, very well done indeed. I couldn't find that one myself, and neither could the team. Thalik, rated 70. Number 14 was drawn right in the middle of the pack and has absolutely flown home. Tariq Al-Mansour guides Thalik to a facile success. Wins at a time of 1:27.17. Back to 2nd, while Zarat Teshreen has got that from, I think, Jasmine. Very close for 4th place, isn't it? We'll have to leave that to the judge. Al Adire was there, so too was Woodman. It's very tight for the minors. But Thalik has definitely won. 6.5 lengths back to Zarat Teshreen. Jasmine was 3rd. The judge will split 4th, 5th and 6th, of which Kanajir, the pursuer down the closing stages, has got 4th. But Thalik, what a win.
Well, Thalik was absolutely flying, wasn't he, Tom?
What a finish from this 4-year-old colt, who's much better than he's shown last time in Taif. Quite clearly relished this different course, the longer home straight down the outside, gathering that momentum. Really suited him, and yeah, wow, I don't know where he came from. It looked like he was a bullet from a gun.
Well, you wouldn't know where it had come from looking at the race card. It was just his second win from 31 starts.
Yeah, he's not the most prolific, but today he's really exploded on the scene, and yeah, I mean, the world's his oyster now. He's only going to improve, isn't he? He's rated 70. The handicapper will probably give him at least £5, which puts him out of the 0 to 75 category. But judged on that effort, he was miles better than the horses that he was facing today, and he could easily go up in class and win.
Yeah, that was a fantastic win. Tight for second. Looked like Zarek Teshreen got that one.
Yeah, the two horses I like finished second and third, which is a little bit frustrating, but equally at the same time a bit heartening, because those two horses are the ones you expect to fight out the finish, and only this horse, the eventual winner, Thalik, has proved to beat them both. Zarek Teshreen was second, and when we watch the replay, we'll see that Camilo Ospina, who was on board Zarek Teshreen, was briefly short of room turning for home, which probably cost the horse about a length or two. Look, Zarek Teshreen would have never won the race, judging by how easy this eventual winner Thalik has got it done. But at the same time, she was value for better than her performance. And Jasmine never featured back in third until the final furlong, where she stayed on late. That is her genuine and general running style. She just needs a pace collapse even greater than we saw in this race to actually win.
And maybe a further trip?
Yeah, maybe a longer trip. The debate with that is with closers. You think, you know, this horse has stayed on nicely, they should get further. But also, when they go further, the horses go slower, and therefore you cannot use the same kind of finishing kick. So she's probably an in-between horse, between 7 furlongs and a mile, and you know the connections will just alternate between the two.
Well, they were certainly well strung out in that race, weren't they, Tom? We'll have another look at it on the replays very shortly, but Awal was a long-time leader, faded really badly.
Yeah, faded really badly. Both the pace horses went backwards. Awal, the 11, who hadn't run prior to today this season, Alex Moreno went off pretty hard there, and the horse on the outside as well, Kanaja, number 16, again faded badly. She had fitness on her side, but that just suggests that either she wasn't good enough or they just went way too hard. That allowed the closers really to come into play. And Thalik, who also had fitness on his side, having run at meeting 51, was the horse that really kicked on late in the day.
And obviously Thalik, such an impressive winner, but were there any others that stood out in that race for you, Tom, that might be one to keep an eye on?
To be honest, not really. Generally, I would look out for a horse maybe for next time. As I say earlier, there was a horse that finished 7th or 8th in the field that I thought maybe next time this one could win. This race, I think all the horses ran on their merits. Zarek Teshreen will win a race of this nature. It's only a matter of time, especially considering she was short of room at a crucial stage. But to say, do I really want to follow her next time? I think that's probably a bit of a stretch. We know how good she is. If there's an equally good horse in the race or even an unexposed rival, she'll probably find a way to get beaten. But she's run well today.
And Camilo Ospina still searching for a first winner on day 2. And in terms of the break?
Yeah, in terms of the break, Alex Moreno on the outside on our wild. Jordan 16 broke lovely, gets across to the inside along with the other horse that set the pace, which was Kanaja. Those two went forward. Zarek Teshreen is currently in 4th in the red cap with the blue and the white sash. Camilo always had her in a good spot in this race. Jasmine's completely out of shot right now. She eventually finishes 3rd. And the eventual winner, just trying to spot that horse, doesn't seem to be in the picture at the moment. So the closers really did come out on top in this event. And actually, it's full credit to Camilo Ospina and Zarek Teshreen, who's about to get hampered just at this stage. If you see the red cap, blue and the white sash in 5th place, gets shut off there, loses around half a length and a bit of momentum at the same time. So it's to her credit that she's run 2nd, given the winner and the 3rd are currently not in picture.
Yeah, he looked like he was going backwards there, and then he's had to come out wide, so he's had to make up a lot of ground.
Yeah, exactly, and we just see the winner flying into shot there, tracking through Zarek Teshreen, now moving into 4th, flying by Zarek Teshreen like she stood still, picking up the ground ridiculously quickly, 2nd, now into 1st, and it's game over at this stage. Really impressive display from Thalik, a good turn of foot on a track that's not really suited those quickeners so far. It tends to have suited race position rather than raw ability, but this horse has won by a wide margin.
Yeah, and came from absolutely nowhere, as we just saw. That was so impressive.
It was, and in a time of 1:27.17 seconds as well. If you look at the track record, which I believe was set around 11 years ago, it was 1:22.07, so 5 seconds off that track record. Now, you're not going to expect this horse to get close. He's only rated in the 70s, but at the same time, 5 seconds is quite a margin. So that track record has stood for a long period of time, and it probably will stand for a lot longer unless we see one of the leading Saudi contenders run over 7 furlongs.
And in terms of the track record, this is just the start of the season in Riyadh, so many of these horses are coming here off a bit of a break, so we're probably not going to see them at their absolute peak.
Yeah, exactly, and also the track's probably riding a little bit deeper. We saw in Taif one day when it rained, a rare day when it rained actually. That's not a usual occurrence here in Saudi Arabia. But the track rode completely differently, and it was actually a lot quicker straight after it rained. That's generally because, as you can see here, with a lot of kickback, this track rides quite deep. There's a lot of dirt on it, which is good for safety reasons, but also it means these horses can't run super quick.
Absolutely, and we'd love to know what you think of Thalik's win on YouTube. Please do keep those comments coming in. We've still got plenty more racing to get through today. We've got 12 races on the card overall, and we'd love to know what your thoughts are on such an impressive run by Thalik. Well, Shamila has been out and about all day. Shamila, our roving reporter, has been roving around the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We've seen her in the parade ring, we've seen her in the winners' enclosure, and we've seen her in the pre-parade, but now she is somewhere else. Shamila, whereabouts are you? Well, hopefully we'll find Shamila a little later on. Shamila has been out and about. She's been getting her steps in, certainly, Tom. She's been out and about talking to people, jockeys, owners, trainers, everybody around here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. She's been getting some valuable insights from the ground. It was really interesting what she was saying, Tom, about the pre-parade ring. She said it was a very different atmosphere to the parade ring, which is a bit more tense, a bit more fraught, but very tranquil in the pre-parade.
Absolutely, and she was saying that because the horses need to be calm in the early part of the build-up towards the race, and they do in the paddock as well. And actually, if you go to racing in the UK or the US, you tend to see more people around the paddock than you do here. So even the paddock's quite a quiet place to be for these horses. But the pre-parade ring is very, very quiet. It's just over there out of our studio. We were pleased to see it yesterday, and yeah, hopefully we get some more footage from there in due course, whether it be today or maybe even tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, let's find out where Shamila has got herself to.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I just wanted to show you a different area of the racecourse that we didn't have in Taif. There was no washdown area. The horses just went directly back to the stalls because everything was in very close proximity. However, here in Riyadh Racecourse, we do have a washdown area. Most of the horses that are brought here after the race, especially if they live very far away from the racecourse, they're brought here, washed down after the race just to have a cool down and relaxation time before heading back. There are about 6 washdown areas here, which is great. A lot of the horses can come in and out. It doesn't take a huge amount of time to wash these horses down after the races. And as you can see, there are 2 handlers usually that are with each horse. So one holds the horse still and steady. The other groom makes sure the horses are safe while they're being washed down, which is great to see. As we've seen before, horse welfare is paramount here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this is practiced pretty much everywhere in the world. There are washdown areas straight after the horses come in from the race. It just cools them down because after they've raced, they can be very hot, very bothered. Their heart rate is still very high. So washing them down just gives them an extra time to bring that heart rate down before they're put in a horse box and brought back home, or they're walked back to their stables, which is good. If the horses are just stationary with a very high heart rate, this can be very bad. It can cause colic and be very uncomfortable for the horse. So it's great to see them having these amenities and the horses being washed down in areas like this.
Many thanks, Shamila. It's great to see different parts of this racetrack. There's so much going on here in the King Abdulaziz racetrack, and it's great to see all those other spots just outside of our studio. Well, let's head to our commentator, Mark Francis, ahead of this next race. This is race number 7 on the card. We are back to 1,400 metres, 7 furlong race. Mark, give us your thoughts on this one.
Thanks, team. Yeah, we're almost back to square one here, really. We've got a fillies maiden, funny enough, fillies. And they're all 2-year-olds. So first day at school for a fair few of these. 8 out of 15 are making their racecourse debut, not including number 1, who is a scratch, Wood Alanayar's debut. We'll wait for another day. So they're headed by number 2, Najma Ale Badilia, who has seen the racecourse before and is rated 68. Wigberto Ramos rides the 2. The 3 is Lara Alamira for Mohamed Saeed, the first of 8 aforementioned debutants. The 4 is Salfar for Ahmed Al-Sharar. Barada is the 5 for Eddie Castro. Moshakila for Abdulaziz Al-Masr is the 6. 7, Danat Basma for Fahed Al-Furedi. And Sayita is the 8, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. The bottom one on that list is Al-Reem for Alex Moreno. Takfik is the 10, Camilo Ospina, first colours of the White Stable. Haven't seen too many runners so far, if any, for the White Stable. And Neza is the only grey in the lineup, the filly, for Ali Al-Matib. The 12 is Al-Jude for Abdullah Al-Khamis. 13 is Bidawar, rated 72, Selman Al-Rashid. 14 is Francisa Barbaro, Mohamed Al-Habib, in lighter green colours than is advertised in the race card. Al-Jamanir is the ride of Luis Morales, and Mama Yaza for double seeking Naif Al-Anazi. 6 races so far, 6 different winning riders, and I'm just hearing that the 2 has also been scratched. So they go without the 1 and the 2 here. We're out of handicap company, so we have stalls positions corresponding with saddle cloth numbers. So they're headed by number 3, so we have a field here of 14 runners.
Many thanks, Mark. 14 runners for this 7-furlong contest, local and imported horses. Tom, you like these ones?
Yeah, the 2-year-old fillies. I like this kind of race. You know, you get horses that are bred in Europe or horses that have the US sires as well. It's an informative race. It's difficult to find out who's going to win. But when there's a White Stable horse, that's generally where my default selection goes.
We haven't seen too much of the White Stable today, have we, Tom?
No, we haven't. La Togedale ran in the last race, but that's the only representative I believe they've had so far. They do have a horse in here, though, and they have a horse in the next race, which is a very similar contest, but over a slightly longer trip. So they'll be hoping that they can have a winner or two, I'm sure.
And Camilo Ospina is still looking for that first winner today, and he'll be hoping for a winner or two as well, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I would go as far as to say he's going to get one in the next 2 races. Hopefully the winner of both, but I'm going to select him in this race on board number 10, Takfik, that's for sure.
Takfik. For the White Stable, he's one to look out for as the horses make their way into the parade ring. Field of 14 for this one, Tom, but we've had a late withdrawal. Horse number 2 won't be running. That was Najmat Al-Tabadaya, and Shamila is in the parade ring now. She's made her way from the hose down area and she is on dry land in the parade ring. Shamila, what do you make of this race?
This is quite a difficult race because all of these fillies are looking really strong. However, the strongest looking filly in this race is horse number 5, Murada, the mount of Eddie Castro. And I had to do a double take, Rebecca, because this filly is absolutely massive. For a 2-year-old filly, she has probably more growing to do. So she is looking really well, and I think she's the biggest threat to everyone else in this race. She has been acting up a little bit, however, we can't hold that against her. She is only 2 years old, has no experience under her belt as of yet. This is her first run ever, so I am excited to see what she has to offer.
Thank you very much, Shamila. We will be looking out for her. Murada, horse number 5, who is a 2-year-old. Shamila says she is the size of a 5-year-old, so that will be certainly interesting to see how she gets on here in her first run. Anyone who's catching your eye, Tom, in these early stages? Obviously, you've not had the chance to have a good up-close look at them, but just looking at the card, what are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I thought Murada had a good chance, to be fair, with Eddie Castro. Eddie was one of the leading riders in the US around 5 to 10 years ago, and even longer ago than that. Ridden over 5,000 winners, or actually no, maybe 2,500 winners in the US. And I remember as I was getting into the game of horse racing, and I used to love, well, I still do love watching the US racing, Eddie Castro was one of the big names. So ever since he's come over here, he doesn't have too many rides, which is maybe a little bit confusing, but at the same time, he is in the back end, the twilight of his riding career, and you know, maybe he picks and chooses. It would be interesting to see if he could win this race here on Murada. I'd like to hear from him as well in the post-race interview.
Well, we've had a possible jockey change in this race. Berto Ramos, who was on horse number 2, who's been withdrawn, We'll get confirmation of that shortly as and when we get it, but that is something we'll be bringing to you shortly. Late jockey change in this, the 7th race. He'll be riding horse number 7. We've just had that confirmed. So horse number 2 has been withdrawn, and Ramos will find himself aboard horse number 7, Tom.
Yeah, it was supposed to be ridden by Farhad Al Faradi, who suffered an injury yesterday in an incident in one of the Arabian races. So it would have been a jockey change anyway. I imagine they had someone else lined up until the late withdrawal of horse number 2, Najma Al Abdaya, who would have been a player in this event. But obviously Wigberto, with his experience and his talent, would have been number 1 on the substitute jockey list. So connections have gone for him, and I'm not surprised by it.
And of course, he'll be pleased to get the ride in this one. No jockey wants to miss out, do they?
No, exactly. Of course, every jockey gets a riding fee anyway, just for taking part. So it's a bit more Saudi Riyal in the pocket of Wigberto, but also it gives him a chance to add a winner to his tally so far this season.
And one man who has plenty of winners so far in Riyadh, Naif Al-Anazi, who goes in this one riding horse number 16, Mamayazar.
Yes, had 3 starts so far, this filly. Naif won't be happy that he's on another horse drawn out wide, that's for sure. Just makes his life a little bit tougher, but she's got experience. She ran at meeting 50, and Naif will be hopeful of just yet another winner today.
And that is the horse there that will be partnered by Wigberto Ramos, horse number 7, who's just passed our shot there. Well, the horses are in the parade ring. Tom, I think we need to get some insight from you into as to who is one to watch in this race. We'll shortly be getting a proper look at those horses as they pass us by. Well, number 2, of course, a late withdrawal, which means that horse number 3, Tom, is the horse that we will start with, Lara Alamira.
Yeah, I thought she looked pretty good as we just see her walk by our studio right now. She's a slender and slim type. She might not grow too much in her career. She's only a 2-year-old now. Maybe she'll be seen to best effect this season. She will need to be good to win from the inside stall, though.
Well, a lot of these horses, Tom, they will be slender types, given that they're still growing, still 2 years old, and plenty of growing left for some of them.
Sure, but you can see horses that are far scopier. For example, here's number 3 that we're talking about. You can see she's very slender. There's no real width about her at all. And then when we get to horse number 5 in a second, you'll see that filly is very wide and scopy. There's lots of room for manoeuvre and room for her to build. She's a big physical horse, as you can see right now. Her back end can easily get a lot stronger, which is why, as you say, 2-year-olds and they're not fully developed, but she's a nice tall and leggy type.
Absolutely. Horse number 5 there, that's the one that Shamila likes the look of as well. Well, plenty of action down there in the parade ring before race number 7 gets underway. Just passing us now is horse number 11, Onaiza.
Yeah, by Gervin, this 2-year-old. Gervin, I believe, used to race in the US. I'm just looking over my shoulder again now. Horse number 6, Moshakila, who is making her debut today, is just being looked at. I believe she might have spread a plate. The blacksmith could be being called into action, albeit the jockey is now looking like he's about to get on. So maybe they're going to run without a shoe, or maybe the shoe is still intact and ready to go.
Well, it might not be a huge issue, Tom. Do you remember the Derby? I think in 2015, the Irish horse, I forget the name, was on his way over to compete at Epsom in the Derby, spread a plate on the way over, and then went on to win the race after all those late kind of scramblings to get him shod before the race.
I can't remember the name either. I don't think it's Harzand, but...
it was Harzand.
Was it Harzand?
The Aga Khan horse.
Yes.
Yes, that was him. That was him. So late drama for him, but he wasn't too deterred by it. Some antics there in the parade ring, Tom, with these young horses getting a bit worked up.
Yeah, horse number 13, Bidawar, who's had plenty of experience. We've had 8 starts, so you'd expect a filly, albeit she is still 2, to have learnt from that and to be a bit more professional. She was causing a bit of interference in the parade ring, which was then been reflected by horse number 14, Francis R. Barbaro, who's also had 4 starts, and 15, who's a little bit more unexposed, Al Jamanu. Those 3 were a little bit on their toes, but everyone else seems to be going down to Post Lovely, and they walk around the paddock like seasoned professionals.
They did indeed, and they're all out now on the track, making their way down to the start line. Tom, we haven't gone through all of the card here, but which ones are the ones you really like the look of?
Well, Al Reem sets the standard, rated 78, Alex Moreno on board, by a great stallion in Good Magic, who I loved as a racehorse for Chad Brown. So horse number 9, Al Reem, has to be the horse to beat. I'm going to select Takfiq, though. The White Stable, Camilo Ospina, Ahmed Mohamoud. This is a group of owners, trainer and jockey that you cannot overlook, no matter when they're represented. She's a first-time starter by sire seeking a home. She's a lovely unit as well, looks a big type. So I'll take Takfiq, but Al Reem is the biggest danger.
Alreen, horse number 9. We saw her in action last month, of course, in Taif. So a horse you know well, Tom.
Yes, she ran. I don't actually think I was there when she finished second back at meeting 48, but I was there at meeting 34 where she made a good debut in 4th. I remember talking about her sire, Good Magic, on that occasion as well. She's only going to progress. Good Magic was a 6-furlong horse early in his career, developed into a nice miler, so she'll probably get further as well, Alreen. She's, as I say, the standard setter. She'll probably be right up there early on. It's just whether one of these first-timers, like Takfik, can beat her.
We will see in not so long from now. It's a 7-furlong race down there on the King Abdulaziz racetrack. This is horse number 4, Salfa, heading down to post, an Irish-bred horse. Tom, these horses, of course, local and imported.
Irish bred, but by a French stallion in Inns of Court.
And this is Alreen, Tom, the horse that you were just speaking about in action in September.
Yeah, finishing second. I was there this day, I remember. The white stable horse, again, went straight to the front, like most of these in the Silks do. Just dominated matters from the outset. Alreen stayed on powerfully down the outside for minor money, finishing second. Good Magic, the sire, liked a mile, as I say. This horse, as you can see, hits the line powerfully, eroding that deficit all the way, and should be better suited by the step up and trip in due course, but 7 furlongs is absolutely fine at this stage.
And this now, Tom, is horse number 15, Al-Jamana.
Just never really involved. I know finished 3rd at the finish, but she never looked like winning. These front 2 drew clear. Guess who owned the winner? The white stable. Again, they're fantastic with these 2-year-old horses, and just they seem to have power with all of them. All of them seem to be talented at this stage, and Al-Jamana, the horse who we're actually taking this footage for, isn't yet in the screen. It's going to finish 3rd just about now. It was a fine debut, beat a fair few horses in a big field, but we'll have to improve on that from a wide draw.
It'll be interesting to see how they get on. There, of course, Camilo Espina for the white stable. So, Tom, just confirm to me your selection for this race.
Horse number 10, Takfik.
Takfik. Tom going for Takfik. Shamila likes the look of horse number 5, Moradar, and I'm going to stick with you, Tom. I can't see past the white stable. I'm going to go for Camilo Espina on board Takfik as well. And Mark Francis, our commentator, will be able to share his thoughts on this next race as well. Race number 7 on the card.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'm going to go with Alreen here, rated 78, so the highest of the ratings. But one thing we didn't see from that footage was when she was beaten last time by 3 lengths, and yes, she was closing at the line. She was drawn way out in 16. She didn't get the best of starts that day, and the winner was always up there. Again, any winner from the white stable has to be respected. So Takfik, representing those colours that beat Alreen, I can see why is on the short list of the 2 in the studio. But I'll go with Alreen. I always prefer experience to guessing debutants. And that's the one that I think will take the beating here. So we have 14 fillies, 14 juveniles, after both the 1 and the 2 were scratched. And we can see Jcsa, who's essentially got the opposite colours to Salfa, the 4. You can see Abdullah Al-Orfi has a mostly white jacket with black sleeves with a white cap. Flip that the other way around for Salfa, who has a black cap and body with white sleeves. There you can see Moshe Killer as well, one of the debutants, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. Lovely colours these, aren't they? Blue sash and yellow. Seem to see a lot of yellow and blue colours out here in Saudi. Mama Yaza also with blue and yellow. There's plenty of blue in our previous race. But a smaller field here, if you like, with just 14. I say just, it's still a big field here, isn't it? But here's Salfa, another one with a rating. Just 5 here with numbers next to the name. She's rated 67, Ahmed Al-Sharar. She's had 6 starts so far, but she's disappointed on her last 2 appearances. Alreen, for me, he's got the experience, or she's got the experience in the book. And 7 furlongs should be roughly her trip. Moshe Killer's next, into 6. Drawn next door to Moradar. I think the pace will come out wide here as well. Keep your eye on the fillies drawn 13, 14, 15 and 16. I would expect most, if not all of them, to get out more alertly than a fair few fillies to their inside. Last one to come in is Al Reem into 9. We're set for a start, 7 furlongs. Stand by. And they're off. And out of the stalls, Al Reem took a full step, but the jockey is just about maintaining the partnership. So Al Reem is still in the race, but has given away a fair few lengths. And what a start this is from Tack Feet. Got across from stall number 10, and she has the rail. She's in front by about 2 lengths to Mama Yaza, who sits in second. Then comes the white jacket with the blue braces of Al Jamana. So 2 of the runners drawn deepest on the course have got to the front of affairs, but they haven't got past Tack Feet, who leads as they round the turn. Tack Feet in front for Camilo Ospina, the champion jockey from Taif. Mama Yaza sits second, and on the outside is Al Jamana. Just a little bit off the pace. Then we have the striped jacket of Murada, who sits 4th. Then the red cap of Al Reem, who has recovered from that untimely start. The blue jacket with the brown sleeves of Oniza probably has 15 lengths to gain on this leader, who is charging clear around the turn now. Tack Feet is in front by about 6 lengths. Chased hard then by Mama Yaza in second, then Al Jamana in third. The rest are surely well beaten, the chase being headed by Oniza. But this is a 1-horse race. Tack Feet binding clear by about 10 lengths now of Mama Yaza and Al Jamana, clear of the rest of the pack. This is all over. The easiest winner of the night is Tack Feet. What a performance, a star in the making perhaps. Tack Feet might have a better class about her, clears away of Al Jamana in second, and it was close for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Plenty got going, but far too late. Tack Feet, that was just easy for Camilo Ospina. What a selection from the studio. I think both Tom and Rebecca both put that one up, and they'll be all smiles in the studio. 1:27.47 the winning time, but that could have been any time. Camilo Ospina knew he was in the winner's enclosure by about 2 out. Won by 10 3/4 lengths. Oh, what a performance this is. You're watching a very good horse from a very good stable. Tack Feet miles clear, bounded clear of Al Jamana in second. Mama Yaza's held on for third. Oniza 4th. Danat Basmar 5th. Bidawar 6th. Plenty of these just didn't get mentions. They were miles behind that long-time leader and that easy victor. Her name, Tack Feet.
Awesome.
خيال كاميلو اسبينا ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. Camilo, well done. Tell me about the race, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Salman. You know, the first thing always, and thankful with the first meetup in Abdullah, the manager Talal bin Sharain, and Ahmed Neri. He's doing great job with these horses, you know. And you know, this first time, you know, but the pedigree, the mother is too fast, and she broke very good, you know, she jumped very strong, and I went in front easy, thanks God. When I asked her in the last 400 meters, she responded very good, and she won the race. Thank you very much, Salman.
Well, what a win it was for Camila Ospina. That was a one-horse race. Takfik convincing victor in that, the 7th race of the day. It was really impressive, wasn't it, Tom?
What a performance. Yeah, she was great from the outset. She broke very nicely, albeit helped by the fact that her biggest danger, Al Reem, completely messed up the start just inside. She was able to get across to the rail, and in typical white stable fashion, she showed natural early pace, tactical speed throughout the middle part, and a good turn of foot in the straight. She was never in danger whatsoever. 10 3/4 length victor. Just a very nice young 2-year-old.
Absolutely, a very good horse. What next for this horse?
They should be going into open company, maybe even to one of the cup races. Look, it's hard to know just how good she is because we don't know the level of ability of the horses in behind. But she has blitzed these. It was a one-horse race from the outset. She's good enough to tackle good horses and for big prizes.
Absolutely. You mentioned Al Reem. We'll look at that incident a little bit later on in the replays, but she was badly hampered at the start, wasn't she?
Yeah, she stumbled and almost came down, Al Reem. Alex Moreno's had a very mixed day so far. He obviously rode Sunsight Flash to win, but he wouldn't have been happy with what happened there.
No. Well, we will hear from Camila Ospina, the winning jockey on board Takfik. He should be with Shamila down in the winner's enclosure.
Very impressive winner for Camila Ospina. But you're used to these horses by now, surely?
No, you know, the first thing always thank you to the Prince Mita in Abdullah, the manager Talal bin Sharain, Ahmed Neri, you know, it's a good feeling, you know. I know this family always is speed horses, but that feeling is to speed, you know. She broke very, very, very strong from the start, you know. And thanks, guys, she keep going until wire. When I asked her in the 400 meters, she responded very good.
And you were barely pushing her. Do you think you maybe could have broken the track record if you were pushing her hard?
I don't know, because, you know, I don't want to see behind our horses, you know. All time, some jockeys, they see behind, but I prefer to go, you know. I win for 10 lengths or half length is same for me. The important is winner, you know. And thanks, guys, she's very, very fast. It's good feel, yeah.
And do you think she'll go further as she gets older as well?
Yes, yeah, I think so, yeah, and think she's giving more distance also, yeah, mile, I think so, because it's quiet, you know, she's speed, but she's quiet in front, you know.
And your friends are here behind you, they brought you some good luck from Colombia.
yeah, that's people, yeah, they come into here and to see the race, because the only one jockey from Colombia is me here in Saudi Arabia, and I'm happy when my friends from Colombia is coming to here, you know.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Camila.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you.
Well, what a trip from Colombia to Saudi Arabia, and it's clearly worth it for the friends of Camila Ospina. What a race this was from the off, Tom.
Phenomenal, yeah. Look at that immediate early speed from the eventual winner, Takfik, in the white silks, getting across to the rail. She was 4 lengths clear of the remainder of the field after just a furlong. We did see the brief stumble from Al Reem and Alex Moreno, who's currently in 5th as we look at the pictures right now. But we didn't get to see in true pictures from the head-on just what happened there. It looked like she stumbled on her first stride. Judging by the head-on drone shot that we're seeing right now, it didn't look anywhere near as bad as I thought the initial view was, but maybe that's just because of this camera angle. Let's go back to the winner though. Takfik putting lengths between herself and the remainder of the field. At this stage off air, I was saying, this horse cannot lose, she's got to win. And you reminded me that can be a foolish thing to say, and you were absolutely correct. But she was super in this race. Camila was confident from this point onwards, probably from the start onwards, to be honest. And she just wrapped this up early on.
And he's confident that she can go further. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, most of these white stable horses do get a mile. Generally, they're by a premium tap, which is probably why they get longer trips. But this filly isn't. She's by a sire called Seeking a Home, by a dam called out of a dam, called Batlau. So I need to have a deeper dive into the pedigree just to see what trip will be ideal for her. I thought the 7 furlongs would have been fine today. I wouldn't be surprised if they go up. But again, she has that speed to be successful at shorter distances like this.
Absolutely, and that was a one-horse race. Our commentator, Mark Francis, said so at the end. Would she be better in even better company?
I think so. She'll definitely be better after today with the experience under her belt. She was very professional, much like all of these white stable 2-year-olds are. So she won't have that side of things to learn, but she'll understand how to race efficiently and really to change legs at exactly the right point. There are lots of different factors that these young horses need to basically succeed at to be great on the racetrack, and she's already doing a lot of them right. She just needs to tick off a couple more boxes, and I'm sure she's going to be one of the leading 2-year-olds in the country.
How long before she is the finished article?
Probably not too long, you know. She, as I say, she did a lot right. She broke well, she moved across to the rail. There were no antics in the straight. She ran in a dead straight line. She changed her legs quite early. It looks like she's still got a bit of growing to do. And based on that, then she's going to improve. But I wouldn't be surprised if she was, just one of the leading 2-year-olds in the next couple of months. They should be going for cup races or open races, just based on the fact that she's already proven that she's got lots of ability. The time wasn't amazing. 1:27.47 seconds, which is, you know, almost over 5 seconds slower than the track record. But she's a 2-year-old. 2-year-olds never get near the track record because it's not for just that age group. The older horses are able to run over the distance too.
Well, she is certainly an exciting horse for us to keep an eye out for in the future. Let's talk about second and third then, Tom. 15 and 16. Al Jamina 15 finished second and Mamazaya finished in third. What did you make of those two horses?
Well, we saw the footage of Al Jamina beforehand when, we just see the head on briefly, sorry. The blue noseband there, bad stumble, red bridle, that's Alex Moreno on Al Reen. He did well again to stay aboard. That's twice we've said the same thing about Alex today. Yes, back to the runner-up and the third place finisher. They both broke well. You can see here, they're right outside. Al Jamina, we saw the footage beforehand. She stayed on nicely on debut, albeit nowhere near the leaders. And she kind of did exactly the same thing today, behind a white stable runner. The third place finisher, Mama Yaza, had 3 previous outings, finished 6th, 6th and 8th, and quite clearly built on that. But there was one horse in behind that caught my eye for next time. Didn't finish in the top 3, but that's horse number 7, Danat Basma, was making her debut. Wigberto Ramos was a late jockey change on this horse. She showed no early speed, but she finished the race off exceptionally well. And actually, she was second a few strides after the line. So I will be taking Danat Basma out of the race and thinking that she could be winning a maiden next time up.
Well, remember that name, Danat Basma, that is Tom's one to watch for the future. We'll certainly keep an eye on her, Tom. Certainly trust your judgment in these matters. Yeah, fantastic race for the White Stable. Completely imperious. And do let us know your thoughts on this one and all of the rest of the day's action. Keep those comments coming into YouTube on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia channel. We love to have your thoughts and comments, so do keep those coming in. We do appreciate you taking the time to contact us.
Normally after a White Stable success like this, we are raving about this horse for the rest of the day. Fortunately for us, in the next 20 minutes, we're about to see another first-time starter from the White Stable, ridden by Camilo Ospina. This one is a colt, not a filly, but hopefully we're going to see a similarly destructive performance on the front end.
Well, we will see. Certainly that's another race that we can look forward to today. We've had such fantastic action throughout the day, and there is so much more still to come. We've got 7 races done, and we still have 5 more to go, if my maths is correct. We are stepping up in trip now. We are going up to 1,600 metres for our next race. It's a Saudi-only race. It's for fillies and colts, and we can join our commentator, Mark Francis, who can talk us through all the runners and riders.
Of which there are plenty of them. Thanks very much, team. Yes, we're up to the mile here, so using virtually most of the back straight. 1,600 metres ahead of them. The one and only grey heads the field. That's Killer Astafay for Iyad Al Tarizi, which is the 1. The 2 is a debutant, Bahas for Ali Al Memoni. 3 is Al Handa 1. And 4, well, this is open for fillies and colts. Just the 1 filly entered. Jamil Kair is the 4, has cheek pieces on as well. Kansas is a debutant, Abdullah Al Khamis. 6 is Fulham for Luis Morales. Wonder if there's any Fulham fans out there. Dano is the 7, Eddie Castro. 8 is Karibo for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 9, Nassim Al Rayed for Alex Moreno. Galdaran for Yusuf Al Hussein. Fi Reja Kair for Camilo Ospina, looking for that double. 12, Anna Al Saif. 13, Warid Al Aziz, Mohammed Al Sharima. 14, Latim for Salman Al Rashid. 15 is Shab Nara for Abdullah Al Khridis. And 16 is Wafi Along, Khaled Al Memoni. Sahim Al Garif is the 17 for Fahid Al Faredi. 18 is Yakil Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 19 Millionaire for Naif Al Anazi. And the field surrounded by number 20, Ramadan, virtually drawn out in the sticks for Azil Al Sahani. So 20 runners get a post for our local bred horses maiden. Tom, you've been in absolutely flying form. I think it's best we just leave this one to you.
Yeah, hopefully we can find another winner in this race, Mark. But you know, when there's a white stable horse, I just find it so hard to look anywhere else. You know, this is a good race. There are some horses in here with prior experience, the likes of Fulham, number 6, who finished second last time. They definitely should be looked at, but number 11 has got to be where we start, I think. Fi Reja Kia for Camilo Ospina, Ahmed Mohamed, by Premium Tap, and for the white stable.
I think the first premium tap we've seen on the card so far today, Tom.
I think so. Definitely the first white stable premium tap we've seen. There might have been one other earlier on, but I'm not too sure. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how this colt gets on. I'm hopeful that he's very talented, similarly talented to the filly that just won the last race.
Camilo Ospina will be hoping so as well. He has the ride on number 11, Fi Reja Kia, and there he is on the right there. Plenty of comments coming through on YouTube, so very many thanks for getting in touch with us. Keep them coming in. We'd love to know your thoughts on today's action as we work our way through this 12 race card. Well, Tom, what is sticking out for you in race number 8 so far, over a mile, the longest trip we've had so far today?
Yeah, we're up to a mile, which means the race will start from the chute, which means a longer run to the first bend, and therefore more time for these jockeys and horses to get into position. Obviously, as I've said already, the white stable horse, Fi Reja Care, horse number 11, the son of Premium Tap, does stick out for me. But horse number 9 shouldn't be overlooked either, Nassim Al Araid, as we get into the runner-by-runner analysis.
And what are your thoughts on number 1, Tom, the horse we've just seen pass us there?
He's a 2-year-old gelding. He finished 8th on debut at meeting 51. He needs to improve to play a part, as we just see number 2, Bahas, the first-time starter by Zane Eagle. Looks like he'll probably come on for the run.
Horse number 3 is Al Handawan.
A 2-year-old, obviously, as all of these are, by First Defence. We've seen these colours to great effect already today. The debut came 4 months ago, back at meeting 9, finished 13th. We'll need to improve from that.
J-Mark here is horse number 4, this one here.
Has some experience, run 3 times, finished 13th on debut, 14th second time up, then 9th last time. Rated just 48, so you'd imagine this filly has to improve, and she's facing all the boys.
Kans is horse number 5.
First time starter in here, no prior experience, and I don't know too much about this colt, to be honest.
I'm sure you'll find out a little bit more in the race to come. We'll move on to horse number 6, Fulham.
It was a good debut, finishing second at meeting 17. Lou Morales takes the ride today. He needs to improve on that to win, but not by too much.
Dana is horse number 7.
0 from 2 so far. Didn't trouble the judge on either occasion, finishing 16th and 14th.
Horse number 8, Karibo.
Lots of prior experience, had 5 races, finished 4th on his penultimate outing. Return to that kind of form could see him play a part.
Nassim Al Araid, horse number 9.
One of the most interesting first-time starters. Alex Moreno rides for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz.
Galderan is number 10.
Nice-looking horse. He's small in stature, but he's well built. He's shining in his coat as well.
And this is the one that we are looking out for, Fi Reja Kia, the white stable horse.
He looks great, doesn't he? I really like the look of him. Hopefully he breaks well. Most of these white stable horses do. He's by Premium Tap and a typical stamp of that style.
Well, let's get Shamila's thoughts. Now, Shamila, who's caught your eye down there?
A horse that has caught my eye in this race is a horse that has just walked past me, horse number 9, Nassim Al Reda, by Frozen Power. A debutante in this race, however, the debutante's looking really nice in this race. It was a huge toss-up for me between horse number 9 and horse number 3. But you know what, with these debutante horses, you can't make a huge judgment on them and what they look like until you see them running on the race course. So as my eye can see, horse number 9 is definitely the best put together horse of the race. I also have to give a shout out to horse number 17 for looking really nice. There are a few horses looking a bit like they could be carrying a bit too much condition. However, it is their first runs. We can't hold that against them too much. They will get fitter as the season goes on. However, Red Stables are yet to have a winner yet this season in Riyadh, so fingers crossed for them.
Many thanks indeed, Shamila, from those insights from the parade ring. Horse number 17, Tom. Shamila's just mentioned this one, Sam Al-Garif.
Had 3 previous starts, finished 7th back in meeting 18 on the second outing, which was a step forward on the debut, but last time took a step back in the wrong direction, finishing 10th. Maybe the move to Riyadh will help this horse.
Just seen Yakil, horse number 18.
0 from 2 so far, hasn't troubled in either race.
And Millionaire, horse number 19.
Again, 0 from 2, but shown in some form, finishing 6th on both occasions. Naif Al-Nazi takes the ride, yet another horse he's riding from a wide stall.
And Ramadan is the final horse on the card, horse number 20.
By Dance with Ravens, a sire that we see a lot over here. He's rated 64 after 4 outings, 4th last time at meeting 51, 3rd the time before. He would be the perfect candidate for a 0 to 65 handicap. 2-year-olds can't run in handicaps this time of year, so he's got to run in the maiden.
Well, we have skipped through a few horses. There are a few that we haven't mentioned, Tom. Anna Alsaif, what do you make of that horse?
Yes, run 3 times. Victor Gutierrez rides. Again, a jockey that I said earlier on that I hadn't seen before. He's had 1 ride today. Finished 3rd, this horse, on debut back at meeting 1, right at the start of the campaign. Subsequently been disappointing in 2 outings, but, you know, he could bounce back.
Well, we've just seen Naif Al-Nazi making his way over to his horse, Millionaire. He looks confident, and why wouldn't he be? He's had a couple of winners today, as has that man, Camilo Ospina. He's had a winner as well, and he's the one you think, Tom, has the best chance in this race.
Yeah, I think so. It looked like he was getting instructions there, but I can lip read. Well, I can't, but I'll tell you exactly what he said. He went, bounce this horse out, get to the rail, make all, just like the last race.
Win it, absolutely,
Exactly.
yes. This is Ali Al-Mamoni, who is on Bahas, horse number 2. Of course, his brother had great success yesterday, Khalid, with 3 winners, but yet to get 1 today. And I'm sure he'll be cheering his brother on in this one.
Absolutely, yeah. The Al-Mamoni brothers, there's 3 of them, all ride out here in Saudi Arabia. Yesterday was Khalid's day, and I'm sure it's going to be Ali's day soon.
Well, there were jockeys with multiple winners, weren't there, yesterday? Luis Morales, Al-Mamoni, who we just mentioned. We haven't really seen that same kind of success today, have we?
Not just yet. Hopefully Camilo will grab his 2nd winner in this race, but we've had a good variety of winning jockeys. Naif Al-Nazi's obviously had 1. We've had numerous Saudi-based local riders as well claiming some success today. It's been well shared, the prizes, but we have a couple of big races left. Alex Moreno will be hoping for a 2nd win in the last race as well on Path of Thunder. So it'll be interesting to see what pans out. I'm still really looking forward to Grocer Jack, but again, that horse represents even different connections with Ahmed Al-Shra and Jimmy Jerkins, who we're yet to hear from in Riyadh. I can't wait for that interview. Hopefully Grocer Jack can get the job done in race 10, but that's still in an hour's time. We're on a maiden right now.
Still so much to look forward to here in Riyadh, and we've had some comments coming in on our YouTube channel. Hello from Germany. Well, hello back to you from Saudi Arabia. Delighted that you are joining us for the day's action. So, Tom, we still haven't mentioned a few of these horses. I think we got as far as Wared Alez, number 13.
That sounded very Eurovision, by the way. Hello from Germany. Deuce points. Yeah, number 13, Wared Alez, struggled first time finishing 14th, but this gelding has some ability, and hopefully he'll show it today.
Already a gelding. Well, Latim is horse number 14.
Yes, again, 3 starts. No show last time up. Not quite sure what happened, finishing 14th. A very disappointing display. Prior to that, he showed okay ability, finishing 7th and 9th. You'd hope that he could maybe come back to that kind of form and take a mid-division finish.
And horse number 15 is Shab Nara.
First-time starter. Didn't get to see him in the prelims. Actually, he's just over my shoulder right now. He looks a tall, leggy type. Not much about him. Hopefully he can run well on debut, but I think he's a longer-term project, judging by his physical.
Yes, many horses are still in the parade ring yet to make their way out onto the track. They're beginning to do so now. And the last horse that we haven't yet mentioned, Tom, Wafi Along, horse number 16.
Ridden by Khalid Al-Mamoni, who had a great day yesterday, as we've said. This horse is rated 55. Again, a future handicap contender, probably just running against better opposition right now and struggling.
Well, I said that Khalid Al-Mamoni would be cheering on his brother, Ali, but clearly not, because they're riding the same race and he probably won't want him to win this one.
Yeah, he'll want himself to win. But to be fair, if Khalid can't win, he'll be cheering on Ali to take the prize, I'm sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, horses are making their way out onto the track under the floodlights here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. Some last-minute adjustments taking place with horse number 8. I'm sure we'll be soon getting going here for our 8th race on this 12-race card. Busy day here in Riyadh. Busy few days with 12 races across the card, but great action, Tom.
Yeah, really good, and I've already had a brief look at the card tomorrow as well, where we'll be here in the studio, so make sure you join us tomorrow as well. And it looks good from the outset. The first race is worth a lot of money, and it just gets better and better as we go through. So tomorrow's card's exceptional. We've seen some future talents today. We've got some present talents as well in Sunset Flash, who's already won, and we've got a couple more later to come. So stay with us.
So Tom, you've already looked at tomorrow's cards, and so has Ed, who's watching us on YouTube. He sent a comment in. He said he's still watching and he's studying all the Jimmy Jerkins entries tomorrow. Thanks very much for that, Ed. This is horse number 6. This is Fulham, last time out.
Showed some good early speed to get into this position as we pick up the footage. He just couldn't get by the eventual leader. He's on the right lead. He was pretty professional throughout the race. He just couldn't gather up that extra momentum and move up the gear into gear 6 to win. He actually probably loses ground, if anything, in the final furlong. It was a fine display. Luis Morales has been good so far at Riyadh with 2 wins, but again, that was meeting 17. This is meeting 56 or 57, so it's been a long time since that race, and you've just got a little concern about the fitness.
So you're not expecting too much from Fulham horse number 6 then, Tom?
I think he's a contender for a place. I would be surprised if he wins. Though to say right now, looking at these shots, he looks amazing going down to start.
He looks absolutely phenomenal. And of course, Luis Morales had those 2 winners yesterday, the quick fire double in races 1 and 2. So a good start to the season in Riyadh for Luis Morales, certainly. Well, I think we can join Mark, our commentator now, Mark Francis, who will be watching this one. He's been with us throughout the day, providing his thoughts on all of the day's action. And Mark, stepping up in trip again.
Certainly, yes. We are starting down the chute. As Tom mentioned earlier, it's a longer run to the first turn, so it allows the runners to sort of get a bit more organised before turning left-handed down the side of the course into the straight. They are arriving at the gates, 20 runners. It's a big field. There's local bred 2-year-olds, so plenty of these with their first view of the racecourse. They're enjoying it as much as us. There are 6 of them that are making their racecourse debut. Numbers 2, 5, 9, 10, 11 and 15. And it looks as though one of those debutants, the 11, will be on the short list of many here. Jcsa for the White Stable, the winning colours of our last race. And they do it again. Camilo Espina, who bred a winner yesterday, has his winner for the night. He would love another one. As with that man, Nave Al-Anazi, at 7 races so far, 7 different winning jockeys, somewhat different to what we had yesterday, as the guy said. Luis Morales with a double, Abdullah Akridis with a double, Khaled Al-Mamoni with a hat-trick. The Al-Mamonis struggling for form tonight. But all smiles for Nave Al-Anazi, who goes in search of a second winner. Again, got a few here that have pretty similar colours. You can see just in the foreground there, that's probably the one that you don't have colours for. That's Karibo, who's dark blue and red. But numbers 12 and 14, Anna Al-Saif, has a green jacket with a white sash and sleeves. Latim has a green jacket with white sleeves but no sash. But the easiest way to distinguish between those two, Latim has the white blinkers. So the headgear should help. Anna Al-Saif has a noseband on, as do many of these. So there could be a fair bit of pace on here. 1 or 2 of these clearly like to pull hard. We just saw Cans go by. And there's Dana as well for Eddie Castro, who's having a quiet night so far. Pink and purple checks. But I think I'm going to go with Ramadan here from the widest post. Azil Al-Sahani has plenty of time to find a decent racing posse. Has a fluffy orange noseband, but has been running pretty well this summer in Taif. Was 9th on debut, then upgraded that to a 6th, and then a 3rd, and then a 4th. So has been there or thereabouts. Yes, it's a wide draw, but we do see plenty push forward. It just depends how much energy they exert. Obviously, Fear Jcsa will make the shortlist. So too should Fulham, who was 2nd on debut back at meeting 17, so has had some time off. Was beaten 4 lengths, but as the guy said, when you're studying those form clips, you're looking for the horses that finish strong or are clear of the remainder. So put a line through the winner. Fulham's won his race by a decent margin. So the field have assembled at the 1 mile start. Looks as though Cans is the one just receiving some attention. Meanwhile, Kelastafe go in. The one and only grey, who's drawn right up on the fence. The first one to load the stalls. We had Al-Tarizi looking for a winner. Green and yellow stripes for Ali Al-Mamoni on Bahas. Yellow socks for Rhea. Goes in nicely, as does in the background Dana. These colours perhaps a little bit different to what you see in the race card. It's not maroon and yellow, it's more sort of purple and yellow, isn't it? For Abdullah Al-Khamis. It's working on hands. But, after a bit of urgent, he slots forward. Just another one to flag up. Wafia Long, I thought I'd give a mention to as well. Carlo Del Mamoni, 3 starts so far. He's only finished 7th or 8th, but I thought should also be worth a mention. Latim is going forward. Let's see the white blinkers on. Noseband runner of Al Handawan. Just having a second think about things as the shot changes. There is Karibo. Red cap. The floodlights are very much on here. It got dark very quickly at Riyadh this evening. It is now 7:10 local time. So we're just a minute past the off as Fulham continues to rear. Reja Kair, though, looks powerful, doesn't he? What we'll see from him on debut. Last one to come forward is Millionaire. Keep your eye on Fulham in 6, a little bit restless. Millionaire just holding the rest of the field up. Number 19, right at the top of your shot. By being the last one, is in receipt of virtually the remaining stalls handlers. Get very congested in those stalls, can't it? You see that in the States, we see it here in Saudi. As the blindfold's not needed anymore for cans, seems to have settled. We need it for Millionaire, Nate Alanazi. Patient. The horse is trotted up into barrier number 19. We're all set. A mile ahead of them. And they're off and racing. Very slow to go was Jamael Kair from stall number 4, and also Shab Nara, one of the debutants, was very slowly into stride. Through the centre, there's 4 of them vying for the early lead, including Al Handawan with the red cap towards the inside. So too there is the grey Kalastafe. Further out wide then, the white stable runner, Fi Reja Kair, looking to get to the front in similar style to our previous race and may just have the overall advantage. So Fi Reja Kair is in front after the first 400 metres. Towards the inside, Al Handawan has a handy position. So too does Fulham, and further out is the white cup of Anna Al Saif. These are the first 4. Just looking for a bit of racing room on the rail is Kalastafe, shaking along for a few strides. The red jacket belongs to Nassim Al-Rayed, probably no better than 6th at the moment, is being tracked through by Karubo. Also in mid-pack is Yakil with the red noseband, and further out wide to Millionaire after taking time to go into the starting stalls. But it's almost deja vu here as Fi Reja Kair turns into the home straight with a commanding advantage. Is chased by Fulham in 2nd. Then comes Anna Al Saif, who has rivals to the inside in the shape of Al Handawan and Kalastafe, but they're going for home here deep inside the last 250. Fi Reja Kair in front by 3 lengths, but being hunted down all the time by Fulham, who begins to draw alongside, and Fulham goes to the lead, pushed on now, 200 metres left to go, and Fulham is running on here in the style of a very good horse. Fulham on 2nd start wins for Luis Morales. Fulham the winner. Just too strong for Fi Reja Kair. Then came Yakil, who made good ground from the back of the field. Kalastafe was always problem next in 4th. And then Nassim Al-Rayed. Fulham for Luis Morales. 2nd on debut. We mentioned him before the start of that race as a decent debutant back at meeting 17, has had a bit of time off, allowed Fi Reja Kair to go on, but the jockey knew exactly what he was doing. He knew he had plenty of horse underneath him, pushed out towards the line, a couple of slaps with the stick, but has won in the style of a very cosy winner. Wins in a time of 1:41.04. So not the best time in the world, but you see what you can with the eye, that looked pretty impressive. Beats Fir Riyadh by 7.5 lengths. Yakail was third. I'd like to see that one back from the start to see how much ground he made up from stall 18. Kalastafe fourth. Will be another day for him. And Nassim Al Rayed was best of the rest, back in fifth. We've seen some wide margin winners so far, folks. Very impressive from Fulham.
الخيال لويس ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. Lewis, well done Lewis. Lewis, tell me about the race.
Thank you so much for the interview. Well, he did good. From the beginning, he got a good break. I see the race, they going a little bit fast. So I decided to stay and wait till the last 400. But I saw the horse for Malik Abdullah, mashallah. He got comfortable. I said, uh-oh, we are in trouble. But in the last 200, he switched legs and kept going. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much.
Well, that was a really impressive win for horse number 6, Fulham. And Tom, you didn't have high hopes for him at the beginning of the race, so perhaps a surprising winner.
Yeah, a little bit. I thought he would maybe finish third or fourth. You know, it was a good debut run, but at the same time, it wasn't super eye-catching, and he had a little bit of a layoff to overcome. He's a lovely-looking type, and we saw that going down to the start. But he really improved from the debut effort and managed to get the job done in good style.
And caused a real upset. Fir Riyadh, the white stable horse, well beaten into second.
He travelled lovely though, broke very well, was straight to the front. Camilo set this stall out much like in the last race. He would have beaten the rest of the field by a considerable margin. It's just that he bumped into a nice type in Fulham today.
Very nice run indeed for Fulham, and I'm sure that Connections will be really encouraged by that long layoff, as you said. And another win for Luis Morales, who got those 2 quick winners yesterday. So pretty good start to the season here in Riyadh for him, Tom.
Yeah, he's joint at the top of the jockey standings for Riyadh alone. Obviously not in total, that is Camilo Ospina out far and clear. But for Riyadh alone, him and Khalid Al Mamoni, both with 3 winners so far. Luis will be very happy with how the first 2 days have gone.
Absolutely, certainly enjoying their time here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We'll have another look at that race shortly. We'll see how it was won and perhaps even lost by Fir Riyadh. You were watching that one, Tom, and Camilo didn't go straight to the rail straight away.
No, he didn't. He was down the middle of the track. Now, I don't know whether that was because he couldn't cross horse number 3, who showed good early speed, and that was Al Handawan, or whether he actually wanted to be down the middle of the track by design. But he was losing a little bit of ground at the top of the bend. It was no way an excuse as to why Fir Riyadh didn't win the race. Fulham was by far the best, but I thought Camilo would get across to the rail at the soonest possible moment, and that wasn't to be the case.
But let's just talk about how impressive that was for Fulham to come back from that big break to run a race like that.
Yeah, very impressive. Luis Morales obviously didn't have any fitness concerns with his horse because he got him rolling quite early on in the race, coming around the home bend, and he kept finding for him. In fairness, this 2-year-old colt, he quite clearly relished this mile distance. He probably has the stamina for further, albeit this is probably his ideal trip at this stage of his career. And yeah, it was a very good performance. The time wasn't great, 1:41.04, as Mark said straight after the commentary. That is around 7 seconds, just under 7 seconds slower than the track record. And if you compare that to the fillies race comparatively was a much better time. But still, it was a good visual display that Fulham gave me.
Well, I think we've seen that today, haven't we, Tom? The fillies have been quicker generally than the colts, which is certainly interesting.
They have, yeah, generally. Actually, the two best horses we've probably seen today so far are both fillies. So, yeah, it's a trend that we seem to see quite often in Saudi Arabia, and it's definitely the case today.
Let's just have another look here at the white stable horse, Fi Rajakir, who on paper really should have won this one.
Yeah, he was the promising horse coming into the race. The horse I was hoping was going to take all the glory, and he actually ran a great race, to be fair. I don't want to say that he disappointed, because he didn't. He went straight to the front, he showed good early speed. He had all the rest beaten from the 400-metre pole onwards. It was just that Fulham came out on top. Look how quickly Fi Rajakir actually broke with the green cap. He's already a length clear.
Well, we can hear now from the winning jockey, Louis Morales, who is with Shamila.
Very well done to Louis Morales. This horse was second last time out. Very impressive run this time.
Yeah, definitely. The first time out, he was a little bit green and very scary. Today also was a little bit nervous, but more confident on himself. And he broke bad. I have a lot of trouble in the race, and he finished second in time. Today he was like a more mature, and he jumped very well. I was waiting, for the horse, for the king, if stops or go. So I made the decision to attack him from the 500, and let's see. And he just come very strong. I mean, I like him today.
And where do you think he'll go from here distance-wise?
Well, the distance was okay, because he's pretty nice. He can run also in the lead. If you ask him, he will go. But much better like this, in the middle, watching, and he have a good turn of foot.
And like you mentioned before, he only won. He ran once in Taif. Do you think he did well for the break he had in between the runs?
Huge. He did huge today, because the horse for the king, he ended up running. In the last 400, he never stops. My horse improved. That's why I like it. I like him a lot.
Thank you very much, Louis. Well done.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And thank you, Shamila. He likes this horse a lot. He seemed, Tom, to almost be surprised by how well the horse did.
Yeah, he said he improved it a great deal, and he also said that he could go from the front, which is interesting. It looked like at this point Louis Morales actively decided not to go to the front, which again he backed up by his interview just there. He's currently sat in 5th position in the purple or dark blue hat with the cross belts as well, white silks. Now moving into 3rd, the perfect stalking scenario for Fulham and Louis Morales. The eventual runner-ups in the lead, that is Fi Rajakir. And at this point I was wondering why he wasn't coming across. But obviously, as you can see there, he's only 3/4 of a length up on Al Handwan. This drone shot gives us the perfect possible view. At this point, he's still 3 off the rail, the eventual leader, giving away a little bit of ground, and Camila has to ask him a touch, just to move in front of the 3. And from here, I was actually celebrating off there, wasn't I? I thought we were on another winner with Fi Rajakir and Camila Ospina, but Louis Morales, just at this point, asking Fulham to go about his business. He's 2 lengths down on the eventual runner-up, but quickly erodes that deficit and really finishes the race well.
So what next for Fi Rajakir?
Another maiden, a very similar race like this, and I'm sure he'll win, because he was, as you see here, by far and away the best of the remainder. It's just that Fulham really kicked into gear at this point, quickly picked up a length there in about 4 strides, and again, moved out slightly to his right, but went by Fi Rajakir in the blink of an eye. This one is pretty good. There's no doubt about that, Rebecca. The runner-up's a good horse too. It's just that he's bumped into an even better one today.
Yeah, and a really impressive turn of foot there. He found that next gear pretty quickly.
Yeah, really quickly. And actually, he was going further and further away at the line. Louis Morales seemed to absolutely love him in the post-race interview. Actually, as you see here, he's on his wrong lead, the runner-up. Switches leads there. Front left leg is now coming down front in first, prior to his right leg. And that's what allowed him to change up the gear. This is what I was talking about yesterday with some of the horses that don't change leads. And instantly when that happens, he finds the length. Now he's alongside, and now he goes further clear. This horse really engaged overdrive just at the top of the straight when he switched leads.
And it's fascinating to see there, to pinpoint that exact moment where he stepped up into that next gear and really got the race won.
Yeah, and that's the brilliance of these riders. You know, it's race by race, they do it automatically, but the ability to allow the horse to switch just by moving the reins ever so slightly. Some horses do it automatically, but 2-year-olds generally won't. You need to just encourage them to switch, and Louis does it in the blink of an eye. He said there, at the 500, I wanted to go after the King's horse. That was where we saw the switch of the leads, and he instantly quicked up.
Yeah, it was fantastic timing, really well judged ride from Luis Morales, who gets his first winner on the board today. Had a couple yesterday, so certainly he's enjoying his time in Riyadh. Well, we've had a few YouTube comments coming in, so much appreciated. Thank you very much. We have Ed, who says what he's amazed by is he's more used to US racing, and he's amazed by seeing a 2-year-old race with a field the size of the Kentucky Derby. Well, Tom, you are something of a US racing expert. What do you make of Ed's comments?
Yeah, 2-year-old races in the US aren't usually well filled. I mean, New York by itself is, you probably see maybe 7 to 11 or 7 to 12 runners for these 2-year-old races. Over on the West Coast, you probably see around 5 or 6. They're generally small fields. So to see 20-odd runners for 2-year-old races over here is a different kettle of fish. And yeah, it's good. It's good competitive nature. It shows the amount of horses they've got here. And obviously, the mitigating circumstances here is that there's only 2 tracks in Saudi Arabia. Therefore, all horses are at these 2 venues. And they don't race simultaneously either. They race one after another. So the Taif season's now over. Now it's just Riyadh. So all the race horses are currently stabled here that are going to run in Saudi. That being the case, all the 2-year-olds are trying to find a spot to run in, which is why you get such big fields.
Thank you very much. That's fascinating stuff there, Tom. Thank you. And we're just having another look at this race. And it was the White Stable horse who broke really well, took the early lead in this, but just couldn't hang on, Tom.
Yeah, all of these White Stable horses have early speed. I don't know how they do it. It's something to do with how they work these horses in the morning or the type of horse that they buy. Premium Taps obviously have good natural early anyway, especially on the dirt. So, yeah, they always seem to be out in front, especially in the 2-year-old races. I'm looking forward to watching some of these White Stable horses on grass, because I personally haven't seen any grass racing in Riyadh, aside from on Saudi Cup Day last year. Obviously the turf track's not laid yet, so we won't see it just at this moment. But later in the season, I'm sure some of these White Stable horses will be seen on the turf. And you know, being in front on the turf is completely different to being in front on the dirt. So it'll be interesting to see if they have the same kind of success.
And these horses need to be strong, don't they, Tom? Because as you said earlier, it's a pretty deep track. It's hard to run on that.
Yeah, you need the stamina to stay the trip. It's why you see such big distances in the home straight for these races. The first to last distance is magnified just by the fact that the track is hard to run on. So not hard insofar as for a horse to run on in general, but hard to stay the trip, hard to stay a mile going that fast. The tank empties a lot quicker. It's like running on a racetrack compared to running on a beach. If you're running on a beach, you get tired a lot quicker because of the deep surface, whereas on the racetrack, nice firm surface, you can run for a lot further for a lot quicker.
Absolutely. Well, still much more to come here, much more to look forward to here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We've got race number 9 coming up. We are sticking with the mile distance. This is local and imported horses, both fillies and colts. And Mark Francis is standing by, ready to give us all of his thoughts.
Yes, race number 9 is the final of 3 straight maidens. This for the fillies and colts, local imported, as Rebecca says, for 3-year-olds. They're headed by number 1, Bay for Mohammed Al Habib. Golden Soul is one of 4 debutants in this race, a 3-year-old out of Golden Scent. Wigberto Ramos looking for a winner. Saeed is the 3, Hamza Saad, and 4 is Time Najad for Ali Al Matib. First on runner is number 5, so straight to number 6, Gal Breath, Ahmed Al Tayyar, 7, Kadir Abdullah Al Khamis, and Kaiser is the 8 for Camilo Ospina. Bottom of that pack, Kair, the one and only grey for Rahid Al Faroz. Angelina is the 10, first of 2 fillies, Abdullah Al Lawfi. For Ria Al Anayar is the 11, Abdullah Al Rashid, and Barek La for Naif Al Anazi. Be pleased that he's drawn in 12 and not further out. He's had a pretty tough night in the starting stalls. 13, Bark Najran, for Mohammed Al Yami is the 13. 14, Alk Warizmi for Fahed Al Faradi. 15 is Fayad for Luis Morales. 16 is Mozort. 17, Waterfront. That has the hood on, by the way. Mohammed Saeed. And number 18, Mo Idoho for Ahmed Al Sharar. Pullman is the 4th and final debutant. Number 19, Abdulaziz Al Yaish. 20 is Shahab Al Anayar. It doesn't say on that caption, but Tharb gets a run. 21 is scratched, so 22 comes in for the non-runner 5. So Tharb comes in to stall number 5, orange jacket, black cap. So again, full field here for the final maiden on the card. We really do step it up a gear after this race, but something's got to win here for the first time, and let's find out with the team who.
thanks, Mark. Well, Tom, I think, is the man best placed to give us those clues. Tom, let's start with the second horse, Golden Soul. We'll return to horse number 1 shortly, but this is the horse we will start with, Golden Soul.
Nice type for Prince Sultan bin Michal bin Abdulaziz, for Roberto Ramos. He's related really well, and it's his debut today.
You say it is horse number 3.
Not the nicest of lookers, but finished 4th the last twice.
Horse number 4, Time Nudged.
By Time Test, who was a great horse in the UK, stayed middle distances. The mile should be absolutely fine for him, and he's rated 79 after a couple of runs in the UK.
Galbraith.
0 from 5 so far in his career, rated 73, so should be able to win a maiden at some point. Maybe this one's a little tough.
Kadir is horse number 7.
By Dance with Ravens, a typical Saudi sire that we see very often over here. 0 from 1 so far, didn't really feature last year.
Horse number 8, Kaiser.
Canadian bred, so we don't see too many of those over here. 0 from 3 so far, 17th last time, but gets Camille Ospina.
And Kea, horse number 9.
By Stormy Atlantic, successful over a mile, up to a mile and 4 furlongs as a racehorse for Ed Walker. 8th last time, this horse hasn't showed too much ability.
Angelina, horse number 10.
0 from 7 and a long layoff to overcome.
Faria Alanaya is horse number 11.
Rated 82, was a solid 2-year-old, good exploits last season. First run this term, but we've already seen these colours in the winner's enclosure once today.
Barrack La, this is number 12.
First time starter, Naif Alanazi takes the ride, son of Hainesfield, already gelded and a 3-year-old, so you'd expect something went wrong last term.
Bark Najan, horse number 13.
Another first time starter in here, not a horse that really stands out from the pedigree point of view.
Akwarazimi, horse number 14.
By Distorted Humour, a really good sire in the US, dirt and turf. Mainly dirt though, so this surface should suit, but 0 from 8 so far with a rating of just 55.
Let's have a little look at number 15, Fayad.
By Medaglia d'Oro, one of the leading sires, if not the best sire in the US. I absolutely love him, and Lou Morales just rode the last winner.
Well, let's get Shamila's thoughts on all the runners in this next race. Shamila.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. And this is my choice for this 9th race of the evening, Golden Soul. Roberto Ramos has just been given the leg up onto him. He is looking absolutely stunning. This 3-year-old bay colt is by a sire called Golden Sense. A debutant in this race. Now, there are horses with a bit more experience under their belts, however, not as nice looking. His hindquarters are perfectly sculpted out. He's looking amazing under the floodlights of Riyadh Racecourse, and I'm really looking forward to this very competitive maiden contest. Another horse that I wanted to highlight is horse number 11, Faria Alanea, also looking really well. The jockey's had a winner today already, however, I am keeping my fingers crossed for Roberto Ramos to finally have a winner on day number 2.
Many thanks, Shamila. We're all keeping our fingers crossed for Roberto Ramos to get his elusive first winner. Fayad, horse number 15, Tom.
Yeah, this was the son of the Medaglia d'Oro we were just talking about. Lou Morales on board, nice pedigree. Everything seems to be in place for a good run.
Number 16, Mossowit.
0 from 2 so far by Malibu Moon. Victor Gutierrez rides, not run so far this season.
Waterfront.
0 from 1, bred to sprint by Dark Angel. I think this trip's probably a little too far.
And this is Moadeto.
Can't win based on what we've seen. 0 from 19 so far, extremely exposed.
Pullman, horse at number 19.
First time starter, completely contrasting to the previous horse. By a sire I've never heard of, News Sky, 3-year-old colt in here.
And this is Shahab Alanaya.
Horse looks lovely in his coat, but probably will come on for this effort. He also finished 10th last time, meeting 35, needs to improve.
This is our replacement horse, number 22, Dab.
Finished 5th last time, meeting 52. Will gain fitness from that. Where's the earplugs today? Should go close, and he's drawn in 5.
And we didn't mention, Tom, the first horse, Bebe, horse number 1.
Bred for turf by Footsteps in the Sand. I'd be surprised if today's the day. I imagine they're using this as a prep before the turf track is laid here, and he'll be seen in better light.
Well, a lot of these horses, Tom, just looking down the card, they'll be very recognisable, certainly for those who follow racing in the USA and in Great Britain. Footsteps in the Sand, Golden Sense, Shamadal, all sires mentioned on this card. And it just adds an extra layer of intrigue, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. We get these imported horses bought from sales in the US or the UK, generally from Tattersalls or Goffs. You get a couple bought from the Keeneland sales too. Yeah, it provides an extra little bit of intrigue, especially when a horse like Time Nudged, who previously ran in the UK. Most of these are making their Saudi debuts.
And this horse, number 11, is Fair Alanaya, who will hopefully have a little bit of a closer look at. We'll see some footage of him running in Riyadh last season, finishing 4th. Do you like the look of this horse, Tom?
He looks nice in his flesh, and on the outside here in the footage you can see he makes good late inroads. He was wide on the track and he was a closer. And as we've seen, this track doesn't really suit either of those two factors. You want to be towards the front and near the rail if possible. So you can mark up his display. He's quite clearly got a lot of ability. He's the highest rated horse in the race. He handles this track. The only doubt I have is that it's his first run of the year. So fitness is the one question mark.
Well, we will see how he gets on very shortly indeed. And Mark, our commentator Mark Francis, it would be great to get your thoughts ahead of this one.
Rebecca? Yeah, I'm going to go with a couple of runners drawn towards the inside. Jcsa in 3 and Galbraith in 6. Jcsa has a big white face and Galbraith has a noseband. They're of course maidens, and they're both lightly raced for 3-year-olds. Jcsa 0 from 4, and on his 2 most previous starts has come home in 4th. Galbraith meanwhile hasn't been seen so far this season. Ahmed Al-Tayer rides Galbraith and Hamza Saad rides Jcsa. But it's another wide open contest. You pick the winner of this one, you're absolutely laughing, because it looks a very, very tough contest indeed. Faria Alanea, highest rated, as Tom mentioned, 82, Abdullah Al Rashed, coming out of stall 11, has the blinkers on. And you could see in the VT just a few moments ago, the horse does possess a lot of ability. Had quite a high head carriage in that clip, didn't he? Made up good ground down the centre of the track and just couldn't land a blow on the leaders in the end, at a track that we are noticing does suit front runners. And there's pace all over the place here. Of course, with 4 debutants, it's hard to say what they can do, but plenty can show dash. There's the grey, the one and only grey Kair that's just gone out of shot. And Fab, who gets a run, has inherited a good stall in 5 as well, orange with the black cap. There's number 13, Bark Najran. As the runners are on their way to the start, they're virtually there. Maui Doho, number 18. There's Pullman. And the last, more or less the last to get there, is Barak La. So once we're through this race, really do have plenty to look forward to, don't we? We have a Jcsa award race coming up for the 4-year-olds and upwards. And I'm really, really excited to see Grocer Jack there, the former William Haggis inmate. There's plenty to chat about him. I'm looking forward to doing so with Tom, Rebecca and Shamila. Rated 113, was 5th in the Grade 3 Neom Turf Cup last season, and he was ridden by Tom Marquand. We'll talk jockeys and Grocer Jack a little bit later. We have a handicap for race 11 and then the General Intelligence Presidency Cup to complete this mammoth card here at Riyadh. So we still have 2 leading highlights after this race. There you can see the start. So it's about half a furlong before they join up with the round course. The issue I noticed at Taif was that looks as straight as anything, straight as a pencil, whereas at Taif, when they joined up with the round course, gave the opportunity for runners on the inside to sort of run the wrong way, but sort of lean left. And because that rail disappears for about 100, 150 yards, can just complicate matters. So I think that's fine here. You can see it's like a perfect loop. But at Taif, the runners on the inside did try to sort of fall away, if you like. I don't know if there was any sort of slants or contours that were against them, but that looks pretty flat to me. But wonderful shots here at Riyadh, the home of the Saudi Cup, which we'll see in February amongst a whole host of top quality supporting races. Interest, of course, from Europe, from the States, and from the East, the Far East. The Japanese have done excellent in the last couple of years in this part of the world. Also France and America. There's number 3, Jcsa, who's just gone past. But a decent look at the runners here. Kaiser in sort of cherry red, if you like. You can call it red. Green cap and epaulets. So all the silks on show here. No white stable runner. first and second in our two most recent races. But it's been another top night here at Riyadh. Of course, just the second day of the season, and we've already seen some potential future superstars. Sunset Flash, obviously, one of the names that will take all the headlines. She wasn't at her best today, but the main thing is that she won, probably in circumstances that didn't suit her. You stopped the race at halfway and called her the winner, you'd be, say, surprised, but you'd think, fair enough, she's a very, very good filly. And we'll see more of her in the coming weeks here at Riyadh. We saw some very exciting winners in our last few races. Some horses breaking their maiden tags, some interesting debutants, plenty to keep note of in the weeks to come, including Fulham from our last race. I think Yaki will run pretty well, beaten 10 lengths or so, but one for another day. So we're over halfway through loading here. There's the 10 runner, Angelina, yellow noseband, white cap for the jockey, Dilla Alorfi. And we've got about 6 out the back, including only 2 that are misbehaving, including Faria Alenea. Just going in is Fayad for Luis Morales in the colours of Fulham, who won our last race. Taking another turn is that 11. Golden Soul might be the last to come in. Stand by for a start. Golden Soul is in. Set. Off and racing. Pretty decent break, Golden Soul, certainly showing his inexperience in the first half furlong, but they begin to join up with the round course, and towards the inside, the yellow cap of Bebe, drawn in 1, has the inside rail, but pushing forward now in the stripes is Alqua Wazimi. Al-Wazimi leads overall by about a length. Towards the inside, the green headgear is Bay Bay, then the blue jacket with the brown sleeves of Time Najad. Further out is the yellow colours of Barge Nazran, and also deep on the course is Shahab Alenea, as they complete the end of the back straight and begin to turn left-handed down the end of the race course. Out in front, it's Al-Wawazimi for Fahed Al-Faradi, but overtaken now by Faria Alenea, and it's Faria Alenea who now begins to press on down the side of the course. Just being chased along in third position is Time Najad. One that's making a bit of ground for the back of the pack is Golden Soul, who's now moved up into fourth position and is looking a little bit menacing now on the front leaders. Staying on from out of the pack is Yum Saeed, as turning into the straight, Faria Alenea is in front, but only by a length, because here come the challenging pursuers. On the outside is Golden Soul. Between that pair is Time Najad, and back towards the rail, Al-Wawazimi. Nothing really getting on from the back of the pack, including Bebe, but deep inside the last furlong, Al-Wawazimi is getting back on top towards the far side, has retaken the lead from Faria Alenea, and Al-Wawazimi for Fahed Al-Faradi has got up, takes the prize. Al-Wawazimi wins. Very close for second, involving Fayad. Also there was Time Najad and Faria Alenea in another race that very few got involved with. There's still 1 or 2 crossing the line, including Barak La and Barge Najran. Headed, rounding the turn, Al-Wawazimi has got up to score here. Wins riding the rail, went the shortest way in a time of 1:41.39, got headed, but Fahed Al-Faradi didn't give up. And in the end, the race is really on for second, which Faria Alenea may have just collared Fayad, who was the only one that made ground from the back of the pack. So Faria Alenea in second, Fayad third, Time Najad fourth. Decent debut from Golden Soul back in fifth. The winning distance is 3 1/4 lengths. 3 1/4 lengths for Al-Wawazimi, for Fahed Al-Faradi. I now make that 9 races, 9 different winning jockeys. Al-Wawazimi breaks the maiden tag.
first win for Al-Khwarizmi turned into a race for second there. Tom, what did you make of that performance?
Yeah, it's a very interesting race. Firstly, that wasn't Farhad Al-Faradi, we should say. Unfortunately, he suffered an injury, so he wasn't on board. I cannot tell you the name of the jockey right now. It was a good race. It was interesting. I thought Fareya Al-Anaya had the race won, number 11, turning for home. Then I thought Golden Soul, if he just changed leads, would have got the job done. But again, he didn't, and then started to fade back through the pack. And yeah, just going up the inside, the eventual winner, horse number 14. And it was a horse that's rated 55, Al-Khwarizmi. He's had 8 starts, finished 10th last time. I don't know. The fact that he won this race suggests it wasn't the best.
And talking about changing leads, you said that on the run, and you said if he just changes lead, he wins. Why didn't he?
Yeah, I thought that at the top of the straight. Roberto was trying to get him to change leads, Golden Soul, in the Black Silks, but he just wouldn't do it, largely probably due to inexperience. But yeah, he immediately paid for that in the home straight and really faded close to home. He missed the start as well, so he ran a great race, Golden Soul. Put that horse in your tracker for next time. And just to talk about another horse that we won't feature in the replays at all, was horse number 18, Moedoa, who unshipped the rider and actually finished loose on the track. I saw her being caught by the outrider. She looks A-OK. I don't know where the jockey is, and hopefully he's OK as well.
And hopefully he doesn't have too long a walk back to base here. Well, an interesting race, that one. Certainly not a horse we'd have picked out before. Shamila's horse that she liked, Farah Al-Anaya, number 11, just couldn't hold on, Tom.
No, but he ran very well. It was his first run for the season. That was my worry beforehand, that he was coming off a long layoff, because his 2-year-old exploits were the best in this race, and he really was the standard setter. He ran great in second, but at the same time, he paid for going quite hard in the early stages.
But this horse, the winner, also coming here off a long layoff. So what was the difference there?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, he wasn't going as hard as Freya Al-Anaya. Also, Freya Al-Anaya hasn't run since last year, whereas Al-Khwarizmi ran a meeting 37. So, albeit that horse was coming off a minor layoff, he still at least had a few runs this season.
We'll have another look at how the race was won very shortly, but that was a good win for Al-Khwarizmi. First win. How important is it to get that first win on the board?
Very. There are races for every type of horse here in Saudi Arabia, and most of these horses that have never won before will find the perfect spot, whether it be at Taif or at Riyadh. But it's very important to get the win, because then you can start running in races that are worth a lot more prize money.
So a jockey change for this horse, and is there pressure on a jockey when you're stepping up to take a ride in place of somebody else?
There is. There really is, you know, especially if you've never ridden for the owner before or the stable, because they don't know really what to expect. And if you make a good first impression, well, you never know what's going to come in the future. So this is a big moment for the rider and the replacement here for Farhad Al-Faradi. Just looking back in the pack, the horse, can you see, with the yellow cap, the blue and the yellow on the sleeves, that horse ends up running loose. So I'm not quite sure what happened in the final furlong, but there must have been some kind of incident.
Well, hopefully we'll get to have another look at that. But this is the winner, Al-Khwarizmi, just holding off Farah Al-Anaya, who just didn't have the stamina or didn't have the fitness, Tom.
Yeah, I think it was a mixture of both. Probably more the latter, the fitness, but also we saw the footage of one of his 2-year-old efforts. He made a big move wide on the track at Riyadh. It looked like he was coming to win, and in the final 50 metres he was going up and down on the spot a little. So he probably lacked a little bit of stamina as well. As we watch this race from the start, Golden Soul in the Black Silks on the inside missed it, first time starter under Roberto Ramos. He runs a great race and was right there turning for home. The horse on the outside that broke very nicely was in the blue and white silks. That was the eventual winner, Al-Khwarizmi, who was led, passed, and then repassed the leader. So interesting race, horse with a lot of stamina.
Yeah, certainly an interesting race indeed. Are any horses in that, Tom, who've caught your eye, who you'd be looking out for in the future?
Golden Soul is the only one, horse number 2. In the black, Prince Sultan bin Michal bin Abdulaziz silks. As I say, missed the start, was the last away. And at this point, as we pick the race up on the bend, Golden Soul's already worked his way up to 4th. So that's taken a lot of energy just to get into this spot. Roberto Ramos continues to nudge him away, looking to get more prominent, moves into 3rd on the outside, about to pass the eventual winner as well. And he looked the most logical successor in this race around this point. But unfortunately, he didn't change leads, and we'll see that from the head on. That probably was his downfall. The winners run a remarkable race. You don't see horses who lead, get past, go 2 lengths behind, and then come back to win. You never see that.
We saw it in one of the Arabian races a little earlier in the day, but yes, certainly we haven't seen that really at all since arriving here in Riyadh.
No, the Arabian race earlier, Nath went forward, but then just kind of succumbed to the fact he wasn't getting to the front. This horse actually went to the front, was first going into the bend, and then got past. And usually when a horse is first, literally first, and get past, then they tend to go backwards. But yeah, this horse really found a third and fourth gear in the straight.
And this horse given a really exceptional ride from a replacement jockey as well, who, you know, a late replacement doesn't know the horse, doesn't necessarily know the connections, and that's, you know, a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And he was very neat in the saddle. He's only a young rider as well. The horse is on the right lead, but as you can see, most of these Saudi jockeys and horses that ride in jockeys that ride in Saudi use their left leg to lead to keep the horse to the inside. The wide expanse of the track means that the horse is naturally going to drift towards the stand side, but the jockeys don't want that.
Yeah, it's a really wide track. If we see those overhead shots again, you can get a gauge of just how vast this track really is. And we've had fields of up to 20 runners, and they don't even fill the whole track, do they, Tom?
No, they don't. And obviously they race towards the inside, trying to save as much ground. But yeah, because of the wide expanse, they can drift over to the right. The time was 1:41.39 seconds. This was the second race today over a mile for this race, which was for 3-year-olds. That was slower than the previous race, which was for 2-year-olds, which tells you that in the previous race, Fulham has run very well to beat the older horses on the clock.
Yeah, that was a race for second. Pretty good win for Al-Khwarizmi, who gets his first ever win on the board, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on this one. Keep those comments coming in on YouTube. We've had viewers from all across the world who've commented on today's action. We do like to hear from you, so please do keep those comments coming in. We've had a question about the music that's used in the programme. We'll try and find an answer to that. Oh, the answer actually is no, it is not the music that's used on Sky News in the UK. We hope that answers your question. Our viewer from Germany was keen to know about the music that's used in today's programme. We hope you like it anyway. Well, we still have much more action still to come, still 3 more races on this card in Riyadh. It really is a packed schedule, isn't it, Tom? But these races back to back, there's not really much of a break in between them, is there? It's pretty intense action.
Yeah, it really is. We've got 2 very good races coming up. A Jcsa award is the next event over the mile. Then we have a handicap for the imported horses and the locals. And then we end with the General Intelligence Presidency Cup. So it's a good way to end off the card today. Lots of action, as you say. We've had 9 races, 3 to go. Looking forward to getting stuck into them.
Yeah, absolutely. In the very last race of the day, the feature race, saving the best till last perhaps, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, away from the really good 2-year-old filly that we saw earlier and Sunset Flash, who ran in one of the other events, we have some very good action coming up.
Absolutely. Well, let's head over to Shamila now, who is speaking to the winning trainer of Al-Khwarizmi.
Fantastic start to the season for Sami Al-Harabi. Congratulations, Sami.
Thank you.
Finally, he had a winner after 8 races. What did you think about the race?
Well, I think this horse now run good run for race mile. Inshallah, I think inshallah maybe 1 month inshallah. I think this horse big horse, good family, this year Homer, good condition. Inshallah, I think maybe 1 month. I call with the owner, my brother Yusuf Tayyib. Inshallah, and then inshallah look with it.
Okay. So what are you going to do for him next time? You will keep him at 1 mile?
Well, I think today, I think my horse, I think 2,000. But today program 1 mile, I give me chance for this horse check. And run Taif, 7 4-length, finish 4. Give me run 6 4-length, finish 6. I think horse no problem for distance.
Well, thank you so much, Sami. Congratulations again.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That is one happy trainer. Many thanks, Shamila. Well, let's head over to Mark Francis, our commentator, who's going to talk us through the runners and riders for the next race. Mark, we're sticking with the mile. We're sticking with the local and imported horses. What do you think of this next one?
Yeah, race 10 worth a whopping 130,000 Saudi Riyal. Half of that going to the winner. This is the Jcsa award for 4-year-olds and upwards. One of tonight's feature races. They're headed by number 1, La Ayunak Yanawah for Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 2 is Al Mutib for Thurb Al Timyat. Smeaton's Light for Rayan Outer Ash is the 3. And I Am Magic, not me personally, the horse, Luis Morales, is the 4. The 5 is Commissioner Way for Abdella Al Hussein. Emirates Currency, the 6 for Wigberto Ramos. 7, Spirit of Naguru, Ahmed Al Azari. And 8, Merbik for Naif Al Anazi. Expressionist is the 9, Azil Al Sahani. Was beaten a neck last time out. Should go pretty close here, I think. Rosie's Return is the 10, Eddie Castro. Grosser Jack will be the big talking horse here for Armin Al-Sharar, formerly trained by William Haggis in the UK, rated 113. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this horse looks like. He has been off some time, so we'll get to him very shortly. The 12 is Single-Minded for Khaled Al-Mamoni. Recall the Show is the mount of Mohammed Al-Sharima. H. Najran, Alex Moreno is the 14. Latihati is the 15. And the 16, Wonder El Zam, who I think is now ridden by Camilo Ospina. We might just need Shamila to double-check that in the paddock, of course. I should have mentioned in the previous race, no Farhed Al Faredi. So apologies for that jockey change, or jockey mix-up. Confirmed it is Camilo Ospina on the 16. 17 is a big non-runner, I should add. Mafrood for the White Stable. I'm sure Tom may have even fancied that one. Is a big non-runner, rated 105, doesn't go. So 16 in the lineup for this Jcsa award.
Many thanks, Mark. Well, a couple of prominent non-runners in that one. Tom, what do you make of that?
Yeah, Mafrood would have been a leading player. We had a good bit of footage of his most recent success at Taif as well. He was rated 105, as Mark said, and one of the leading horses in this event, but he's been taken out. Obviously something was amiss, whether that was a vet scratch or Connections just decided not to run today. But we've still got a good field, and now there really is one standout horse.
We've got some really well-bred horses, don't we, in this field? Just looking down the card, looking at the breeding of these horses, and again, like we were saying before, so many of them will be recognisable to viewers in the UK and the USA, with some really prominent sires listed there.
Exactly. We have sprint sires, the likes of Caravaggio. We've also got Muhara in here, horses that were phenomenal over sprint trips in the UK. We have Night of Thunder, who was a very good horse for Richard Hannon. Cityscape, Oasis Dream, who everyone will know from the stallion ranks for years and years. And then you've got Dragon Pulse, Magician, etc. So lots of good stallions and sires represented in here. Some dams that you might know as well. But yeah, a good group of horses, and there's really one horse that we should talk about first, and that is Grosser Jack.
Well, we will be seeing him in action shortly, Tom. But that is the horse that you like, Grosser Jack. What is it you like about this horse, Tom?
Yeah, he's a 6-year-old. He's rated 113, so he's got to be the horse to be on ratings alone anyway. He used to be trained by William Haggis, and he was very good in the UK, winning 4 times. And Jimmy Jerkins has picked him up, so I want to hear from Jimmy. He provides the best interviews, and this horse is very talented enough to win.
Well, this is horse number 1, La Oyanak Ya Nawaf.
One-time winner from 19 starts, rated just 69, so looks overmatched in this group.
Al-Matub is the second horse number 2.
US bred by Northern Fleet, a very good sire, but again, 1 out of 10 in his career, rated 66, and looks to be facing opposition that are far too strong.
Well, let's get Shamila's thoughts on the runners in this next race. Shamila. Well, Shamila will hopefully be joining us to give us...
Expressionist. This horse I used to ride when he was trained back in Dubai in Zabeel Stables. He's a horse very close to my heart. I would go against every fibre of my being not to go with Expressionist for my paddock selection for race number 10. He was second last time out in Taif behind Path of Thunder in the big race, and Path of Thunder is running today in the last and feature race of the day, so hopefully that is a huge form boost in this race. I think it would be silly not to mention I Am Magic, who is also looking absolutely stunning in the parade ring. However, it's got to be Expressionist for me. And Asil Al-Sayharni is on board, a jockey that I absolutely love. I think he's so underrated and should be used a lot more.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Well, Shamila clearly has high hopes for Expressionist horse number 9, so we look forward to seeing him in this race. Horse number 3, Smeaton's Light.
He used to be trained by Mick Shannon in the UK, only rated 65, was a sprinter over there, so a mile could stretch his stamina.
Well, I Am Magic, another horse that Shamila likes, is horse number 4. We're looking at horse number 5 at the minute. That's Commissioner Way.
Iron Magic is ex-Michael Callahan, very good horse, talented as well, and has produced it in Saudi Arabia. He's a leading player under Lou Morales. Number 5, Commissioner Way, generally cannot win on what he's shown so far. Finished 17th last time, rated just 58.
Emirates Currency is number 6.
Another ex-UK trained horse, finished 6th last time at meeting 44. Gets Roberto Ramos on board, that's a positive.
Indeed, Spirit of Nguru is horse number 7.
Formerly trained by William Haggis as early as this season. He's the son of Invincible Spirit. Finished 11th last time. He looks like a turf horse in time for me.
Horse number 8 is Merbic.
Solid early season form for Merbic, winning back in meeting 13, finishing 5th at meeting 33. The last 2 efforts haven't been as good, but he's rated 85, so he must have a place chance, and Naif Al-Nazi rides for better now surveyed.
There he is. Well, let's move on to horse number 9, the horse that Shamila is so fond of, Expressionist. Tom, what do you think of Expressionist?
He's a veteran now at the age of 6. He's by Knight of Thunder, as we were talking about, a good miler for Richard Hannon. He has good form in the book as well. Finished 2nd last time behind Path of Thunder. Prior to that, he won at meeting 38. He's rated 96, the 2nd highest rated horse in this event. He has to be a major player.
Yeah, and he looks fantastic as well, doesn't he, Tom?
He does, yeah, he looks great.
Well, on board number 10, this is Rosie's Return.
Formerly trained by Carl Burke in the UK, rated 77 on those shores, rated 83 over here, coming off a long layoff.
Grosser Jack, this is the horse that you like, Tom.
This is the horse I really hope will win. He's frothing at the mouth a little bit and getting a little bit amped up. He can do this though, that's why he's got 2 handlers. He has the best form in the race, it's the best horse in the race, it's just whether he handles the track.
Number 12 is Single Minded.
Rated 86, single-minded by Caravaggio, so he's bred to be a sprinter, albeit the Caravaggio's progeny have stayed further. This horse finished 11th last time at meeting 44 off a minor layoff. Comes back again under Khalid Al-Mamoni.
Number 13 is Recall the Show.
Revitalised since he's moved to Saudi Arabia, was formerly trained by Scott Dixon in the UK. Won a very good race at Taif back in meeting 45. Had a minor layoff since meeting 51, but could go close again.
Ashk Najran is horse number 14.
Alex Moreno rides. Obviously already had a winner, but it's been a terribly up and down day for the jockey with a couple of slow starts and a bit of interference, almost falling off in the first race. This horse hasn't run so far this season, but he's won 7 times over his career and has been rather prolific.
Yeah, indeed, a bit of a roller coaster for Alex Moreno. Number 15 is La Tihati.
Another ex-Brit, formerly trained by Roger Varian. Finished 3rd last time at meeting 52 in Taif. That came on the Thursday. The Saturday before, he ran and finished 11th, so the quick turnaround wasn't a problem. He's a 4-time winner. I just don't think he's got the ability to win this.
And number 16, Wonder Elzam.
One final Brit to end off the card, ex-Brit. Ran to a fair level over on those shores. He's had 2 runs, in Saudi Arabia. 1 first up at meeting 24, and then disappointed last time at meeting 33. Camilo Ospina is a good jockey change.
And so many of these horses, Tom, as you've been saying there, as we've gone through this card, are formerly trained in Britain, so you must know a lot of these horses pretty well already.
I do, yes. I know most of them, to be honest, quite well. Grosser Jack is the best of them. There's no doubt about that in my mind. It's just whether he handles the track. He's a horse that's been seen to best effect on turf, so this dirt track is slightly different. He has handled synthetic surfaces before. It's just a minor concern. Spirit of Nguru was a good horse in the UK as well, but generally wanted soft ground. And Iron Magic is a horse that was formerly with Michael O'Callaghan in Ireland, and he was pretty talented, but he's gone from strength to strength since he's come over on these shores. He's got to be a major player from a good draw under Louis Morales, but Grosser Jack is the horse I'm going for here.
Fantastic. Well, I'm keen to see how Grosser Jack gets on. An Expressionist as well, Shamila's pick. He certainly looks like an interesting horse to look at as well. Hopefully we'll be catching a glimpse of Expressionist on his last outing. That was October the 7th, so not so long ago he finished 2nd in his last race. So Tommy will certainly be fit and ready for tonight's race.
Yeah, that came on the final day, the last race of the final day at Taif, which was almost exactly 2 weeks ago. So yeah, he'll be fit, definitely, ready to run a great race. I think he'll be bang there. I can't really say that Shamina's pick's wrong. I think Expressionist is one of the leading players and he could easily win. If he doesn't, he'll probably be in the first 3 no matter what. So he's the solid option, I would say.
And in terms of the way this race is going to be run, Tom, it's over a mile. It's one of the longer races that we're seeing on the card today. How do you see it panning out?
Speed's been king at this track. We've seen even over the mile, the horses that are generally stalking have a chance of winning. The front runners have a chance of winning too. But if you're right out the back, you cannot close the gap. I think I Am Magic will be near the speed from the inside stall. I'd be surprised if Expressionist and Grosser Jack weren't also up there. Just one more thing about Grosser Jack. He was last seen in October 2022, so we're talking 12 months ago. Now that kind of layoff normally puts me off a horse, but he's previously gone well fresh, and he finished 4th in the Grade 2, or Group 2, pre-dollar at Longchamp when last seen. That kind of form stands out like a sore thumb in this group.
And Jimmy Jerkins as well. You said you've been looking forward to seeing his horses running as well.
Yeah, well, he's got 7 tomorrow. So, I mean, Ed's filled us in there on the YouTube comments that he's got 7 runners tomorrow. I'm sure he's going to have at least one winner then. But I want to hear the interview today, and hopefully after Grosser Jack gets it done.
Let's have another look then at Expressionist, the last time out, finishing 2nd on October the 7th.
So that early speed, straight to the front from a good draw in 3 around Taif, kicked off the bend, put most of these in trouble, but only Path of Thunder in the green silks on the outside manages to run him down. It was a good performance, especially in the context of the race that we're talking about today, and he is rock hard fit. I don't like how he hung out to the middle of the track in the closing stages, but at the same time, this kind of effort will see him bang there at the finish.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's have a look at I Am Magic next. That's a horse that Shamila said looked really good down in the parade ring. I Am Magic horse number 4, Luis Morales, on board. And he looks pretty good, doesn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he looks great, and here he was in his last race at Taif. Again, he was near the speed from the outset. He kicked off the bend, which was the right plan at Taif. That seemed to be the tactics for the majority of jockeys, and he had this race won from an early stage. This horse was good in Ireland prior to moving out here. Still unexposed. He's by Magician, so should easily stay this mile. He could even get further in time.
Yeah, certainly one to look out for as well. By Magician, who I really enjoyed watching running when he was back in his pomp. That is I Am Magic, horse number 4. Well, Shamila is going for Expressionist. She talked him up quite a bit. She's obviously very fond of that horse. Tom, you're really going for Grosser Jack. You've spoken a big game there with Grosser Jack. I like I Am Magic purely because I really liked Magician back in the day. But Mark Francis, let's get your thoughts.
I'm going to team up with Shamila here. I'm with Expressionist. I do really like Grosser Jack. I think he has a great career record, 5th in the Grade 3 Neom Turf Cup here at this track. Some 18 months ago, and as Tom said, when last seen was on Art Weekend at Paris Longchamp, beaten by Anmart of Owen Burrows. I think Brian Moore rode Grosser Jack that day, one of the best jockeys in the world. So that's how highly he is held. Now, in the care of Jimmy Jerkins, formerly with William Haggis, Ahmed Al-Sharar, I don't know how good a horse he had underneath him here, but I think if there is a day that Grosser Jack will be beaten here in this sort of contest, then Expressionist is the one. And as we saw in the VT, beaten by a horse, we're still yet to see later on tonight. As the blinkers on, breaks from 9. I think it's got a very good chance. But if Grosser Jack goes on and wins, and in good style, then I'll be looking to follow him next time out. But just feel like at this point in the season, some of the leading players that we might have over sort of Christmas, New Year, and come Saudi Cup, this is the time that they can be beat. But we shall see. I could be talking absolute baloney and Grosser Jack wins by 10 lengths. But Expressionist, for me, it's a game of opinions, isn't it? And Smeaton's Light, who has a fair bit to find. There are one or two, in fact, that really do probably need a 10-second head start, maybe not, maybe more. As single-minded, the only grey is just being seen to. But the 3 on the inside are all rated in the 60s, so I Am Magic should have a clear run to the rail. Emirates Currency might be there, so too Merbeck. But I would have thought Expressionist and Grosser Jack will be in close proximity of each other. They wouldn't want to let either one get away, as we've seen so far in our opening 9 races. Not really much has come off the pace. It's a little bit of speed out wide. Latihati showed up for a long way back at meeting 52 at Taif. I was calling that day, and ran well after the quick turnaround from meeting 51 just a few days earlier. A reminder that Camilo Ospina rides Wanda Elzam here Horse drawn out in 16, has the white blinkers on. As we already have the first 5 or 6 loaded into the stalls. Next to come in is Expressionist. When they're back at meeting 38 and then just denied by a neck. When tiring, it must be said, back at meeting 54. So not too long ago. So is certainly race fit, whereas Grosser Jack has to shake off the cobwebs here. He's been out of action for a long time. And again, if Grosser Jack was to win here, you'd be thinking, right, graded company for this horse and beyond. Merbic, the latest one, just to need a bit of urging. There's the red headgear of Commissioner Way, rated just 58. Somewhat inferior to the likes of Expressionist and Grosser Jack. Sort of needs to start now to have any chance of winning, surely. Figures on paper never always transfer to the race. Anything can happen, as we've seen not only just yesterday, but also today. Plenty of highlights to discuss at the end of the show. Latihati comes in. That has the white cap, same colours as Emirates Currency, who has the black cap for Wigberto Ramos. Final one to come in is Aish Najran for Alex Moreno. Stand by. And they're off. Racing away over the mile for this Jcsa award contest. Through the centre, the blue cap of Rosie's Return probably has the overall lead, showing plenty of dashes. Smeaton's Light. Towards the rail is La Oyunak Ya Nawaf, and further out the all-yellow colours, more or less, of Single-Minded. So as they sort themselves out, the blue cap in the middle, in the centre, and ahead is Rosie's Return. Tracked through by the orange colours of Smeaton's Light. Further out then to I Am Magic, who has a decent position. Look further out wide, you've got the red colours of Grosser Jack, who's got a nice position there, and further out to Wonder El Zam. It's a fierce pace on here as they begin to start the turn left-handed down the side of the course, and 4 across the track here. Furthest out, Wonder El Zam in the stripes, the red jacket of Grosser Jack, then I Am Magic in the black, and now looking to beat a retreat is Rosie Return after showing good pace. Just in behind the speed then, the grey jacket of Merbic is joined by the orange colours of Smeaton's Light, and gathering up ahead of steam around the outside of runners is Ashik Najran as the front runners are turning into the straight, and Grosser Jack now begins to draw alongside this leader, which is Wonder El Zam, and it's Wonder El Zam who now goes on, and Grosser Jack needs to find another gear. Staying on from out of the pack in third place is Ashik Najran, then the grey colours of Merbic, but looks as though Grosser Jack has given a retreat here as Wonder El Zam is powering on clear by 2 lengths. Grosser Jack will have one last thrust towards the inside. Wonder El Zam in front. Wonder El Zam will win this JCSA award contest. Grosser Jack had to settle for second. It was close for third, involving Ashik Najran and also Merbic. 1 or 2 staying on from out of the pack. We will wrap up. Grosser Jack is beaten. Had to defy a long layoff. Showed plenty of speed down the side of the course, but then gave way to Wonder El Zam, who had fitness on side. Camilo Espina, the champion jockey at Taif, rides a double here, picks up the spare ride, and scores with a punch of the air in a time of 1:40.17. 1:40.17. It's about a length and a tail back to the second place horse, Grosser Jack. Third place, very type, Ashik Najran may have just held that position. Spirit of Nagaru got up for 4th, Merbic 5th, and the rest of the pack crossing the line as we speak. Wonder El Zam has lowered the colours of Grosser Jack, who I'm sure will improve for the run. But today's day belongs to Wonder El Zam. A wonderful ride from Camilo Ospina.
Congrats. Triple this week, first time with him. How is he? You know, I just want to say thank you very much to the Jcsa, the honor. Sammy, you know, that horse is without jockey. Yeah. And he called me around 4 p.m. He said, Camilo, you ride my horse? And you see, he won, yeah. Thanks God, he's a good horse, yeah. He's a good horse. He told me Camilo tried to save him a little bit because he wanted to go in front. But thanks God, he had control very good with this horse. And when I asked him in the last 300 meters, he responded very good, yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, a wonderful win for Wonder El Zam and a double for Camilo Ospina, who stepped up late to take the ride on this horse. What did you make of that, Tom? I know you'll be upset that Grosser Jack had to settle for second, but that was a good run.
Yeah, good run from Grosser Jack and the win, obviously. Another second to add to my tally for the day. A few winners as well, but I thought Grosser Jack had the race won when I Am Magic, who made the pace along the inside, faded, turning for home. But at that point, then Grosser Jack immediately came under the pump as well, and Wonder El Zam was going the best. Camilo Ospina is one of the best riders, if not the best, when on the front here in Saudi Arabia. So he was the last jockey I wanted to really see alongside Grosser Jack. Now, Wonder El Zam kicked clear, but in the final 100 metres, he was floundering. It's just that he managed to put a decent gap between himself and the rest of the field. I think this mile trip is the upper limit for this horse. He probably wants 7 furlongs. He just manages to get away with the mile, and it's a big prize as well. It's 65,000 Saudi riyals for the win.
But if you look at Wonder El Zam's form, 5 wins from 5 runs heading into this.
Yes, he was prolific in the UK prior to coming to Saudi Arabia. He hadn't necessarily shown the best efforts most recently over here, but he did win back at meeting 24, and Camilo's done a great job from a wide stall.
Absolutely. Well, let's head to Shamila, who is in the winner's enclosure.
A double for Sami Al Harabi and a double for Camilo Ospina. Congratulations, Camilo. That was a lucky spare ride you picked up.
Yes, thank you very much, Shamila. You know, thank you to Jcsa today, Sami Al Harabi. You know, he's lucky. You know, my horse he ran in that race, but he's crashed. And he called me around 4. He said, Camilo, you are free in that race, right for me. And thank God this horse is a very good horse. You know, I saw the races. He won very good, and then 7 furlong. And today he told me, Camilo, try to relax the horse because he wants to go in front. But thanks God, I control that horse very good. And when I asked him the last 300 meters, he responded very good.
Do you think he was struggling in those last 300 meters? He looked like he was going back a little bit.
Yeah, no, you know, he has one pace. You know, he's no sprinter in the last meter. But thanks God, he keep going until wire and won the race.
And I was going to ask, when you pick up the rides late like that, do you watch the races back to get to know the horse a little bit?
Yeah, because I had time. You know, he told me around 4 or 5, and until that race, I saw the races before the race, and I know how is the horse.
Well, congratulations on your double, Camilo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, a good day for Camilo Ospina, who's got his second winner of the day, Tom. And interesting his comments there with Shamila, because you said the mile is the absolute upper limit of this horse's ability, and Shamila's interview there sort of confirmed it. He seemed to be fading in the last 300.
Yeah, he's a 7 furlong horse, really. It's just that he managed to get away with it today. He used that speed to kick clear on the home turn. Grosser Jack, who was his nearest pursuer, just didn't have maybe the fitness to go with him, or I don't know what it was. He ran very well to finish second, but he wasn't at his A game today. He didn't briefly miss the start, Grosser Jack, but as I'm talking right now over these images, he's already up into 4th in the red silks. The eventual winners on the outside in the blue and the white, that's Wonder El Zam, and 2 off the rail in the black is I Am Magic, who had good form coming into today, but faded early under Luis Morales. That was a pretty disappointing display.
And Grosser Jack, he'll improve for this run, I assume.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think even first time up for William Haggis, he didn't run to his best. So he's a horse who's definitely going to come on for this. He's not used to running on this kind of dirt, albeit he has been working, I'm sure, with other horses from the Jimmy Jerkin stable in the mornings. He's by Oasis Dream, so I imagine his main targets this year will be on the turf once it's laid down here at Riyadh.
So that'll be his main target for Grosser Jack. What about Wonder El Zam? Where will we see a horse like him go?
This could have been the D-Day for Wonder El Zam. Now, he will try to win other cup races much like this, I'm sure, but he will need everything to fall right for him. Camilo Ospina was a big positive. And at this stage, look, he's 3 lengths clear. That's now 2. Grosser-Jack and the rest are really closing on him. So he is fading close to home. I think he'll be better over 7. Well, I'm pretty sure he's going to be better over 7. Connections will look for a drop back in trip, I'm sure.
And where would that be most likely to be, Tom?
Maybe in a couple of weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks for him. I doubt they'll see him out next week because it's a pretty quick turnaround for a horse who's just given all like this. There'll be another race. There'll be plenty of these cup races on the schedule. Now we're here in Riyadh. And he's very game and gutsy, so he probably doesn't even need the blinkers, to be honest.
And Grosser-Jack, he ran an interesting race. He made his move after the turn. Well, we'll see the presentation now of the Jcsa award, the Equestrian Club trophy for the winners. These are the winning connections of Wonder El Zam. Well, there'll be some very happy people there indeed involved with Wonder El Zam. That was a fantastic win for him. Really promising, given, like you said, Tom, he's not really a mile horse, but that was fantastic to hold off the likes of Grosser-Jack for that win. But going back to Grosser-Jack, you spoke very highly of him before this race, and I'm just interested to know your thoughts on where he might head this season.
Well, yeah, it's got to be a turf plan, I imagine. James Jerkins will be used to. When he used to train in America, he had the majority of his horses were dirt horses, but he still had a couple of turf horses to do. And he used to looking at the schedule and the program to try and find the ideal spots. I'm sure he would have seen that Grosser-Jack's best displays in the UK came on turf, so that will definitely be the play for him. He'll need to break a little bit better because he wasn't super smart from the stalls today, but he's a horse with a lot of raw ability, and when he gets on the grass, he's only going to get better.
Yeah, he's certainly one to watch throughout the season. And just looking at the start there, the eventual winner, Wonder El Zam, drawn in stall 16, but as we've seen over the last couple of days, Tom, it really doesn't matter being drawn out wide.
Yeah, being wide on the track seemingly an advantage in most cases. Going around the bend, maybe not, because you're giving away some ground, but I mean, in the early stages of the race, you get given a clear run. That's got to be an advantage, hasn't it? Out there, Camilo was very keen to keep him out wide on the track, much like he did with the 2-year-old winner he had earlier. And albeit this Rosie's Return, who's at the moment that we're looking at these shots, was in the lead, he didn't really need to get anywhere close because he was sure that that horse was just going way too quick, and he proved to be correct.
Yeah, Rosie's Return setting a blistering early pace, but not sustainable in any way, was it, Tom?
No, it wasn't. Eddie Castro's not having much luck in Saudi Arabia this season. He's ridden a few winners, but not as many as I'm sure he would have hoped.
Absolutely, and Camilo Ospina, 2 wins now on the board for him today, which is a pretty encouraging start to the season in Riyadh for the leading jockey in Taif. And what do you rate his chances of continuing that success here in Riyadh?
Very high. He's managed to get a good advantage over Adel Al-Faradi. Adel's not able to ride at the moment, which is obviously a negative for his chance, but a good positive for Camilo in his bid to win the jockey's title. And if he keeps riding winners like this, and obviously he gets the backing of the white stable horses in the maidens and the other cup races, then he's going to prove extremely hard to peg back.
Thank you very much, Tom. We didn't mention the horse number 3, Ayesh Najran, who ran a good race to finish in 3rd there behind 2 very good horses in Wonder El Zam and Grosser-Jack. Well, that was a fantastic race, the race number 10, and the action is continuing. We've got another 2 very high quality races still to come on this card. Race number 11 will shortly be underway, stepping up to our biggest distance so far today. We've just had a mile and now we're stepping up to 2,000 metres. Fillies and colts, local and imported horses. So I'm certainly looking forward to this one, as I'm sure you are as well, Tom. This is our penultimate race of the day, race number 11 here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh, 2nd day of the season in Riyadh. And of course, it all culminates in the Saudi Cup in a few months' time. We've got plenty of action to get through before then. This is the penultimate race, so let's join our commentator, Mark Francis. I've completely forgot his name for a second there. Let's join Mark Francis to get his thoughts on this next race.
Don't worry, Rebecca. You're not the first person to forget my name. Absolutely fine. Do not worry. 11th race is a handicap, and it's a very valuable handicap as well. 135,000 up for grabs here. Again, half of which going to the winner. 10 furlongs to trip, 1.25 miles. And they're headed by number 1, Korea Hom for Ahmed Al-Taea. 3 wins from 33 starts so far. Trouble Joy is a maiden but does have use of the inside stall. Chickpeas is on Khaled Al Mimoni. 3 is Honor and Pleasure, Rayan Alto Esh. 4 is Mesbah Al Amal for Mohammed Al Yami. And 5 is My Code for Luis Morales. 6, I love this name, Bottle Rocket Man for Alex Moreno. 7, Estopel for Tariq Al Mansour is the only filly in this lineup, or mare I should say, as she's a 5-year-old. And Dart Scimitar, the mount of Ali Al Mimoni. Wesh Awala for Mohammed Al Habib is the 9. 10, Roman Al Hamar for Salman Al Rashid. 11 is Neptune Seas for Abdallah Al Hussein. 12 is the grey Tattered Flag. Very, very familiar silks as well. 13, Bismillah Aile for Abdulaziz Al Massa. Carabino, Camilla Ospina looking for that hat trick. 15, Majir Mohammed Saeed. 16, Gone Going for Yusuf Al Hassin. 17, Drawing Clocks is a non-runner, so take that one out. And the field are completed by number 18, Said Tama. Said Tama completes the field of 17. Number 17, as I say, is a non-runner. And the runners are heading towards the paddock.
Many thanks, Mark. And I do apologise for momentarily forgetting your name. I do apologise for that. I had a complete mind blank just there. But Mark Francis, thank you very much for running through all the runners and riders for our penultimate race of the day. As Mark said, they are in the pre-parade ring. They're heading towards the parade ring just behind us here, Tom. And what's standing out for you looking at this race card?
Well, we've seen we've got lots of nice imported horses in here. We have a range of abilities. It's a handicap 0 to 85, so the upper limit is a horse rated 85, which we unfortunately don't have. But there are a couple of horses in here rated 84, and it goes all the way down to a rating of just 64, which is Saitama, albeit that horse is way in over his head in this race. So it's a good heat. It should be competitive. I don't really have a standout at this stage, but as we talk through them, hopefully I'll get a more confident opinion.
So you mentioned Saitama then. 18 runs, no wins. What will Connections be hoping for from entering him in this race?
That is a question I can't answer because I don't know why he's in this race. I think he should be in a 0 to 65 rather than 0 to 85, but, you know, they must have a plan. Whether that's just to get a bit of fitness in. They can't expect to win because he really can't win, despite the fact he's getting weight off his rivals. But they'll have a plan down the line. Maybe next time in a 0 to 65 we'll see him to better effect.
Indeed. Well, this is going to be an interesting race indeed. Local and imported horses, and again, the horses, a lot of well-bred horses in this race. Tom, we see the likes of Sea the Stars, Dubai, all these very recognisable names. So some impressive breeding on display here.
Yeah, exactly. The majority of these want turf, judging by their pedigree, but obviously the turf isn't here yet, so they won't be getting that. There are some here that are specifically bred for dirt, the likes of My Code by Honor Code and Bottle Rocket Man by Into Mischief, 2 amazing US sires. I said earlier about one of the US sires being potentially the best, but Into Mischief is the best US sire, there's no doubt about that right now. He's represented by Bottle Rocket Man in here. The horse doesn't have anywhere near the same ability as Into Mischief does, but you know, his progeny just seem to fire at all costs. See the Stars, again, that horse is bred for turf, isn't he? Neptune Seas. See the Stars, one of the best horses of this era. I know some people might say the best, but Frankel has been around, so probably not. And then you've got a couple of horses by Archipenko and Union Rags, Epaulette, the Aussie sire as well, further down the card. So it's a good race. I'm looking forward to it. Lots of big sires represented, good pedigrees, some good former UK horses in here too. And I'm looking forward to getting to the runner by runner.
And you just can't wait to see turf racing either, Tom. You keep mentioning it, don't you?
I love turf racing, either in the US, which is my main love. Turf racing. When I look at the cards, I always go for the turf races. So yeah, I find them a lot easier to go through. There's not much of a difference. It actually probably makes life harder for a pundit, but yeah, my number one love.
Indeed. Well, you'll see that in due course, Tom. Let's head to Shamila now, who is out in the paddock. Shamila, what are your thoughts on this, our penultimate race of the day?
Honestly, Rebecca, I feel like I'm running out of steam because I cannot believe Tom has taken the reins today. After I was doing so well yesterday with my paddock selection, so hopefully horse number 5 in this race, My Code, can give me another winner, which I really need. He will be ridden by Louis Morales, so Louis Morales is chasing that double. A beautiful 3-year-old dark bay colt by Honor Code. Jumps from stall 15, which is interesting because we have seen over the last 2 days a lot of the horses finishing from wider draws and trainers perhaps preferring their horses to be drawn wide and the jockeys take them round to the front at the beginning of the races. So that is really interesting to see, and hopefully My Code can do the business.
Very much, Shamila. Playing catch up with Tom in terms of the predictions today, but you've still got time to catch him up. Still 2 more races to go. My Code is Shamila's pick, horse number 5. We'll be having a little look at him shortly. This is horse number 1, Correa Hom.
Yeah, he's 3 from 33 so far in his career. He finished 3rd last time at meeting 51, but we need to improve, albeit he's now in the perfect spot.
Treble Joy, horse number 2, who we've just seen.
By Kitten's Joy, so probably wants turf, and actually did want turf in the UK.
Honour and Pleasure is number 3.
Ran 16th last time and 15th the time before. Can't really recommend this horse on the form, but he's owned by Carlo Ancelotti, football fans.
How about that? Carlo Ancelotti, former Chelsea manager, of course,
Yes.
Real Madrid. Well, good luck to Mr. Ancelotti. Mesbah Al Amal is horse number 4.
This horse has a very dipped back. I don't know if you can see that from these shots right now, but you don't tend to see a horse with that kind of physique. His form is reasonable, but again, he hasn't run this year.
And this is the horse that Shamila likes. Horse number 5 we saw briefly there, but we're now looking at number 6. But Tom, just a word on horse number 5.
My Code breaks from a wide stall, as Shamila said, which should be fine. Louis Morales has had a winner again today. The horse is a major player. Horse number 6, Bottle Rocket Man, is by Inter Mischief. Finished 14th last time, 10th the time before, 13th the time before, and can't be had on form. And Estopel, horse number 7, 16th last time, but finished 4th the time before and needs to bounce back.
And Dark Smictar is number 8.
By Verrazano, unexposed in Saudi Arabia, finished 2nd last time up, but is coming off a minor break.
Wes Aula.
There he is in shot right now. He looks lovely as well, good looking type. He's a local bred against the imported, so that's a stiff ask for starters, but his recent form has been okay. 6th at meeting 46. You go back to meeting 27, he ran a good 3rd.
And he's followed by horse number 10, Roman Alhamar.
Going to post very nicely. He's had 3 starts this year. I like the 3rd off the layoff angle rather than 4th off the layoff. But if you go back to meeting 6, he ran well when finishing 3rd.
And that is Neptune Seas.
Major player by See the Stars will definitely stay this trip, which you can't say for all of them. Finished 2nd last time meeting 54. He could be my pick in this race.
Let's see, shall we? Tattered Flag is number 12.
Formerly trained by Kevin Philippart de Foy in the UK in the famous Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah colours. He's by Union Rag, so should handle this dirt track. Finished 10th last time, but again, he's an in-and-out performer.
Bismillah Alay is number 13.
Finds it hard to win, 1 from 31, by Aussie sire Epaulette, whose horses generally tend to want turf as well.
Carabino, number 14.
Stays all day. This horse has loads of stamina. Camilo Ospina takes the ride. He's struggled to repeat his UK form in Saudi.
Mujir is the next, number 15.
Seemed to prefer the distance last time at Taif when finishing 4th. Prior to that, his 2 runs were disappointing. He's unexposed.
Number 16, Gone Going.
Yet to run in Saudi Arabia, 0 from 3 in his career in general. Rated 72 and has the outside stall.
And 18, Saitama. We've already spoken briefly about Saitama.
Cannot win this race. And I won't say that all that often in this coverage because any horse can generally win. But if 18 wins, I will be the most shocked I think I've ever been.
Well, Shamila likes number 5, My Code. Tom, who's standing out for you?
Still no confidence because I think it's a very difficult race. Treble Joy would have been the play if this was on turf, but it's not. My Code I like in this race, but Shamila's gone for him, so I'll go elsewhere. Neptune Seas for me.
Neptune Seas. Tom, you've stolen my pick. I was also going for Neptune Seas. You've read my mind. Well, the horses are making their way down to the stalls, and people are still commenting on YouTube, so very many thanks for that. We've had a comment. Thanks for 3 days of broadcasting. Well, thank you to you for tuning in to our 3 days of broadcasting. It is much appreciated. This is day 2 of 3, so do join us again tomorrow. Well, the horses are out on the track, making their way down to the start line, and I think we can join Mark Francis, get his thoughts on this one. Oh, we'll join Mark a little bit later, but first we'll have a little look at some of the horses, some of the runners in this race, their past performances. This is horse number 13, Bismillah Alaya.
He has good early speed. He features at the front in most of his races, but sometimes he cannot maintain the stride. At this day at Taif, he was positioned just behind the leaders. Again, finished one pace. He doesn't have that turn of foot. Took third, but his career record of 1 from 31 just puts me off a relatively large amount, I have to say.
And what about Dark Skimtar, Tom, horse number 8, who we'll be seeing next?
Finishing second this day, but the race was already done. Look how slowly Dark Scimitar's running on the bend in the yellow silks. Looks like he's going up and down on the spot. The eventual winner was miles the best. It just so happened that this field couldn't live with either the winner or the runner-up. I don't really like this effort. I have to admit, I don't want to be negative about all the horses, but the wide draw, the fact he's coming off a layoff, this performance not exactly filling the eye, the extra long trip, not for me, Dark Scimitar.
So you've written him off, Tom?
I have. Not as much as I've written off number 18. He can win, Dark Scimitar. I just don't personally like him in this race.
Well, we will see. Thank you very much, Tom, for those thoughts. And we will be joining our commentator, Mark Francis, very shortly. He is ready to watch this, the penultimate race of the day, race number 11. Horses just heading on down to the stalls. Fantastic shots here, aren't they, Tom?
Yeah, great shots. You can see most of these horses wear earplugs. We saw them actually dangling from one of the horses earlier on the card, which wouldn't have been ideal. But these are great shots. Look at this horse.
Yeah, we saw those dangling earplugs. They looked sort of like tassels hanging off the horse, didn't they? Look quite distracting, don't you think?
Yeah, that wouldn't have been the plan. I can tell you that for sure. They were supposed to stay in the ears, or the horse wouldn't have run without them. But then they should have been fully taken off, and not just dangling.
Indeed. Well, Mark Francis is standing by, ready and waiting. Mark, let's get your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, tough race to call this one. Handicap 0 to 85. And if, as you do, what Tom says, put a line through the 18, they're all rated between 72 and 84. So they should finish in a bit of a heap, but of course that never really happens. Do I triple penalise Neptune Seas? Because it was my selection as well. Yeah, I'm going to go with Neptune Seas, son of See the Stars. It's a 5-year-old now, finished second back at meeting 54, has run quite consecutively recently. Meeting 43, meeting 50, meeting 54, and here tonight. So I've got him jolly on the spot at the minute after Ella Al Hussein rides. As the remaining runners begin to make their way to the start. So this is right down the end of the back straight here. So we're using virtually the whole racecourse for this 1.25 mile start. So the whole of the back straight turn, and then the straight, the home straight, that is. As Roman Al Hamar is the latest just to be checked over. Just wanted to get shots of Saitama, because I haven't seen that horse yet. And I think that's him being led into the middle. It's some kind of blue jacket, isn't it? But hopefully we get a closer look in just a moment. Of the others, of course, there's been a local and imported contest. There are several familiar names, as we've already highlighted, as the team has already said. Noticed from the cards in the UK, but one I didn't know too much about was Honour and Pleasure. Of course, the guys already mentioned, owned by Carlo Ancelotti. I couldn't see this one winning. Rated 82, I mean, has been drastically out the back of shot in his last 2 runs, meetings 12 and 23 respectively. I don't know, I just can't see that happening. So there's number 18. That to me looks like a blue body, white sleeves and white cap. So if you haven't seen the colours of number 18, there they are. But it's a wide open race here. I thought Neptune Seas was the place to start, as some of these are looking for a revival in form. Korea Hom at the top was an obvious shout, but is probably the most exposed. Even off a mark of 84, I've seen the racecourse 33 times in the past. Meshbar Al Amal is one of the first to load in here, of course, being a handicap. Runners are sort of loaded all over the place, really. But there's the view the runners have in front of them. The length of the back straight. Would you say about 6 furlongs to the end of it before they turn. You can see the grandstand away to the left, but it's perfectly floodlit here in the Saudi capital. It looks as though Dark Scimitar will be okay to run. I agree with Tom, that looked a very tired effort last time back at meeting 27, and has been off the track some time, maybe took some weeks to recover from that effort because many horses in that race looked very tired. There's the red jacket of Roman Al-Hamar. 2 wins from 15 starts, pretty good strike rate. Has had an okay summer. Salman Al-Rashid in the plate. Here's the top one, Korea Hom. It's a nice draw as well in 2. Blinkers on. White blinkers there as the stalls handler emerges. Number 13 is Bismillah Aile. Still waiting for about 5 out the back, including trouble-seeking Camilo Espina on Carabino. Looks to be the next to come in. One of the next to come in, at least. Just working on My Code. My Code has gone in, leaving 4 out the back. Carabino, the next to come in. And Roman Al-Hamar, Trouble Joy, and Estoppel, the only mare out of Footsteps in the Sand. Tariq Al-Mansour riding. Final trio for our penultimate contest. Last handicap on the card for our big race next. Stick around for the 9:10 local time General Intelligence Presidency Cup. Last 3 to come in. Just working on Roman Al-Hamar, who just is taking a bit of convincing, is holding up Trouble Joy and Estoppel. Again, the rest of the field wait patiently. Trouble Joy is brought forward to barrier number 1, yellow jacket, black spot and cap. Here comes Estoppel in the green. And Roman Al-Hamar, needing all the urgence of about 3 or 4 stalls handlers, will be the final pair. Stand by for the start. 17 runners for this handicap 0 to 85. And they're off. Decent break at the 10 furlong start. Gathering ahead of steam out wide was Gone Going, who looks to snatch a posse on the wide outside. But as they go through the first of their 10 furlongs, the white cap, red, or white headgear rather, white cap, blue body of Korea Hom through the centre, sort of bang in the middle of the picture now, probably has the overall advantage. Also bang up with the pace is the one and only grey, that's Tatted Flag. So too up there is the green jacket of Wesh Awala, and so too is the red and blue of Honour and Pleasure. So as they settle down and join up with the round course, it's Ahmed Al-Tayyar and Korea Hom who have the overall lead by about a nostril, and perhaps overtaken now by Tatted Flag. And it's Tatted Flag who goes on. Tatted Flag leads to Korea Hom in second. In third position, we have the 6th, that's Bottle Rocket Man in the black cap. Further out, we have Carlo Ancelotti's runner, Honour and Pleasure, who's probably about 4 lanes off the inside running rail. Further out then to Dark Scimitar, who's wide on the course. Just preceding that one is Carabino, and back towards the inside is Mujir in the maroon and green silks, as Tatted Flag is already turning down the side of the course. The grey, happy out in front, isn't he? By about 3 lengths. Korea Hom now chased along in second position. Honour and Pleasure making ground towards the outside of runners. And then comes on the inside the black cap of Bottle Rocket Man. These are the first 3. Majir was just a bit of racing room now, overtaken by Neptune Seas, the first call for that one. And then Carabino, as inside the last 400 metres they go, and Honour and Pleasure has the call. Ryan Altaresh is in front, leading now to Bottle Rocket Man in second position. Neptune Seas gathering up ahead of steam towards the outside, and then comes the green colours of Estoppel down the centre of the course. Estoppel in the green towards the near side. The far side, Bottle Rocket Man, is between these 2. Neptune Seas booked for third. Down the outside, here comes Estoppel. Far side, we have Bottle Rocket Man. It's very tight. I think Estoppel has got up down the wide outside to deny Bottle Rocket Man. Neptune Seas back in third. Estoppel called the winner. But Tariq Al-Mansour, down the extreme left of shot, was hanging down the centre of the track, but that didn't stop her. She's beaten the boys in their own backyard. Estoppel, Tariq Al-Mansour, Alex Moreno gutted probably on the inside aboard Bottle Rocket Man. He probably thought he had it. Official confirmation is Stoppel was won in a time of 2:07.89. Neptune Seas came there with plenty of rope, but couldn't get to the front two. As Stoppel has won by a neck. Bottle Rocket Man, what a ride and what a run in second place. That's more like it from him. In third was Neptune Seas. Wesh Awala has came from absolutely nowhere to finish fourth. And the long-time leader, Honour and Pleasure, who again probably just took it up too soon, back in fifth. Is Stoppel, one for the girls, beats the boys in our concluding handicap.
Well, a close finish in our penultimate race of the day. A Stoppel holding off Bottle Rocket Man. What a run from the winner, Tom.
Yeah, great race. One for the neutral for sure. A real big battle late in the day. Bottle Rocket Man looked like he had it won. The son of Into Mischief under Alex Moreno, who's had a very up and down day. A winner, a couple of places, one of which was extremely unlucky as she crashed into the rail, and also being unshipped from one of his other horses. So he's had a very up and down day, but his horse ran well. Bottle Rocket Man just couldn't match up with a Stoppel. In the final stride, a double for Tariq Al Mansour. And this horse didn't really show much on the previous effort when finishing 16th at Taif, but this step down in company and the switch to Riyadh quite clearly helped her out.
And this isn't a horse that we picked out before this race, Tom, as being particularly interesting or having much of a chance.
No, but we've seen this quite often here at Riyadh. We've got some random winners, some unpredictable results. Saying that, it just seems to be the winner that proves to be unpredictable, because the majority of the horses that finish in the places are the ones that should be there, which therefore gives a boost to the form. But this filly I couldn't have had in this race. I thought she was getting ready for the turf. She's by footsteps in the sand, whose horses generally prefer the grass underfoot. So, surprising result, but a good result for the winner, Tariq Al Mansour.
A fantastic run aboard a Stoppel, and Bottle Rocket Man close second, but Neptune Seas, Tom.
Alex Moreno on Bottle Rocket Man's got in the winning photo. I don't know what's going on there. A bit audacious, but...
a photo bomb?
Yeah, a bit of a photo bomb from the runner-up, which is interesting. But yeah, the runner-up ran a great race. Bottle Rocket Man, I thought he ran great. And the third, Neptune Seas, we both liked him. Mark liked him too. He was by Sea of the Stars, and I thought he was coming there to win. He had the stamina for the mile 2 furlongs, but he quite clearly just took a step too far over this distance. Maybe the cut back to 2,000 would be ideal.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't his night, was it, Neptune Seas? But what a run from Stoppel. Worthy winner of that one. Another close finish, which we like to see, don't we, Tom?
We do, yeah. Close finishes are what makes racing great. Obviously, we can get these horses who are far and away superior to their opposition. Like we saw that White Stable horse earlier on, making her debut, and she won by a street, like 10.5 lengths. This one was very close, just 0.06 seconds separated the two. Very close finish, and it's exciting when it's like that.
It is indeed, and this is, coming around the bend, this is how the race was won. Tom, just talk us through this stage in the race. What's happening here?
Well, Bottle Rocket Man under Alex Moreno in the blue with the black cap and sleeves and the noseband, just to your right of shot now, took up the running, looked like he was making a winning move, was holding off Neptune Seas all the way up the straight, but it's Stoppel wide on the track. Maybe that's the best part of the track to be on, but it takes quite a lot of energy to get out there. She finished really strongly. A couple of the front runners went off way too quick, Tattered Flag being one of them. Honour and Pleasure ran great for Carlo Ancelotti. I hope he's watching. If you're not Carlo, why aren't you in the YouTube comment section? Because we do want to hear from you. Your horse ran fantastic, but probably a cut down in trip for him.
Yes, indeed. Where is Carlo Ancelotti? And I hope he is watching our YouTube channel. Maybe he is. Honour and Pleasure, yes, setting the early pace at the beginning, wasn't she?
Yeah,
Or
Correa
was it he,
Hom
rather?
also went forward with Tattered Flag. Those were the two early leaders. Honour and Pleasure didn't have the gate speed, but he moved up around this point into a prominent position. You can just see him towards the top of your shot in the maroon and blue silks. Tattered Flag is the grey with the green cap, and the horse with the red saddlecloth is Correa Hom. The one splitting those is number 6, Bottle Rocket Man, who actually does the best of the prominent racers in the early stages. The eventual winner, not in screen right now, came from miles off the pace. That was Estopel in the pure green silks. So she's done very well to get close.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at Estopel's past form, 3 wins. This is her 4th win. It says here 4 runs. She ran last in just a couple of weeks ago in Taif.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago. She used to be trained in the UK, I believe, though I don't remember her actually racing over there. So I could be wrong with that. But yeah, she finished 16th at Taif. I don't really know what happened that day. She just didn't produce her best. She was in against better horses, but still, she must have underperformed to be this good today and that bad last time. But she's still not in shot as we're going around the bend here. Bottle Rocket Man in around 4th at the moment. It's just starting to make his move, as is Honour and Pleasure on the outside in the noseband into 2nd. Estopel still not in shot. Tariq Al Mansour was biding his time at this part of the race as the leaders were congregating with Tattered Flag going backwards. And here she comes now in the green silks, right out the back, starting to make her move out wide to get a clear run. Tariq played safe there. He could have gone inside the horse in the yellow, but he decided to go right out into the middle of the track. And normally that would stop quite a few horses, but she managed to sustain her effort all the way to the line.
She's made a phenomenal amount of ground there, Tom, and doing it from way out wide as well. She's run pretty much twice as far as the rest of the field.
Yeah, she lost a lot of ground and momentum by going that wide, so she was valued for more than the winning margin suggests, as the line is coming up, where you just see the light on the track very shortly, just about now, and she manages to chin Bottle Rocket Man. The front 2 drew clear, and the runner-up's ran a great race too, but the winner deserved it, given the trip she had.
She really did, and hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of her throughout the season here in Riyadh. Certainly a horse that we've enjoyed watching here today. You weren't convinced by her in Taif, but clearly she just had an off day that time. Well, one final race on our card here on day 2 of this new season in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. It is the feature race. This is one we've been talking a lot about today. Tom, this is one that I know you're certainly looking forward to seeing. We saw Path of Thunder outside a few hours ago, just getting a good look at the track, and he's certainly a horse that I know you're excited about watching in our 12th race of the day.
Yeah, very talented horse, rated 97. This is the General Intelligence Presidency Cup, the last race, so it's a very esteemed prize to win over the mile. Path of Thunder won last time up at Taif in the last race at the meet, so comes here off a 2-week layoff. Alex Moreno will be hoping that he backs up the earlier success at Sunset Flash in the same silks. He's drawn well in stall 1, so he's got to be a leading player, but this contest is full of good, talented horses. It's worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal, with half of that, 75,000 Saudi Riyal, going to the winner.
And so we've had most of the day's action already under our belts. We've still got that one final race to go, Tom. And at this stage, I want to know what your highlight has been throughout the day. What has been the standout moment for you so far? And it might still come. It might come in race number 12, but what have you most enjoyed so far?
You know what? I'm going to keep that for the end of show, the standout performance. But what I will say now is it's not Sunset Flash, so we should talk about her now. She was great earlier on under Alex Moreno. She didn't get the ideal trip. She was the horse everyone was talking about coming into today, winning her last 3 starts this season, well, her only 3 starts this season, and she recorded her 19th career success earlier on the card in race 3. It was a very good effort, and although she wasn't the highlight for me, the highlight is yet to come.
Well, I'm sure it will be pretty exciting in race 12, the final race of the day. But let's head to Shamila now, who is with the winning owner. She's with the winner of Estopel.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'm with Sultan Fehan Al Mandil. Congratulations on Estopel's win. Obviously, the only filly in the race. You must be delighted with that.
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks God. Yes, the only filly we have 2 horses, colts and the filly. And thanks God, she did what we expect from her. You know, this filly is nice filly for a mile and a half. And we run her twice in Taif, and she didn't give us what we are looking for, but today she makes us happy.
And where do you think you will go next with her as the season continues to progress?
we hope that she is capable to go to Prince Sultan Cup. We hope that. From today, we'll sit with the jockey. We'll see how she is, and I hope she can go with the big cups.
And you're having a fantastic day, your stables, obviously with Sunset Flash winning race number 3.
Yes. I think. Thank you. Maybe earlier today you mentioned about happy Sunset Flash Day, and thanks God she did it.
And you have your stable has 2 horses in the next race. You have New Pursuit, and there's also Path of Thunder. What do you think their chances are?
This is a tough race, a tough big race. I hope there is good horses. I know. Our horse, Path of Thunder, he finished the Taif season with a good succeed. I hope he can do it with this good horses. But I mentioned maybe the last interview with me in Taif that Riyadh season is big different between the horses in Riyadh season and Taif season. So here we're gonna face different horses, more rates, champion horses, and we hope we can compete.
Well, best of luck and fingers crossed for you in this next race.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you very much.
The horses are starting to come in, so let's go to Mark Francis for the runners and riders.
Shamila, thank you very much indeed. We come to our final race, 150,000 Saudi Riyal for the General Intelligence Presidency Cup for the 3-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, Path of Thunder for Alex Moreno. Astaroth is the 2, Camilo Ospina. Burnish is the 3 for Rayan Outer Esh. And 4 is Los Andes for Youssef Al Hussein. Tho Al Atlal for Naif Al Anazi. 6 is New Pursuit for Tariq Al Mansour. 7 is Al Matana for Khalid Al Mimoni. And 8 is Man of the Night. Turning the page, Petrus is the 9 for Abdullah Al Khridis. Wakud is 10 for Mohammed Al Thabib. 11 Making Movies for Abdullah Al Rashed. Tornadic is 12 for Mohammed Saeed. 13 Toledo Luis Morales. 14 Starker Abdullah Al-Lawfi, 15 Clarence for Abdullah Al-Ajimi rather, 16 New Treasure Ahmed Al-Sharar, till on the last page, 17 My Map for Wigberto Ramos, a rare quiet night for him, and Al-Wazir for Eddie Castro completes the field of 18 for the General Intelligence Presidency Cup. Tonight's feature is just a few moments away.
Many thanks, Mark. Just a few moments away indeed. The anticipation is building. It's certainly building here in the studio. Tom and I very much looking forward to seeing this race number 12, the feature. Tom, horses making their way out into the parade ring. And we had a little chat earlier about Path of Thunder, but just let's talk generally through the card and who is standing out for you.
Yeah, Path of Thunder, we've spoken about already. He's definitely a leading player. You've got Los Andes in here as well, horse number 4, rated 105, the son of Caraconti. He's got to be a player too. Tho Al Atlal, consistent, always there or thereabouts, and has finished second on his previous 3 outings. Man of the Night, Wakud, I could keep going. My Map, Toledo, there are lots of fantastic horses in this race, all rated in and around the mark of 100. Hopefully we get a good, entertaining contest, and hopefully the track continues to ride fair.
I'm sure. Well, we've got 18 runners in this, another big field for this mile contest, the last race of the day. Plenty of people here watching this one. We've had some good crowds here this week at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And of course, people are wanting to see this one, the feature race of the day. Horses now into the parade ring. So Tom, let's go through the runners and riders. Path of Thunder, horse number 1.
By Knight of Thunder, as you can imagine by his name, formerly trained by Sir Mark Prescott in the UK. He won at Taif on the last race, as we say, of the previous season. He's got a good chance from an inside stall. Alex Moreno might be stuck for room, though, at a crucial point, so he'll need to be smart in the saddle.
Well, we will see Path of Thunder momentarily. He should be coming up into shot shortly, so we'll get a good look at him. That's him there in the front, in the silks that we saw a little earlier today, Tom.
Yeah, on Sunset Flash.
Absolutely.
That are very similar to the Aga Khans.
Yeah, so winning silks already today, and will they be in the winner's enclosure after this one? Well, Astaroth is horse number 2.
Formerly trained by Mr. Osborne in the UK, son of Bated Breath. This horse showed no ability in the UK, really. He was running around a mark of 60 and 70 for Jamie Osborne, and he's really come into his own since he's moved to Saudi Arabia. He finished second back in meeting 33 and fifth in meeting 44.
Well, let's see what Shamila thinks of these horses. Shamila is down there in the parade ring for this last race of the day. Shamila.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. It is the lucky last, and I think it would be silly for me to go against Path of Thunder, as I mentioned him in my intro today, and I did mention Sunset Flash, and she went and won. So I think the same is going to happen right now for Path of Thunder, the Mendale Stables, and Alex Marino. I would love to see it. He really, really impressed me last time out, winning the championship race at Taif, the last race of the season. He's had a nice 2-week break and he looks really fit and ready to go. Another horse that initially caught my eye walking around the parade ring was horse number 10 at Wakood. I would love to see Jimmy Jerkins finally get a winner in Riyadh. However, he does have 7 runners tomorrow, so fingers crossed for him then. I will be sticking with Path of Thunder.
Many thanks, Shamila. Shamila, of course, is right there in the thick of it. She gets a great look at the horses as they pass by. That is Path of Thunder. Tom, he looks good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks great. He's obviously fit. He did around 2 weeks ago, so that was never a worry. He's shining in his coat too.
Absolutely. This is Astaroth. We spoke already about Astaroth also shining in his coat, Tom.
He is, having the black and white combo there. Camilo Ospina takes the ride.
Fantastic. Already had a couple of winners today. Burnish is horse number 3.
Formerly trained by William Haggis in the UK, only rated 67 over here and was 11th last time, so definitely needs to improve. He's the son of Kingman, and when I was covering a race that he was running in Taif, I said he needs to run on turf.
You are desperate to see some turf action, Tom. Los Andes is horse number 4.
Big player in this race, Los Andes. He's got a great chance. Ran to a fair level in the UK, and last time up he ran great here at Taif as well, winning at meeting 21. The switch to Riyadh should suit.
So Al Atal is horse number 5.
Second on his last 3 starts. Got to be a major player. We'll come back to him when they're going down to the start.
That's New Pursuit number 6.
Tariq Al Mansour looking for the hat-trick. Will be a huge day for the young man if he gets it. 3rd last time this New Pursuit.
And horse number 7, Ampana.
Yet to show his best so far this term, finishing 11th then 18th. Small layoff since the last run. Khalid Al Mamoni yet to find a winner today after 3 yesterday.
And another night of Thunder Colt. It's Man of the Night, horse number 8.
Formerly with Richard Haddon. This horse early in his career was considered to be a leading 2-year-old. They were going to go to Royal Ascot with him and they thought he was going to be one of the best they've ever had. He failed to live up to that standing and now he finds himself in Saudi Arabia. Finished 6th the last twice. I don't know, it's been a bit disappointing.
This is Petrus.
Yes.
Number 9 coming up.
Formerly trained by Brian Meehan, Petrus, son of Sophony.
We haven't seen Petrus, but this is Wood, who Shamila likes the look of.
I selected this horse last time in Taif when I was there at meeting 44. He ran fair enough, but Jimmy Jerkins was very disappointed because he actually won the race with a stable companion, and in the interview after said Wakood ran terribly.
Making Movies is horse number 11.
Nice name for a horse, making movies. Rated 93, finished 10th last time, small layoff needs to improve.
Well, the next horse that we'll see is Dick.
5 wins for this son of Toronado. He's fantastic on the track and has proved to be a good sire too. Last time up finished 13th again, small layoff coming into
Toledo is horse number 13, the next horse that we'll have a look at.
First run this year for Toledo, rated 102, so has to be a major contender in this race. It's by Into Mischief, one of his progeny. Almost won the last contest here, and Lou Morales is looking for a double.
Yes, he looks fantastic.
He does, he looks great.
Absolutely. So number 14, Star Cat.
Formerly with Wraith Beckett in the UK. Another horse that's been bought from the Horse in Training sales and is over here. Farhad Al Faradi, who's down to ride him on the race card, won't be aboard because of an incident yesterday. This son of Lope de Vega could be a player if he improves from his latest 9th place finish.
And Clarence, another Caravaggio horse.
Should be a sprinter, but it's running over a mile. So I don't know with these Caravaggios. I think they've got natural early speed. Trainers tend to target them over longer distances, so they must stay.
Clarence's horse number 15 this here. And New Treasure horse number 16, Tom.
The second runner in the race for Jimmy Jerkins, son of New Approach, who won the Derby. This horse is rated 96. It has a lot of ability, but it's wearing the hood, so it can be keen.
And My Map is horse number 17.
Roberto Ramos takes the ride. We'll see footage of his recent victory at meeting 21 in a few seconds. He's a 3-year-old taking on the older horses.
Well, that'll be certainly an interesting race for him. Interesting to see how he gets on. And the last but not least, last horse on the card, Al Wazir, number 18.
Eddie Castro still looking for that vital first winner here in Riyadh. Didn't have a great time in Taif either. This horse by American Pharaoh should love the dirt surface.
There's a lot of talented horses to choose from here, Tom, but you're going to have to pick just one. Who are you going for?
I'm actually going to go a little bit left field here. Look, I think Path of Thunder will play a big part. I think Wakood could bounce back. My Map has the best recent form. But I'm going to go for Tho Al Atlal. Horse number 5 for Naif Al Anazi and Badan Al Subai. Unlucky not to win recently. 3 second place finishes and a 4th place finish this term. Seems to be bang on the door, but he has all-round speed, a good draw. Hopefully he can play a big part in the finish.
Well, you've talked him up very well indeed, Tom. Horse number 5, Tho Al Atlal is the horse you're going for. Shamila, Path of Thunder, horse number 1. I am going to go for Man of the Night, Tom, I think.
I love it. Yeah, going a little bit left field as well, but a horse with plenty of ability. As I say, Richard Hannon loved this horse, and trainers don't generally come out with that kind of confidence about animals, especially as a 2-year-old. He has disappointed, but he must have ability. He
must have indeed. Well, we will see. He's 6 years old now. He left Richard Hannon quite some time ago, but we'll see how he gets on here this evening. This is the 12th race on the card today, and this is Los Andes in action. We'll hopefully be seeing horse number 4.
Yeah, on the front end here as we pick the race up at Taif 400 metres from home. Kicking clear, switching leads like a consummate professional rounding the bend. Never really in danger this day, Los Andes. It was the second run of the season. Prior to this, he finished 3rd at meeting 11. He's rated 105, the leading horse in this race on ratings, along with My Map. And although he hangs out into the middle of the track late on, he never looked like being beat. He eventually wins by a length and a half.
Well, Tom, you mentioned My Map there, which leads us nicely into the next. This is My Map, horse number 17.
Winning on the same day, My Map, as we just saw Los Andes in the previous race, in the previous bit of footage there. Again, another horse that had natural early, and it looked like at this point he could be swamped against the inside, but he runs all the way to the line. He's very game in success, and this horse could easily improve for the run. Now, he's had a layoff since, but Roberto Ramos takes the ride today. Another horse rated 105, and he's by Liam's Map, who was a very good horse in the US that stayed a mile and a mile 2 furlongs. He was a proper out-and-out stayer on the dirt.
Well, lots of talent in this race, and Path of Thunder is another talented horse.
We saw this piece of footage right at the start. He was in our menu as one of our horses to follow today, along with Sunset Flash. Could the menu go 2 out of 2? That's a question I know that you're all asking. Path of Thunder picks up nicely on the outside. He stays this trip well, used to be with Smart Prescott, has lots of stamina. I thought he was a turf horse early in his career, but just manages to get on top here, largely due to the fact that the horse in the blue and yellow silks was really stopping.
And finally, let's have a look at Toledo. Here he is, number 13.
Riyadh form here for Toledo in the black and white silks, the same colours as My Map carries, that of Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz. He stays on well from off the pace, but he was no match for the eventual winner, owned by Prince Faisal bin Khalid. He kicked miles clear and was just in a league of his own today. But take nothing away from the performance of Toledo. He galloped all the way to the line and beat the rest by a fair margin.
Well, we've had a good look at all the runners in the feature race for this evening, so now it's time to get the thoughts of our commentator, Mark Francis.
Tom, Rebecca, and of course Shamila, thank you very much indeed. What a day it's been here in Riyadh, culminating in our final race here, which is just a few moments away, the General Intelligence Presidency Cup over the mile. Having watched all the footage and seen them in the paddock, I really still like the chances of My Map, drawn out in 17. Was very impressed with the win last time out back at meeting 21. Had a bit of a break since then, but the 3-year-old against the older horses, I really do fancy My Map here. With Beto Ramos, hasn't been on the score sheet today, so gets a good chance here. We just need to clarify the caps as well, because Toledo and My Map, as Tom mentioned, are under the same ownership. I think My Map has the red cap, and as we just very briefly saw there, Toledo has the black cap. Also in the same ownership for the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Aziz runners, New Treasure has the white cap out in 16, and Wakood has the first colours red cap down in 10. So a really top race here that wouldn't look out of place on any card around the world. But some very, very good horses on show. Man of the night, I echo what the guy said. I remember when this horse, I think, won at Newbury on debut. I might be wrong. And Richard Hannon really did think the world of this horse. I mean, he's rated 96 still. You know, a couple of average efforts, followed a decent second back at meeting 33, but he is good enough to take a race like this, don't get me wrong. We've got the highly rated My Map on 105, matched with Los Andes, the first two bits of form we saw. Toledo 102. There's some very, very good horses in here, and we could see something special. I mean, we've seen very, very good performances so far today. It's very hard to pick out a highlight, isn't it? I'm looking forward to seeing Sunset Flash again, as we all are. And hopefully we see a little bit better from her, but she got the job done. So, a reminder, we're back here tomorrow. John Blant's in this commentary box tomorrow, taking you through 12 more races. And, of course, our thanks to Enzo yesterday. And they're loading quickly here. Amal is the trip. There's My Map, the grey with the red cap, preceded by Los Andes, who goes into 4. Youssef Al-Hussein. 4 left out the back, including New Treasure. My Map's there, and so too Astaroth. So good luck with your selections. My Map for me in the last. Path of Thunder drawn up against the rail with obvious chances. Stand by. Sandy's nodding away in 4. And they're off. Racing away then for the General Intelligence Presidency Cup. The slowest one to get away from the stalls was Burnish from stall number 3. Towards the inside, the green jacket of Path of Thunder, probably about 4th position at the minute, has got the rail, but completely overtaken by New Treasure, who has got forward from a wide post. New Treasure has the lead for Ahmed Al-Sharar in the white cap. Towards the outside, we have Los Andes, who is prominent and also showing plenty of speed, is My Map's red cap. Further out then is Al Wazir, got across from 18 to probably sit 4 wide, and this is the opening quartet. Just in behind the pace then, we have Man of the Night's green cap, so too there is Toledo. Towards the back of the picture, Tornadic is one of the last, and so too is Clarence at the back of the screen as the runners are turning down the side of the racecourse. They completed half their journey in 48.06. Towards the inside, New Treasure has the lead and has the call. Chased along for the first time in the centre is the green cap of Man of the Night, who begins to make a forward move. Towards the outside, Al Wazir, and in between that pair, Los Andes still has every chance. My Map is relegated to 5th, just taken over by Toledo, who now goes into 5th, and staying on down the outside is Wakud, but deep inside the last furlong, Man of the Night is clear by about a length, being chased by Al Wazir. In second, back towards the rail is New Treasure. Man of the Night, the one to catch, though, still in front by a length. Here come the chasers. My Map down the outside of Al Wazir towards the far side. We have this leader, Man of the Night. My Map lunging. Win the General Intelligence Presidency Cup. Man of the Night, the winner. Down the outside, My Map. A great run in second and beaten what a nostril. The 3-year-olds run an absolute cracker in second there after just losing a bit of pace on the turn. As the camera pulls out, you'll see My Map come into shot, but a confident ride rather on the leader, Man of the Night, who in the end you would say has won a little bit cozy here, but the winning distance was decreasing in the last furlong. The winning time 1:39.13. Man of the Night gets his Saudi win. It wasn't the Night of Thunder that we were expecting. Path of Thunder, the disappointment, but just holding on was Man of the Night. It's his night, holding off My Map. Back in 3rd was Al Wazir. The winning distance half a length. There was Path of Thunder in 4th. And then the orange jacket of Starcat, a race dominated by former British horses. The lucky last has been won by Man of the Night. And what a night it has been.
Franklin Berlata. Franklin, first time in Saudi Arabia. Welcome and congrats.
Sorry, no speak English. Sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Tamer, the owner, my opportunity. Thank you so much. Good team. Trainer, assistant. Number one.
Well, what a run that was, Tom. Man of the night, the winner. My prediction, my first winner.
What a way to end for you. A fantastic result for yourself and for Connection. Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah will be super happy to win the General Intelligence Presidency Cup. A big prize, 75,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. And he did it nicely on the track too.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just talk a little bit through that race. He took over turning from home, holding off a late challenge from My Map. It was an impressive run, don't you think?
Yeah, it was. And we were building up this race and saying that man of the night was this horse that Richard Hannon, who had him right at the start of his career, had real high expectations of. He produced on his first two outings, I believe, winning both of them. Then they upped him in class and it just didn't happen for him. Now he's come over to Saudi Arabia. His runs at Taif have been middling. He's been there or thereabouts, finishing second at meeting 33, finishing third at meeting 7, but he hadn't yet won. Now he has, in the biggest stage of all.
Absolutely. Tonight was his night, man of the night. What a performance from him. And of course, a lot of the early talk, Tom, before this race was about Path of Thunder, of course, his half-brother.
Yeah, exactly, both by Night of Thunder, so it's a good story for the sire. Potentially the wrong horse winning in terms of that. We all thought that Path of Thunder might have been the best of them, except for yourself, of course. Putting up Man of the Night, and My Map in second ran a great race. It was unfortunate that he couldn't get on top.
And now we've been joined by Shamila. Shamila, you've been out there all day looking at these horses going around in the parade ring. Could you have predicted that winner?
I don't think I could. I don't even remember seeing this horse in the parade ring before the race. I mean, a few of them stood out to me, definitely, but definitely not this horse. And it was a fantastic ride from the jockey. Very impressive for his first time in riding in Saudi Arabia.
Certainly flew under the radar, didn't he? It was Franklin Peralta, the winning jockey as well. So congratulations to him and to Connections, of course. Well, Shamila, you've had a busy day as ever. You've been racing around, talking to people, and I just want to get your highlights on the day.
Oh, my highlight definitely has to be, you're going to hate this, Tom, but Camila Ospina's ride as well. I mean, just really, but we'll touch on that in a second. But all the racing today has just been absolutely fantastic.
It has, yeah. It's been a great start to the season in Riyadh. This is, of course, day 2 of our action, promising so much more still to come over the next few weeks and months. And Tom, you've had a few winners today?
Yeah, today's been better than yesterday, I have to say. I was definitely in Shamila's shadow yesterday, and I wasn't happy about it. But as long as one of us is putting up the winners, that's all that matters. Look, this was the main feature of the day. We've seen some good races, but the General Intelligence Presidency Cup was the big one. There was no Sunset Flash in this. She ran earlier, but there was Man of the Night. And it's great to see a horse that used to be trained in the UK come over here and win a big prize like this. It was actually fought out by all horses that used to be trained in Europe or the UK, to be specific. So it was a good way to end the card, and yeah, I'm looking forward to cracking on to tomorrow's.
And let's just talk about this race, the feature race of the day. We saved the best till last. Just talk about the dominance of the ex-UK horses in this race. What do you put that down to? Shamila, you live here in this region, and you must see a lot of these imported horses, and do you see a difference?
Yeah, and we've talked to so many trainers who go over, and Abdullah Al Manif is actually in England right now at the sales buying horses, and it just brings that little bit of quality back into here, and they use the horses for breeding then, and it really brings a good quality standard to Saudi Arabian racing.
Absolutely, and Tom, these are horses that you've known previously.
Yeah, which helps with the analysis part of things, I'll tell you that for sure. But yeah, look, in England we don't have dirt tracks like this. That's the plain and simple, isn't it? You see this in America, but in the UK it's all weather tracks, usually different surfaces. We had fibre stand at Southall, but it's generally Tapita or Tapita, however you want to pronounce it. So the ex-UK horses don't really run on this. So to come over here and win cup prizes like this one is some kind of feat.
Yeah, really impressive indeed. And let's just talk about My Map. Late challenge from My Map, but didn't have enough to win, but nevertheless a good run.
I thought it was actually going to get up at some point. I don't know if you did, Shamila, but that wide passage has been the way to go, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Even in the last race with Estoppel, the filly that won, but it just wasn't to be today.
I wonder if the track is a little bit deeper on, the inside. That's what it seems like, especially the horses coming up the rail. They're really struggling to get out in front.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. They have been harrowing over the course of the last 2 days quite vigorously as well. Every time I look over my shoulder, there seems to be a tractor on the course. But yeah, maybe the middle of the track is the nice and quickest part. It does take some doing, though, to come out to the middle.
Yeah, it does.
And let's just have a quick word on Man of the Night. Where do you think Connections will go with him next?
It's a great question. I do not know. It would be great to have them here to answer that, because there are numerous prizes over this whole series in Riyadh. Lots of cup prizes, opens as well, where he can run. He's rated 96 coming into today, probably up to the hundreds now. One of the better horses that we have seen in Riyadh and that we will see. But at the same time, there are better. They're even better than Man of the Night. He needs to find a mile race. That's his trip.
Yeah, I would definitely keep him over a mile. That seems to be his distance. And I think they should keep the jockey on board as well.
Why not?
Well, certainly successful pairing. Anyway, Tom, let's get your highlight from today.
Well, it was difficult because I did want to put Sunset Flash in there because she was the talking horse coming into the afternoon. But I'm going to go for Camilo Ospina, the White Stable, the filly Takfiq in race 7. We're seeing this footage of this filly right now. Big, imposing type, broke beautifully from the stall. The horse on the inside, the US bred in the blue and the red silks, didn't break well, which allowed Camilo to move across to the rail. And from there, it was game over. She showed natural early speed, good tactical speed to move away in the middle part of the race, and she finished off like a future star. I think she won by 10 1/4 lengths at the end. She ran a quicker time than the Colts did in the following maiden for the 2-year-olds, so she looks a real good prospect moving forward.
And unfortunately, her stablemate not quite as impressive in the following race, was he, Tom?
No, got beaten, finished second behind a nice type, but Lou Morales won that one, and he'll be happy. It's the 3rd win of the campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a really good start to the season in Riyadh, hasn't he?
He has indeed. And we said this in Taif, that he only really turns up on the big days and wins the big races, and we never see him winning like the local bred maidens. However, he has had a fantastic season so far, and it's terrifying how good the White Stable horses are, especially the debutantes.
And Shamila, you've got sort of the inside knowledge here. You live in the region, you know people so well here. Have you got any White Stable horses that we really should be looking out for here in Riyadh?
Oh, I don't want to say. I don't, just because I feel like we haven't even seen half of the ones that they have yet. They're still locked up in the stables and they're waiting to bring them out.
That's the thing though, isn't it? Like, even when we were at Taif, we saw so many first time out winners for the White Stable. 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, even horses in handicaps that were coming and winning first time up. They haven't even run their best horses yet. I'm sure of it. Yeah. They're just keeping them back for the bigger prizes. In Taif there were cup races and open races, but the money on offer here is far greater, and you know they're a shrewd operation.
Absolutely. Well, we will be seeing certainly a lot more White Stable horses to come over the coming weeks and months here in Riyadh. Certainly something to look forward to. We're about to see the trophy presentation for the feature race here. Let's have a look at that now. Well, fantastic finishing race to end the day, race number 12. The one we were all looking forward to. Of course, we were looking forward to seeing Sunset Flash, but also looking forward to this, the 12th race of the day. We talked a lot about this one in the build-up to it, and it didn't disappoint, that's for sure. As the Winning Connections receiving the trophy, a fantastic win for them. Franco Peralta, the winning jockey. That was a fantastic result for him. The first win in Saudi Arabia, can you believe, for Franklin Peralta?
What a way to start that is. I mean, winning a 150,000 Saudi Riyal prize, a cup race for Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah. And I'll tell you something, he isn't happy with his riders on occasion, and his trainers. He is known to move his horses around, from Kevin Phillipott, DeFoy, George Bowie. He's had lots of horses with them in the UK, so what a way to start for him. Franklin Peralta might be his #1 jockey from now on, Shamila.
Absolutely, and I just want to say, Thamar Al-Dehani, he is a bit like Louis Morales. He shows up and wins the big races, and his other horses do absolutely nothing. And he's got a really good selection of horses for this season as well. I cannot wait for the rest of the Riyadh season to kick off to see them.
Absolutely, and a couple of great wins as well for Camilo Ospina as well today, Shamila.
Yeah, I love talking to Camilo Ospina. He is so honest with everything he has to say. He said he wished he could join us in the mini studio today, but his wife is cooking dinner at home and he had to run because she was giving him like 5 missed calls. So
you should have got us invited along. Well, I could do with some dinner, I'll tell you that.
Well, that sounds like a much better offer, dinner, home-cooked meal, rather than standing out here talking about the day's action. But that's not a bad prospect either. Well, we've had a fantastic day's action. We've still got another day still to come here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We hope you've enjoyed today's action. We certainly have another 12 race card. We've got another 12 races still to come tomorrow, so plenty of action here on this impressive racecourse. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. We've had some really impressive winners, some unlikely winners, and we hope that you'll join us again tomorrow.